Alright. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. Another day. Another day. Oh, man, the sun is really shining in right now. This is very bright. Very bright. Well, we got a sunny day. Ooh, Dinky King. Playing. Epic. Let's see if we can find some games today. Don't forget, we got the Energy Slapfest happening later today. $1,250 tournament. Gonna be looking forward to that. I'm gesturing for my cat to hop on the chair where I got the cat cam set up. He does not appear interested at the moment. Hello, M7. How you doing, man? It's really bright today. Holy, yeah. Like, just looking at it right now. Like, if I look at the camera, that's kind of fine, but like, the thing is, if I turn the ISO down a little bit, then you can see outside, but suddenly everything in front just gets really dark. So I'm gonna be doing that. Let's see. Oops. Up. Not logged into Reddit here. So all the German A4 Reddits. There we go. Hey. We're at the top, man. We're at the top. Did I break the green screen? Nah, I never had a green screen. It's all been digital. Always has been digital. Never had a green screen in the first place. Alright, but man, we made it to the top page on Reddit. Very nice. Like the living room background? It's my living room, man. Get that background all the time. 70 upvotes. Nice. Ooh. It appears we may have found a game. Wham! Oh, jeez. Alright, we better warm up them. Let's go for the...
Good luck. Have fun.
Let's go for China here.
Good luck. Have fun.
So it looks like we're going to be Wham's warm-up partner then, from the looks of it. What's he going to be playing? Byzantines? Or English? English on this map is like the usual go-to. Oh, HRE, okay. Alright. We're going to be playing up against the HRE then. I'm wondering what it is that he'll be going for. Well, it's just gonna be the standard, the go-to, the default fast castle HRE. He's actually gonna play the game.
I love them! Oh, give me more stone walls! Oh, God! Oh!
Thank you, Furbut. Good morning. Good bunch of sheep around there. It's definitely not bad. Not bad at all. Let's look behind this base, see if we can find any more. That's one. Does this one sheep have a brother? No brother to be found yet. Oh, there's a sheep over there. We'll take that as substitute rather than. 2 berry spots over here. We can see his TC. You see 2 relics over here. Oh, okay, he found that one. That's cool for him. Why do I still have this waypoint on wood? That's not needed right now. Not sure why he only returned with 4 sheep. He should have found more sheep so far. There's another relic over there. One over here. Let's go for Imperial Academy. Oh. One more tile in between, just so we're able to fit production buildings in between. Oh, he's back there. Oh, come on, man, really? Did he go double scout? Did he actually go double scout now, what, this time around? That's interesting. I feel like he did go double scout. As weird as it is. Else it wouldn't make a lot of sense to me that he returned with very little sheep earlier. Ooh. Alright, early-ish age up for him. Or that one over there. And the last relic is over there, okay. So we know where all the relics are now. I don't need to lure them in right now. Let's just scout what he's doing, what he's going for. Early archer, moving around. Okay, okay. All archers following. Let's skip one for now, for the time being. Actually, might not even need to make the single horseman here, just putting up the stables might have been enough. So let's not invest into that. So we see his units out there right now on resources. We even see him adding in farms early on. That's interesting. Alright, we're close to having enough there. Should be enough. We're just gonna be putting it roughly over here-ish. Oh, he actually added in a spearman as well. Whoa, that's really quick. That is really, really quick, actually. That is pretty damn quick, considering that he made 2 production buildings. Come on, can I place this? Yo, it's actually so annoying. The way it snaps to that. Alright, he's got one relic over there. A little bit of this, then you may go over there. Alright, so far he's gotten 2 relics. Hello? Can you build? He can't? Why can you not build? The building icon comes up, right? Alright, maybe he needs to build from the other hand side for some weird reason. Yeah, he killed those guys. Wait, my scout chased him. That's not... That's interesting. Alright.
聚会，十字弓扛起十字弓行军，准备好就封建，老宅不给谁，做好扛起十字弓行军，发射十字弓手，我们早不休了，干天际留地线十字弓手，
您希儿要什么？
十字弓手准备好武器，
天好，灵蛇
天好，
十字弓一准留地线十字弓手，天毛皮，天马上去，天毛来吧。
您村民在猎破中很好。是的，您好。您现在出发。
Oh, no, 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 my friend. Wait, what?
集中注意力，士兵们，所有人集合，平均。该死的，他们在攻击！十字弓已准备，拿起军头来，我们正在平均。
How do you get the top relic? It was walled in, man.
有工作，
别村民啊，会去查。
告辞准备。
村民，俺们村民需要提醒。
What the fuck, man? How do you get it? It was walled in. Jeez, okay.
兵们仔细听命令。
是的，您好，命令来了。
Sure, why not, man? Why not?
命大家准备，那就出发。
1, 2, 3, 4.
集中注意力，是
村民，走
哎
吧，村民。
大家准备，
做好执行命令的准备。
大家准备。
村民是哪会的？
So,
chuẩn bị干活。哪会干造它？
don't mean shit, man.
准备好，也让
有工作，领袖要什么？为条律。
Let's protect that outpost here.
听命令。
I think it was too close to the wall, the relic,
希儿要什么？
and he managed to just phase through it.
拿词就 Q 干某，拿词干得漂亮。
命令来了。
Very annoying that that happened, that that's possible in the first place. I don't have a blacksmith yet, do I?
你好，他会干好的。
那么村民，
谁？我们要上流，士兵们。做好准备要上流，留地线，平定聚会。十字弓一做好整十字弓手动起来，发射，准备好，举办武士们。十字弓手准备好，十字弓一准备动起来，昂望起来。十字弓手准，十字弓一准备，这所有人集合，告辞准备。
Let's just cause some idle time in his economy for now.
我们要上流，
天好，领袖要什么？
士兵们仔细听命，这就去。不脑袋，不让十字弓手动，集中注意力，是聊地是听到了，做好就听到了。谁做好？
He's got plus armor. Alright, alright.
十字明白，这就去。聊做好整扛起十字
Throw
弓，
those away from us there.
做好准备，十字弓手动起来。
有征兆。
大家准备，
天好。
有工作，命令来
Alright, it's time for us to age up now.
是的，你好。
十字弓一准备就绪，不老宅，不给谁救我？十字弓手，平定聚会。
He's got villagers over there, apparently,
是的，
from the looks of it.
命令的准备。
天好，
留地这就去。
Ah, okay, he evacuated them.
准备好，去吧，鲁修们做好准备。十
Oh, let's see, those guys over there.
您好，领袖要什么？
需要什么？
Got a lot of food to work with right now. A lot of gold to work with, I mean.
他应该会比我更准
十字弓手准备好武器。
备接受工作。
射击了。
Wait. Oh, he burned it open, okay.
命令时间到，马上就建造它。
大家
I
听
didn't
好，
notice that one.
我们
村民与你命令 我会为你。
十字弓手准行，我们
Okay, the archers actually cleaned me up there.
村民已经谢
我们。
需要做巡逻。
备好流血战斗。
准备听我指令，前进。
需要进网闹事。
准备好，兄弟们。
命令行动起来，要动心了。
建筑语文琴，看得不错。他应该会比我更。
大家注意，
Let's actually go for this upper one first.
进网闹事。需要奉命重心。
做好检查武器，前进。
Where's my...
需要做些什么？
Okay, I thought I already made one there. I guess I didn't.
我会为您建造。
准备好，兄弟们。
Where's knights?
渴望一马相
I'm gonna
前。
take one knight over there just to be able to secure that relic.
是我的生活，该干活了。需要做些什么？我很快就能建造好。
该死的，他们在
A
攻
bit
击。
more wood. There we go.
是手行动了。
炮里敌人炮火，准备执行。
按照命令提行中。正在被受敌。按照命令提行中。
我是小公主。
你有何指令？为您服务。
Got the monk there.
荣幸。
Where are these? Okay, there it is. Let's fight over there. We should be winning. Okay, he's up to Imperial Age,
吃饭，大家。
as Age really likes to do.
条地线无穷，是一种
命令时间到，我会为您建造。
那些猪肉
大家
不了。
村该跑，
Okay, he got that down in the end.
我应该会比我一
做好准备，十字弓。
That's a lot of units from only one building.
军部体系命令，村民。
十字准备好，蜡烛备箭，我们走入城门。
He actually got the relic there. God damn it. And he got the other one too. Oh my god. I actually didn't manage to... This is so bad. Like, I hold in 3 relics, and he gets every single one of them. My transition to Castle Age was just horribly, horribly late.
在射我们。
该干活了。
好的，动起来，要动心灵，为制裁皇帝，大家记。
大概是命令时间到，该干活了。
Okay, and he's up to Imperial Age units over there.
该干活了。
有何命令？
I have to go up now as well.
大家需要做些什么？
做什么？大家注意，为谁受控制？
做好，当然可以。无穷为您服务，是我的荣幸。
I mean, he has a forward Archon, right? So that should be something that I can look to pressure.
需要
大家
该干活了。大家听好，好的，需要做些什么？
很好的完成集中注意力，命令即将下达。我知道自己在干嘛。不错的工作，一座很技艺高超，不容安偏。乐意至极。
He's coming for us.
有安歇。
听您指挥。
He's most certainly coming for us now.
是，我已准备听从指令。
是，我已准备
听
听
从命令，兄弟们，手快点，老朋友。我们即将收到命令，兄弟们。
大家听好，我明白我的命令。
我们遭到了攻击。我会执行任何任务。
您的意愿就是我的指令。
你想不好 QK， 你想手炮兵正在
是时候再等不了。
手炮兵都在为谁在提问中，帮手们。
是，我已准备听指令。
燃起战火，所有人集合，手炮兵 手炮燃起战火吧，兄弟们！手炮兵已就绪。
很好地完成了一个工作。集中有目的地了，我们走。大家
Oh, he had more units over there. All right.
燃起战火吧，厅长，命令来了。
大家听好，命令即大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
在射击我
是
们，
我已准备听从指令。
稳住，炮手们！
让我前。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。
停止愚蠢的行为，我跪地。
第一高超配座，对年级工程技是我已准备听从指令。明白。
手炮引一切们，
学自攻已准备就绪，等待命令。
是，我已准备听从指令，准备接受下个工作。
士兵，我们的命令来。士兵，准备
开剑，拔出武器。
听后台。
第一高
怎么会被攻击？命令即将下达。
一座不知道自己在干嘛。
不会说话，命令来了。大家听好，我们要收到命令了。大家听好，命令即将。我们的命令来了。准备听从指令。士兵已做好战斗准备。
你需要
集中注意力。
大家听好，命令即将下达。
村民就绪，等待工作中。准备，我们收到新命令。收到指令。手炮有朝有进士，需要你的射击，看准着我们。大家听好，命令即将下达。我们正在等待指令，村民。大家听好，我们要收
燃起战火吧！
命令是您的命令。
Right, he's spam repairing that one.
武器已就绪，现在
Oh, we lost some imperial officials actually, a lot of them.
注意力，命令即将下达。
命令来了，我们正在等待指令。
集中大家出发，不要胡闹。
您的意志将指引。
怎么会被攻击？
Let's try and work on getting our palace guards upgraded now.
听候差遣，我准备好了。高超不完也。集中注意，我们的命令来了。是，我已准备听从指令。准备接受下个工作。
Because I believe right about now that's what we want, upgrade palace guards.
富荣安天。
士兵，我们的命令来了。工程弹上
As well as, actually, we're gonna want Yuan Dynasty. And not a single relic after all the effort that we put in, denying them. That's not even funny. Ah, he doesn't have university upgrades yet. Interesting.
手炮兵，我们出发。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。我们受到了敌人的攻击。大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
我知道你在干嘛。
不准说话，命令来了。
Alright.
士就该出发了，众骑兵。
Don't need this one here. Instead, let's get a stone wall up there.
下达。
我们遭到了攻击。
这座建筑。
大家听好，
大家听好，命令即将下达。
我们会故意的凌晨空气。
I don't think he's fully stonewalled yet. Oh, he might be. He might actually be. Holy shit, okay. My unit suddenly took the most wonky path there possible.
稳住，炮手们！厅长，留一命令。
It's not stone-walled. It is walled, but not stone-walled.
准备，众骑兵，我们随时准备接受指挥。集中注意力，命令即将下达。
稳住，炮手们！
敌人的射
We are now Yuan dynasty at the very least, so it's gonna be a lot easier for us to get past these kind of things.
手炮已中，手炮兵已就绪。
勇跑的，我可以立刻开动。
To get to the villagers.
准备接受下个工作，我会确保他变得
稳住后手。
你的士兵移动。
大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
Our inventory is a good number.
您的勇猛和勇敢出发了，众骑兵。
Let's also see where he has his villagers at right now. Oh my god, okay. Over there from the looks of it.
对您的工程，
手炮已好的对您的工程器，有何指令？正在奋力前往。
是时候出发了。我们怎么会准备听从上面？让我去战场，让我前进吧。您的士兵，我们随时。
乐意执行。影响攻击谁？手炮兵发射，手炮兵，手炮多人结合，手炮兵见应兵。稳住，对你的征战移动，你的战斗兵听候差遣，炮手跟我来。闪体战伙伴，
我在听是
听候手炮兵，我们出发。手炮手
一切出发，移动工程器，
手炮已装弹，手炮已装弹，该做什么？命闪体战伙伴。
他们感受我们的勇气，对您的工程器有何命令是？请要传
手炮炮手，我们进稳住，炮手们，
工程器准备好了。
Oh my god. Where's my freaking wood at, man?
命令即将下达。最高超。
Where's my wood at? How come I've... Oh, okay, you killed my villagers on wood. Never mind. I know where my wood went in the end.
士兵，我们的命令来了。
I need more, like, just way more wood right now for production buildings. That's the biggest thing in which we've been hurting there.
我们的命令来了，正在等待
准备好执行命令，兄弟们，好的。
工程器准备好了，村民该去干活了。
有人开火，就是我们。 手炮乐意至极。
Oh, it's open over here now.
命令即将下达，
集中注意力，
村民我会停。
手炮已装弹，
我们的命令来了，集中注意力。被旅行指导，我们找到了工地。我们走，集中注意力，命令即将下达。大家听好，我们要。
大家听好，大家出发。
Yeah, this wall's gonna be huge for us.
大家听
一切重工程器燃起战火，兄弟们，
开火，不要打铁。
正在等待命令与龙。
燃起战火吧，兄弟们。
大家听
工程器已就绪，一切状况良好，马上就去。工程器该走了。
稳住，手炮兵。
工程器已就绪，马上完成任务。
我们正在等待指令。
手炮兵在就绪我们。
工程器出发，移动工程器。
稳住，我见应兵。
一切状况良好，工程器在制作。
大家听好，命令即将。
工程器准备好了，
燃起战火吧，影响
一切状况良好。
手炮，
我们随时准备接受指挥。
手炮兵已就绪，
他们逼住了我们。
燃起战火，
工程器已就绪，
稳住，我们出发，手炮兵。
一切状况良好。
紧急命令，向哥大胡同。
手炮多人集合，手炮我们出发，手炮兵正在等待指令。
我们收到了人上工程器，集中注意力，命令。
工程器已分工，工程器已跟上，
燃起
工程器准备好了。
我该做炮手，稳住，多人集合，说我该做往回击，遭到敌人。 手炮兵，
大家听好，我
士兵，我们一定
手炮击中炮手，跟我来！手炮兵已就绪，所有人集合！手炮兵，
大家听好，命令即将在时代命令里。
你需要我做什么？
大家听好，我们要收到命令了，让我去战斗吧。
大家听好，命令即将下达。
攻城之一线冲破了，开戏完毕，正在移动。
Oh, he's sniping my siege out.
手炮已中，乐意至极！移动命令来了，兄弟们，
我们村民就是等待工作中。
手炮兵已就绪，
士兵，我们的命令来了。
很好的玩，
稳住，冲手们！我该做什么，我这就去。整体战斗伙伴，兄弟们，跟我来！
第一高潮。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。我们收到了前进发起中门，跟随战士兵。让我去战斗，人做工程器，让我去战斗后柴犬，我准正在等待命令与
不错的工作，一座很棒的建筑。理想。
我们的命令，我们又该出发了，重骑兵。提高超，不用暗提高超，不用暗提。
我知道你准备。
Oh, really?
命令即将出发，大家听好，明白我的命令。
Oh, I didn't notice that. Why does that never get built? Why did that never get built?
大家听好啊，大家出发，我会奉命去做。
All right. Well, guess we both goofed here and there.
我会按您的指令行事。村民，我们出发！敌人的射击很准，集中注意，有目的地了，我们走。
集中注意力。
No, 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 don't all just build the gate. Why do they all build the gate instead of the walls? Holy shit. Why?
士兵准备荣耀和胜利在等您的士兵已做好战斗准备，荣耀我们去战斗。我们随时准备，您的我会按您的指令行事。我们找到了攻击。
命令即将下达。我会前往塔建的城堡。
集中注意。
Sure.
就是我的指令。我们随时准备接受指挥。敌人的射击很准。我们来吧，是时候散散步了。要中骑兵出发。
Is that not in range? It's apparently not in range. God damn.
命令即将下达，大家听好，我们要。
我们随时
Wow.
好的，我可以立刻去做。士兵，荣耀和您的士兵已做好战斗准备。是，我已准备。让我。
乐意至极。
大家听好，命令的是时候出发了。士兵，前进！让他们看看你的厉害。我们怎么会被
知道自己在干嘛。
收到指令，大家听好，我们要收到命令，村民就绪，等待工作中。
升稳车，炮手们，
对您的工程器有何指令？我们随时准备接受指挥，前进，让他们荣耀和胜利在等着我们。士兵，重骑兵，出发！
我们正在等待指令，村民。集中注意力，命令即将下达。
让我们的战所准备好了。您的士兵已被攻击发了，重骑兵，士兵，敌人的射击很准，我们随时准备。
手炮椅，我会的。
We're making archers. That's a misclick and a half.
士兵，是时候出发了！士兵，荣耀和胜利在等着我们，兄弟们，重骑兵，等待进步，我们怎么会被攻击？我们随时准备。
你需要我做什么？
你就去。
大家听好，认真去做。浓雾，
手炮以尽一切办法。燃体战伙伴，兄弟们，我们出发！手炮兵，所有人集合！手炮兵，
士兵，我会遵照您的指令等我去战斗。东
我
方
们正在
照耀
等待指令，村民。
燃体战伙伴，兄弟们，稳住，炮手们！
我会爱您，荣耀和胜利在等着我们，兄弟们！大家听好，命令即将。
手炮一好的，我去！手炮兵，你就去！
士兵，我准备好了。
我赢得了胜利！手炮已装弹，稳住，炮手们！
Dude, he actually just killed so much of my economy. What the fuck? Wait, where's all my... Where's all my military? It just evaporated. What? How even?
停止于尽一切办法。
Oh my god! I did not notice that attack there.
手炮兵，你就去！稳住，我去你！往肚子上打！手炮已装弹，手炮兵，你就去！
第一刀操，不容安歇。
God, he only 60 pop. What? How even? How did I just get overrun like that? I had so much military. Alright, we need another town center.
好，我们要收到命令了。
准备好执行命令，兄弟们！听令愚蠢的大兵。
准备接受下个工作。
Oh, he's walling me in. How does he get all these resources? When did those walls over there get opened up? Am I just not realizing these? Like, what the fuck?
No win, but for the effort, hee hee.
Aww. Yo! Dude, freaking color yellow, man.
停止愚蠢的行为，命令来了。手炮已装弹，
It's just taking down my infrastructure all over there.
燃体战火，
How? Oh my god, I needed textiles actually. How did I not have textiles this entire time? That actually might have cost me the game there, not having textiles.
他们正在胜利我们，我们就出发。厅长，命令来了。
不错的工作。
大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
手炮兵反击！
是，我已准备。
您的士兵已做引
稳住，攻起来！燃体战火，
您的士兵
手炮兵前进！
I can't win that. I just downright can't win that. I don't have the income anymore.
我们走，兄弟们，准备好执行命令，兄弟们！手炮已装弹，
Now it's just mass outposts in my base. Yeah, my front line's gone.
我该做什么？理想中必选。
My front line is gone, and so is my game. At this point in time.
燃体战火，我会击！
GG. Got every single relic, man. That kills. That absolutely kills. Look at that. 3 relics there, a relic here. Where's the 5th one? It's over there. Yeah, node up there. Yeah, he killed so many more villagers that I guess I must have just not noticed that he snuck out like that. Yeah, and that just killed me. Losing all those villagers. That actually just downright killed me. Holy shit. This is so retarded, man. Look at that. HRE, just get to Imperial H. Doesn't matter that I had so many villagers before. Yeah, we can look at the replay there. That was really weird. Thanks for the €5, by the way, Ataraxi. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for Dono. Haha. Alright, let's see what happened there. Also, this was insanely quick though, like, how quickly he went up. Like, considering that he invested into 2 production buildings and 2 archers and a spearman, that he was able to get up by like minute 7, that's kind of incredible. Yeah, okay, forward Archon. A5. Immediately on wood for production building. Gets the production building up, archer range. Now has the first archer in. So he's getting production building out. He has 2 archers out on the field.
You played 2 hours to die like this?
He gets another production building out. He gets a farm out. He gets another unit out. He gets a second farm out. And he ages up at 6 minute 45. He ages up at 6 minute 45 with 2 production buildings, 3 units out, 2 farms. Dude, HRE... Can we do something about this? Like, can we do something about this? Can the developers do something about this?
You played 2 hours to die like
this? Is nuts, man. This is freaking ridiculous. What the fuck? HRE has always been S tier. I've always said that HRE is S tier. It's by far the strongest turtle civ in the game. I've always said that HRE is S tier. Just the plus 40% resource. It's too much, man. It's too much. And look at that. I go out of my way. I try and wall in the relics. The wall is through. The wall is through and through connected, but it's... Apparently, like, even though this circle doesn't go outside of my wall, apparently he was still able to get the relic out. It was so annoying as well. Like, the wall just kept bugging out over here, and I couldn't place it the way I wanted to initially. So we see he ages up. He has his prelate over there. For some reason I couldn't build these walls as well. What? Huh? Yeah, suck a dick, man. What the hell? Oh, I clicked on restart, not end out. Okay. Almost nobody banned HRE. I'm not saying that they're like really great in tournament play. I'm just saying that baseline from what they can do, they're broken. I shouldn't have made as many Jugunu as I did probably. Age up quicker. I overdid it a bit. You almost had him, although he had 5 relics? Yeah, almost. Maybe I should have just committed to Castle Age. Not that OP. I'm off. Not that OP. You look at this and it's like, I have so many more villagers than he did right here. Like at this point in time, he's at 59, like around 55 villagers. I'm at over 100. I got double the vills and I got dumpstered, man. I got absolutely dumpstered. A rally counts as 4 villagers? Well, even then I'm ahead by a ton. Even then I'm ahead by a ton. Even then I'm like 30 villagers ahead. You can't give H. I didn't give them! I tried! He yoinked it through the walls! He yoinked it through the fucking walls, man! What do you mean I can't give HRE 5 relics? I didn't want to give them. I didn't want to give them. Overman. You're making it sound like it was my conscious decision for him to have 5 relics. It was not, I'll have you know, it was not. I should have stonewalled the relics in Feudal Age. Yeah, you're exactly right. Kappa. Alright, Lipany. Lipany. I guess here we can go for berries early on in this matchup because the berries spawn particularly close to us. Alright, of course. Right in front of me with double the sheep that I found so far. And what is this Lipany spawn? Holy shit, what is this? He's gonna go like Fast Imperial into Mass Great Bombers or what? The spawn like that. So many choke points potentially for him to funnel Great Bombards through. Okay, how did I not see that one immediately? Tease and stone. Not stone, gold, I mean. Why am I saying stone? Alright, we're getting a good couple of relics from behind his base at least. But I'm not sure where his scout went. Could be that he's ahead of us now, which would be annoying. Quite a bit so, actually. Oh, drop off, then you're allowed to go. Let's quickly drop those off and go right inside. What time is Slapfest? In roughly an hour from now. So after this game, we'll probably switch over to the main event. Yep, thought so. Indeed, we did think that that was what he was going for. Nice, alright. We're happy with our sheep wall here. Do I go 2TC? I think I do. I think we do go 2TC. Spearman comes around from that side. My gold is completely outside my TC range. Hello? Do I not have... I don't have enough anymore.
是的，您好。
准备干活。面牌。
听产品在快点走。现在起听。当然可以。
是的，您好。
现在一退。
He's luring my deer out. Spreading them, I mean. He's not. Going somewhere else now.
您需要什么？面牌。好。
那就吃饭，有工作。
命令来了。
您需要什么？
哪喜欢？挺好。挺好。命令来了。
有工作。准备干活。
有工作。
命令听产，哪会骑战马？
那很高兴。
又喊质量，现在一退。
Yeah, we lost the last game, unfortunately. He got all 5 relics in the end. We weren't quite able to cope with that. Gave him all the relics. Okay. Anybody else that says that I gave him all the relics, it was not give. He won all the relics from me. Anybody else now, that includes you, Nobuyu, if anybody says that I gave him all the relics, that's a 1-day timeout. And we got Slapfest later on. You want to be timed out for that? Didn't think so. That's right. That's how we're gonna play this game. It's not democracy if we don't want it to be democracy. Trade? Alright. That's 3 traders, but they're all stacked up together. Cool. Wonders of technology. Yo, Dinky, how you doing, man? Cool to have you here. There's a party out there now. Oh, of course, he finds that just in the nick of time. Come on, get the middle piece, get the middle piece! Of course they don't get the middle piece, right? Hello? Don't get trapped between one unit? Thank you very much. Let's just get a single Rex up now. That guy.
环米建造，Q 跟造，好的，明白，是的，请
天好。
采进木头军，是的，您好。Q 跟造正在出发。
Oh, I find even more sheep over here. That's pretty nice.
是的，您好。
右下脚亮，快点走。
Q 工作，是。
Oh, he's walled this side or what? Why can't I wall this side?
明白。有人看看他们，在你呢。
Oh, get one too many in there.
会调只有6塔就出发。您是命令来了。是的，您好。拿坏建造塔。
Q 跟造。
What's my next steer? It's over there.
村民在此。
是的，您好。
Send a good bunch of villagers over there.
您需要
Yeah.
什么？
He did wall that side in the end.
待卡准备，准备干活。
他们村民需要大家辛苦工作，晒干活的。
So we're both up to Castle H now.
需要晒干活的，准备
工
好，晒干活的，
有性能服从。
晒干活的，请往那去，晒干活，请往那去。需要做些什么？准备接受工具，需要做些什么？
服请是的，这就去。
给我下去！
你有披星之灾，
温
渴望为您服务。
我发现敌人，骑马向前。
很荣幸，骑士，上马！骑士流太多，所有渴望为您服务。骑马向前，渴望为您服务。
我看到了敌
需要
人。
奉命同行，
服请渴望为您服务。
准备接受工具。 需要
命令时间到，马上
尊为您服务是我的。
晒干。
大家注意，我会为您建造军不请村民，以大家提出发。
需要做些什么？
骑士上马，骑到了。骑士服从是我的天职。
需要逃离，需要做什么？该干活了，我会为您建造。
那些猪猡开火了！骑士已做好准备，渴望为您服务。尊前进，所以马上就去。当然可以，没问题。保持良好秩序，骑马上就去。那些猪猡开火了！
我这就去做。
Hey, lost the bill there.
尊贵的骑士，当然可以。
需要
He's got a lot on there.
需要大家听好。
需要做些什么？
射击！骑士所有骑士法，您有何披星之灾？那些猪猡也尊贵，我们尊贵保骑士上马。
该干。
为您服务是所有服从，是我的天职。现在为民救命，您有何当然？
What's he doing there? Why is he pathing so weirdly? Oh my god, he walled there too. He actually walled there too, man. This guy is... That's Numadon, man. He's walling so much.
骑士，马上就去。前进，为族空对门，我们出发。服请按照仪式，当然可以。
Okay, we're gonna need something else now. In that case, issue is that he's still gonna have mangoes now. That sort of shit. Crossbows as well. So we're gonna need a good and healthy mix of units.
好的，需要做什么？命令时间到。
Oh my god, don't tell me I didn't have these upgrades the entire time. Oh my god.
我会带领你们。
大家听好，
大家注意，
Well, then better get these upgrades now in.
正在被射频。
Really, the timing, man. Come on, come on, come on. Get out, get out, get out.
命令
Why do you go over to wall from that side? Huh? Literally from that side? Why? Why, oh why, oh why? Makes no sense.
让我向骑士我的两位灵符，骑士服求。
Okay, let's just send a couple over there.
我该提前知道接下来。我们正在战术陷阱。目标。趁
大家
缺乏，来干活了，好你。谢谢有长马的决定是。
骑士，服从是我的天职，例行之宅毫无压力。马上就可以。
该干活了，
正在被射频。
长马兵，
准备。
大家尽在服从你，大家听好，命令是
该走了。
命令依你
Course
所愿，
Actually,
大家听好，
兄弟们，准备骑士，马上就去。
太错了，是的，公敌。
村民已就绪，我很快就能。
谢谢去，就绪。该干活了。该死的，他们在攻击。我看到了敌人。
no, no, no. Where did my horseman go? Ah, I just had horseman there.
尊贵的骑士已就绪。
我们遭遇了攻击，请在前往。
Of course, he's got that unit randomly over there. Oh my god. It's just knights now as well.
大家听从苗语真序，要懂心了。
The hidden army composition. For Ottoman trade, just knights. Oh my god, he's stonewalling 15 minutes into the game! And it's fully stonewall already! This guy, this little freaking bitch. And I can't, why can I not wall? Okay, but I can wall like this, you buggy mess of a piece of shit game. Okay, okay, okay. Well, it's not walled over here yet. Let's make sure he can't wall over there.
I love them. Oh, give me more stone walls. Oh, God. Oh.
Well, thanks for that.
好题，需要做什么？
大家命令。
大家听好，我该做什么？需要做什么？
本缺乏，骑士们。
Oh, oh no, he's walling with 12 villagers. Oh, oh no. Oh no, I can't go through. He's made 12 villagers there to wall. You'd send fucking 12 villagers to wall over there, man.
骑士上马。
准备些小工具，需要做些什么？我很快就能建造好。
做好执行命令的准备。
No, Madan, like, I'm sorry, but you're playing like a little fucking bitch all the time. Every single game that I play versus you, Nunaman. A little freaking bitch.
大家听好，
比我更长，大家注意。
大家注意，命令是木头是。
Like, you play Ottomans, on paper, aggressive civilization, and then he plays like this. Trade, mass walls, fast imp.
大家注意，浓雾不。
兄弟们，服从是我。
好的，命令时间到。
是缺乏，兄弟们。
该干活了，马上就建造它。
火影告知我们要向流，士兵们很荣幸能服从。
Go on. Cry. Cry your little bitch tears.
一座建造别记的剑气。
Oh man, okay, that caught me off guard a little bit.
好的，需要做巡逻。
命令时间到，马上就建造它。大家听好，我会为您建造。
您的指令是？
工程 K 移动中。
准备这小工具。大家注意，马上就建造。
Well, I don't do my iconic victory dance for nothing. Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ew, ew, ew. The iconic victory dance. Build the walls? Build the walls? Hello? Any of these walls that can be built in chat? No? No, none of the walls that can be built in chat? Ha! How was that in range? Yo! Spread the fuck out! Ah! My god! What the fuck is this shit? Oh, and he wants to drop a keep immediately. Look at that! I just saw the ground change. He wants to drop a keep immediately, right after. All right, let's delete this and just go for our own keep here. Where's my keep? Where's my ram? How did my ram get destroyed? Oh, it's a great bombardment placement that took down my ram! It's a great bombardment placement that took down my ram! It's the placement! It's the placement that took down my ram over there! Oh, jolly! Oh, jolly! It wasn't a placement that just took down my anti-building unit. My anti-building unit getting destroyed by a fucking building! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How dented is this game? My anti-building unit gets killed by a building! A frickin' building! Would you believe it? Would you believe it? That's just great. That's just some great news, man. Love it. Thank you very much. Love it when that happens, when my anti-building unit gets killed by building. Love it. It's so good. It's so good for the game. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, man? I can. I just saw it happen. Oh man, he's trading. What? No way. Huh? Oh, look at that! The emplacement, it's back! It's back! Whoop! My anti-building unit is getting fucking destroyed if it wasn't for Clock Tower. How great. Jolly, jolly.
明军战争战士模式歌词。请不要发牢骚，要求就质量。明军不要杀死敌人。十字弓以重视，一切状况良好。
My units are gone to his anti-buildings unit. My units just died to his anti-building units. Woohoo! Yippee! Yay! Yay! Fun! Fun! Yay! Woo! Party! Yay! Wow! Wow! How fun! How fun it is to be a player in Age of Empires 4. Are you guys having fun? I'm having great fun. I'm having the time of my life right now.
大家听好，命令即将下达。集中有目的地了，我们走。一座需要建造的建筑。
一切状况良好，保证完成指令。
And if you aren't, then I guess it's just a personal issue on your part. No way, any shape or form could that ever be. Could the developers ever be to blame for that? No way. Why aren't you guys having fun?
我们有目的地了，我们走。
我们的命走吧，弟兄们，跟随戴森 King。
准备接受下个工作。
Oh, more walls. Perfect. Look at this fucking map, the way it spawned. Just walls everywhere, man.
技艺高超，不容安天。
集中注意力，命令，我们的命令来了。大家听好，命令即将下达。
你需要我做什么？ 大家听好，命令即将下达。
Oh, my wall! It's about to get destroyed. Oh no. Oh no. How sad.
大家听好，我们要收一切状况良好，您的命令将得到服从。现在就做。士兵们，大家听好，有目的地了，走。 工程您的命令将得到准备，准备，我会遵照您的指令。一切状况良好，士兵们准备。工程。
Oh, is he gonna re-wall? Is he gonna re-wall? He re-walls, man.
我们拿到这条，不是为了工程，让他们感受我们太火。不要注意力，工程马上就去。让我们活动一下腿脚。您的士兵，龙指挥，让我们随排吧。我们要飞到这片空气。 走路真是愉快！一切状工程地该走了。我们随出发，是。您的士兵，我们的遵您的指令，荣耀和胜利，荣耀和胜利。工程地准备行动。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。
士兵，准备行出发，让我们活动一下腿脚。
Oh, more walls, how swell.
我会遵照您的指令，正在等待。我们随时准备好，辛苦士兵们。命令，工程梯移动中。他们逼着了我们，这就去做。我们受到了新命令，工程我们随时被接受。
I need more blacksmith upgrades. Where's my blacksmith? I destroyed it earlier.
收到命令了。
将我全战兵往荣耀，命令即将下达。
大家听好，出发，不要胡闹了。技艺高超，不容安天。
集中注意力，我们是时候都准备准备好了。让我们随时准备接受指挥。一切进攻在身边，工程梯，士兵准备行使荣耀。一切士兵，命令是需要粉碎工程梯，工程梯，工程梯。大家听好，我们
All right.
命令后卫好准备。
Surely.
注意力，命令即将下达。
我地毛，指使你地毛。士兵，我们的命令来了，我们遭到了攻击。现在大家听好，我们的命令，
大家听好，
一切马上就去，开火，不要慢片，我正在进攻。
大家听好，我们
Where did these guys come from? What? Alright.
集中注意力，命令即将下达。
准备好了，对你的产线完毕，正在移动。工程器准备好了，
很好的。
村民将是有目的地了，我们走。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。一座需要建造的建筑。大家听好，命令即将。
是，我已准备听从。
大家听好，
厅长，命令来了。
特意制敌。
I'm down to 80 pop again.
不错的攻。
Hello, can my units please clean that up?
你的意志想指引我的调度。
手炮已装，哪边需要我们？
准备接受技艺高超，不团结。
敌人正在
大家听好，集中注意力，这就去做。
留意命令，好的。
我们正在等待指
停止愚蠢的行为，命令来了。留意命令，兄弟们。
I got no wood access, man. I got no wood access.
我已准备听从指令。
大家听好，我们要收到命令了。
Look at him. He's just running back, not to kill it, like, not to fight or anything, just to make me run my units back as well. There we go. Just mass, mass, mass. Siege.
是，我已准备听从指令。集中注意力，命令即将下达。
厅长，命令来了。
I gotta mess up an army now. I want to get back from this. "25 minutes? Oh god. Okay. If we can't win it in the next 7 minutes, then I gotta surrender because of tournament.
准备好武士来，你们这些懒兵，准备好执行命令，我这就去。留意命令，兄弟们。
大家听好，命令即将下达。
厅长，我们走，兄弟们。
See Fire Lancer? Yeah, no shot we're getting Fire Lancers in this game out. Ooh, hand cannon, yes, hello. He's just trying to run around on the sides. What? Kick W. Let's. How are they so tanky, man? Like, I swear to god, these knights, man.
停止与行军，带上你的装备。
技艺高超，不容安偏。
准备好执行命令，兄弟们。武器已就绪，现在前士兵们，服从命令。
Like, this has to be enough, right? Like, we're pop cap now.
大家听好，我们要收到命令。
停止愚蠢的行为，命令来了。
集中注意力，命令即将下达，我会听从您的。
燃起战火，乐意至极。厅长，建议准备那边留意命令，
He's running. That's not good, though. I don't want him to be running right now. Let's delete some of these guys.
大家听好，我们要收到命令了。准备好，收。
有一点小偏离水。
Where's my... There it is. I don't have enough wood for that.
工程锤，工程 K 已令调换位置中。工程 K 很好，
厅长，我跪地。
耐心等待。工程 K 放，新指令现在。
Are you fucking kidding me? I get over here and what's the first thing that I see? 2 bombard outposts with maximum placements. Where's my blacksmith, man? Where's my blacksmith that I built earlier? Yeah, I'm missing a ton of upgrades. Are you kidding?
工程 K 已经稳住，
让我去战斗吧，荣耀啊！
对你。我们走，兄弟们。
Why did the gate not go down? It's 3 pieces that get destroyed every time. Does the game make different rules for different players or what's up?
我们随同骑兵出发。
村民有目的地了，我们走。
士兵，准备旅营的士兵已做好战斗准备。
守炮兵已就绪。
我们随时准备。
This guy, this fucking guy.
散散不了，士兵，我会遵照您的指令。士兵，准备旅行指南。荣耀，我们随是时候出发了。士兵，
燃起战炮手，跟我来，稳住。
Or it's just siege versus my non-siege units. Because siege is good against units. This game. They made that a thing when they lost their minds. Fuck! What the fuck? Why? Move! Move! You fucking... Okay, die. Die. Die, you units. Die. You don't deserve to live. You don't deserve to live for getting trapped like fucking idiots. How am I supposed to snipe siege? How am I supposed to snipe siege with everywhere it's fucking walls? Please, somebody explain to me how I'm supposed to kill siege in this scenario. Destroy his wonder! Destroy his wonder! Ah! Did he just wonder me? In a fucking rank game! Did he just fucking wonder me? Does he have this much fucking resources, dude? It's all siege! No units, it's all siege! Siege! Siege!
备好了。听候参，为了我。厅长，
I'm gonna run past my stone walls! And you keep, as if we didn't just pay 5k. There's too much stone in this game. There's too much fucking stone in this game, dude.
大家听好，我们要收出发，不要胡闹，让我前进吧。
很好地完成了一个工作。
Where's my monas? University got destroyed.
我们要收到命令了。
留意命令，动起来！
Ah! It's an emplacement! Yippee! Yay! Woohoo! Fun! Fun with emplacements. Funny emplacements with New Mudan. Hey guys, today we're gonna make emplacements. We're gonna make walls It's business as fucking usual. Hope you guys enjoy. Leave a like. Please follow. Ooh, it didn't finish. It did this entire. My God. My God. I'm getting dizzy. I'm getting dizzy. What the fuck? The upgrade didn't finish. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? And you better believe he's gonna have his stone walls all repaired. Oh, there's another layer of walls behind that. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Sometimes it do be like that. Ooh-wee. Alright, quickly I have to tell him I'm gonna do one last move here in this game, and if it doesn't work, then we're getting the fuck out of this one.
大家听好，命令！大家听好，我们要收到命令了。荣耀和胜利在等着我们，我们随时准备进士兵。注意听从指令，拟定命令十分明确。
集中注意力，命令即将下达。事情已经做完。
工程 key 证明。
Alright, this is our one remaining move. After this, we have truly nothing left. It takes so long to get past these walls. My hand candy has just all died. My hand candy has just all died to Mars Siege. It just all dies so quickly. It just all dies in a second. Where's my units? Where did my units go? These are fucking anti-building units. Anti-fucking building units are doing this. Holy fucking shit. Please. Why? Why can't you just build a decent game? Why do you have to do this, man? Why can't they just fucking fix this one unit? This one unit, we're all the way back to Nest of Bees in the fucking technical tests, man. We're fucking 10 Nest of Bees, kill 100 horsemen. What is this shit? What is this game? Why do people enjoy this? I'm canceling Slapfest, man. I'm canceling fucking Slapfest. Jesus Christ, I'm back later. Okay, we're transitioning to Slapfest. Holy shit. Oh my God, I wish I could just disqualify Numedan for this. The sun is shining, everything's looking beautiful outside, and it is my pleasure to announce welcome, everybody, to the Energy Slapfest number 2. I'm Crackety here. With me today is Matisse. How are you doing, Matisse?
Yo, yeah, really good, really good. Excited to be here. Should be some good games. Yeah, should be fun,
Exactly. We're currently looking at which game we're starting off today. As you could see, we posted a couple of our brackets on Reddit. We got some very, very interesting games here today. So we're in the group phase today. Tomorrow we will have our playoffs. So today players are going to be fighting tooth and nail when it comes to who will actually make it to the playoffs. So definitely going to be some high octane games that we'll be having today. Anaton versus Demi already played. Yeah, Demi already had to play his sets yesterday. So yeah, he already went ahead and played those sets.
Yep, we have pretty serious games today. We've got Vortex against Papipon. I would say that's a pretty nice banger. Then we've got Zerton against Louis and T. That should be pretty interesting as well. And we are gonna open up with B against Wham. That was many people got interested in that match as well. A lot of bets on these two, so it's gonna be more exciting than ever.
Exactly. So Wham versus B. I just played versus Wham earlier. He was looking pretty strong, I gotta say. So it'll be interesting to see how he will fare off against B. B, I'm not sure. I haven't seen him play too much recently, at least not on ladder. I know that he played some Zero Space the other day earlier. So it will be interesting to see how strong he is currently. But B definitely, I mean, recently when it comes to his own gameplay, I feel like he also changed his play style a little bit to like suit the more I'm not even sure how to formulate the current meta, the more like timing based meta at the moment. Definitely going to be interesting to see what he can pull off in this one.
Yeah, we don't see any more of these like 2TC, 3TC every game almost meta, right? Like there's many sets right now that benefit from really just either fast casting or just making tons of units in H2. So I think and even recently last Energy Slapfest, I would say that the games were very, very high octane. And I don't I think the current meta, although in the recent patch I'm not exactly sure, so we'll see a little bit more, but it feels like the game has become much more dynamic at the pro level at least, and these guys are just going at each other's throats right away.
Exactly. I'm wondering what civilization draft we'll be having here right now. Can we get an update? How is Wham versus B going with the draft so far? Okay, so it looks like Wham was a little bit delayed, but they are now drafting. So soon we'll be getting a look at the draft and see what civilizations and most importantly what maps as well these players are going to be playing on today. Whether we be seeing some more closed maps, some more open maps. Be seeing in just a little bit. All right.
Okay, just giving some information about what we are gonna cast. Cow surprised that both Canadian brothers are awake. That's a shock.
It's not a given. It's not a given every time. I will have to say. Yeah. Maybe with the time zone change, like with the time change, summertime is coming. So maybe now it actually makes sense that they're awake at this point during the day. Can we get me flipped around with the webcam? Because I feel like I'm just talking to the border of the screen right now. There we go. All right, now I'm talking to everybody. Welcome.
Okay, I've got the draft. I'm gonna send it to you, Cow. Okay, you got them. Okay, perfect. All right, so Crackedy, who do you think is gonna win?
It's difficult to say, man. As we said earlier, we don't see a lot from B when it comes to like outside tournament performance. Wham we see every now and then on ladder. He streams as well, so it's relatively easy to gauge his performance. When it comes to B, it's very difficult to say. I think B in many situations has the number when it comes to playing against really aggressive players. Like when we see B play against the Spanish brothers, he seems to be doing pretty well. Wham recently has also done a little bit more of a macro shift as well when it comes to his gameplay style. So maybe it's going to be definitely a very, very even game, I feel like.
Yeah, So initially the odds that I set them up were 50-50, but for some reason everyone was betting on WAM. So it seems like he's a huge fan favorite, and we'll see about that. We'll see, but maybe they are onto something.
Could be. I mean, Wham, he's definitely got some, I want to say, redeeming to do after his performance in the Elite Classic 2, where he got 4-0'd by Lou MT. Definitely probably has like this mentality right now where he needs to prove himself again, because that was definitely some hard losses that he suffered there. Now in the Slapfest, he has a chance to redeem himself, so starting off against B, who definitely is no slouch.
Yep. And B lost 2-0 to WAM in the Classic in T's tournament. On the other hand, B won 2 games against Louis and WAM won 0, right? So this is hard to say what exactly that means, but maybe indeed WAM has a little bit of an upper hand. So we will see about that.
Yeah, it feels like a really like rock, paper, scissors kind of situation where one player is really good against the other, but the other is good against this guy who's better than the first player. Quite an interesting situation now to find ourselves in this matchup. So definitely going to be some interesting games that we'll be seeing here soon.
Yeah, for sure. And we are not gonna stop because Zerton against Louis, I feel like that's gonna be pretty insane. Although we have to say that Louis for now feels like a favorite, especially his recent results were very, very good. On top of this, he also practices with top players non-stop. While Zerton, I think he practices quite a bit as well, but he still feels like he's at the edge of being like a top 10, top 8 player, but never really like going into top 4 or something like that, right? So that puts him, in my opinion, slightly lower than Louis, but I mean, Zerton is super talented as well, so he could very well also beat him. And I don't even have to talk about Papi and Vortex. Feels like Papi is on huge rise, and like he's finally showing people how good he really has been for a very long time. And Vortex, obviously, he's just a class himself, you know.
Yeah, Vortex is just that absolute glass cannon build that he tends to do all in aggression every time, and he gets away with it so many times as well. It's kind of crazy sometimes the kind of pushes that he does, just all in, and then it pays off, and you're just like, oh my god, everything suddenly clicks into motion, and he has his opponent in the chokehold to be able to win games. And truly, every time I see Vortex, it's like whenever one of his pushes like pays off and it all works, I'm like, oh my god, it all suddenly all makes sense. This is the timing that he's been working for all this time, and he knows these timings in and out. Every single patch, every time something changes, he goes in there, he pays attention, and he knows, okay, this is my new timing now. This is what I got to go for, and then he plays it a ton, and he just pulls it off. Truly, it's magical every time you see it.
I agree. Very often when I coach people, I tell them that this game, Age of Empires 4, is a rather slow game. It doesn't really reward aggression that much. So just chill, build bases, build farms, everything. And then Vortex is like, no, I don't think so. I don't agree with you about this here. And yeah, I mean, he's very good at this. But honestly, sometimes it backfires, right? I don't think Vortex won a major tournament in Age of Empires 4 yet, or did he? I'm not exactly sure. I might very quickly check. I'm very curious, but it feels to me like there is at some point this should not work against like super good players.
Yeah, I'm quite sure he did win team tournaments so far.
Oh, he did. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so I think there was a winter team championship that he, Mister, and Lucifron won.
Right.
If I'm not completely mistaken, but I would have to look up Wikipedia as well to do, verify it if that's the case. So I'm looking at Vortex.
Yes, so he won the one with Mista, that's true.
That was the AV4 Pro League. Yeah, that's the one that was.
And he had a lot of second places in EGC finals and Steel Series Prime Cup, right? But eventually he lost to Beastie, to the Muslim there. So yeah, I don't see a S-tier tournament win for him, except this team league.
I guess something that you could consider an S-tier tournament win would be like the Red Bull Wallaloo monthly, the Road to Wallaloo monthly that we had with the qualifications, because every single month we had like these huge events during the Road to Wallaloo. And I personally, this is my opinion, you could consider every single one of these months, these individual months that were played, to be its own S-tier event. That's how big Wallaloo was back then.
Yes, it was big for sure. Okay, so we've got the maps. So the maps, and we've got the civs, so that's perfect. Let's see. All right, so we've got Dry Arabia. That's nice. Then I think the second map, this looks like Frisian Marshes, right? And then we've got Lipani. So I'm always amazed how good maps we've got in this tournament. It feels nice to have these maps here. And let's have a look at the civs. So we've got Byzantines for B, HRE, and Ottomans. Pretty strong pack. And then for WAM, we've got Abbasid, Rus, and China, and that feels pretty solid as well.
Yeah, personally, I gotta say, like Atri and Ottomans already feel really strong. I've been saying it time and time again. I feel like Atri is like a secret S tier civilization.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
Fully agree.
if you really like play them a lot, you know the timings that your opponents try to attack you in, and if you just react appropriately, Atri can be played so disgustingly defensive and turtly that it's very rare for other civilizations to be able to finish the game before Atri gets to that Imperial Age, the Palace of Swabia comes up. And the thing is, like, as soon as Palace of Swabia comes up, it feels like no matter how many villagers you kill, it's never enough. It just keeps pumping out those villagers. It's super cheap. It's honestly kind of crazy. And then the Ottomans as well, they got a recent nerf, but once the siege is out, it still feels overly, like, oppressive. It's insanely strong, and they get these death bolts up that some civilizations just, unless you really make a lot of anti-siege, you just cannot stop these death bolts.
For sure. And I've been I've been actually exclusively playing HRE right now, going back to my roots. I'm experimenting with HRE basing map control in feudal age, right? Because you usually just rush H3, right? And then you build farms and stuff. Obviously that's strong. But I think secretly HRE can be a civ that can control the map or even push in feudal, because the eco that you have is just insane. Like you can get a ram before 7-minute mark. So if someone tries to go fast castle against you, you can just build a bunch of archers, build a ram, sorry, build a ram in front of his face, and you just broke him completely, right? So that's very interesting. And then on top of this, you can secure the deers with the emplacements on the towers. So HRE, the main weakness of HRE was always securing food initially. So if you try to play a bit map control more based, and you manage to get a deer, maybe boar even, then it literally has almost no weaknesses. Maybe except the knight civs. Historically, French has always been a little tough there, but maybe even then, if you manage to mix in men and arms, that should be maybe doable. And men at arms, if you've got a lot of food, you can build a lot of them again. As HRE, you've got a lot of resources, and yeah, I think, and then on top of this, you can rush to H3 or get H3 at some point when you've got all the food, so you can take the relics and just snowball. So I feel like HRE is secretly very, very strong, and I'm very curious to see how it's gonna go.
Yeah, and we can now also see our first matchup that we got here. So it's gonna be on Dry Arabia, where we'll be seeing Ottomans versus Rus. So B going with the Ottomans, one of the strongest civilizations for sure in his roster. Against the Rus from WAM, also probably, I would say, arguably, like meta-wise, the strongest civilization that he has in his civilization draft. So both players immediately starting off very, very strong here. B, obviously, I think we've seen some very great HRE plays on Frisian Marshes. I think that's probably where we're going to see HRE from B. Then obviously Lipany and Byzantines, they love the berries. So Lipany, like Byzantines and Abbasid, they love berries. So Lipany definitely makes sense for those civilizations. So we might be seeing an HRE versus China on Frisian Marshes most likely.
That makes sense. I agree. Both civs struggle when they don't have too much food available to them, and Frisian Marshes is just a dream for HRE players and to China players as well. You just don't have to leave the base for forever, pretty much, and that's where China excels. But now that I'm thinking about this, it feels like maybe HRE has been considered as a better civ than like HRE versus China is considered slightly favored for HRE, I think.
But it's always kind of been that way, just due to the timings. If you think about it, like China, they go 2TC, they go Song Dynasty. HRE, they take map control, they take the relics, and suddenly they go for Palace of Swabia, and all the economy advantage that China has built up so far with the 2TC song play, suddenly it's for nothing.
Yeah. Although, on the other hand, if China survives long enough, these hand cannons with +1 range, those are pretty serious things.
I think it all comes down to the relics, like how many relics does HRE in the end up getting?
Yeah, I usually, and especially Frisian marshes can be a little problematic for HRE sometimes because you might have actually less relics being spawned. Sometimes the fish block the relic from spawning, and you've got only one. You've got one less, or you've got even two less sometimes. So you can have 3 or 4 relics on the map. So that can be a big pain for HRE. And yeah, and then we've got Byzantines against Abbasids. So that should be also a very interesting matchup, since both civs are insanely good at macro and booming in general. But I don't know, I really like Abbasid on Lipani. I feel like you can pretty much go h4 off of berries right away. I'm not sure if Byzantines can keep up with it. Like, they are obviously very good economically. They have a lot of various nice units, but I'm not sure it is going to be enough, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but now we're going to be jumping into our first game of the day. It's going to be our first set, and here we go. We got, wait a second.
Wait a second. Ay, ay, ay. Okay,
there
great.
we go. All right. We got B in the color orange playing as Ottomans. On the other hand side, Wham in the color blue playing as the Rus. Here we go. All right. There we go. And we're starting off with our split screen here. We see B already find the first deer pack in front of his base, is going to go for the denial here of the bounty. And we can already tell, like, he's trying to, look at him, he's trying to animation cancel. B, the patch notes, you can't animation cancel with the scout anymore. It's been removed.
Yeah, it seems he's not aware. Okay, that's very interesting. And let's see if he chose to play more scouts. It seems not really. He is electing to play one scout, which is something I really like myself doing, but sometimes it can really backfire, right? But no, actually, he's completely lucky here. He gets both deer, so this is, yeah, this is pretty good for him.
Yeah, Ottoman's also one of those civilizations that don't really need to gather that many sheep because they always have that vizier point to fall back to with the bonus 8 sheep. That's something that we see most Ottomans player usually go for nowadays, just because the early matter point tends to not be worth it anymore. We don't see Ottomans really going for that all-in feudal age aggression. Usually it's more of a ramp up. And if you ramp up anyways, then you don't need to waste the vizier point for free matter anyways.
Yep, and there's a very interesting choice for B. He's going for still military school in H1 against Rus, which usually is not. It's a debatable choice, right? Like, you obviously want to generate more units, so that's nice. But on the other hand, there's not really that much that you can harass, because most of the time Rus doesn't go for gold right away. I guess he might be going for stone, so there is a chance for him to delay stone mining. So maybe it still makes sense, right? But I've seen various approaches for Ottoman in this matchup where Rus is just kind of civ that can you really all in, can you really attack into it? It's usually very difficult. So I even seen Lucifron or Vortex, actually Lucifron, not Vortex. I've seen Lucifron go for 2TC as Ottoman as a response to just playing Rus, because, well, how do you break this?
Yeah, it's certainly very difficult to attack in Rus early on. I mean, you got that big Kremlin, you get the militia as well. It's not a civilization that you can easily attack in the feudal age. The spearmen, I could imagine, could be used to deny some of the wolves, but it's like it's, yeah, the timing just doesn't really work out. B, at least he did manage to find 5 sheep overall, so that should be good for him when it comes to the overall long haul. But Wham definitely getting the lion's share here when it comes to the sheep, as he actually only went for 2 scouts. That's surprising. Like, usually we see Rus go for like a double, triple scout. Going only for the double scout here feels like it was definitely enough here in this matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty good choice. I generally like it myself, because every scout that you get significantly delays your TC, right? Because that's what, 70, 80 resources. That's obviously like maybe 10, 20 seconds on the TC, right? So that means that's literally 1 villager less, right? So this is not insignificant if you count this over 10 minutes of time. That could be 400, 500 resources. So that could be literally significantly faster H3, for example, right? So these tiny things, they really add up, and we can see those players are so good that they understand things like this. And here, bounty, of course, it's nice to have bounty for sure, but having more villagers, yeah, it's something I like even more.
Yeah. Something that the Ottomans do have to deal with nowadays, they have been hit by the nerf with the vizier points. So vizier points at the beginning, they do take a little bit longer to come in. Doesn't mean that your timings are a little bit more delayed. Overall, I think it's not the biggest nerf to them. I think probably they still have like the same insanely strong strengths at the moment, where they're able to just build up that death ball that feels near impossible to beat. Like getting to Imperial Age, you get like the Janissaries, the Mass Siege, the Great Bombards. It feels very, very, very hard to get past those kind of like big and expensive units, like these big armies that you just can't really trade efficiently against.
Yes, for sure. Well, let's have a look at how food is distributed for Rus, right? Because it's very important. Rus, yes, they have a lot of sheep in this situation, so that's nice. But on the other hand, okay, I guess the deer is quite close, but Rus is generally quite dependent on food on the map, right? So it seems like, for example, this boar might be a little awkward to get. The other deer pack might be a little awkward to get as well, but the first one is essentially free. And there is also berries that are still reasonably easy to take. So it feels like Wam has a decent shot with the food here. Maybe not the one that he dreamt about, but it's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that really always goes in common, like with the Rus, is the deer. They actually last quite a while. They definitely do last quite a while. They get survival techniques, and suddenly you're just gathering at hyper speed from them. I think Wham also probably hit the tier 2 bounty mark, I want to say, like 250. So he should be getting an additional 10% gather speed on top of everything else. Rus in the mid game, they just have an incredible amount of food to deal with.
Sure. But the farm transition is quite difficult. Yes, you gather more wood, so essentially maybe that's your bonus, but still these farms cost a lot and it takes a long time to get them. And I would like to commend Wham builds again, because it was so smooth, so nice, because look at this, he was gathering mostly stone while he was aging up, and the moment Kremlin finished, that's when he moved most of villagers to wood, right? Because it just makes sense, because he fully utilized the advantage that Kremlin gives, which is the faster gather rate of wood. So he wasn't gathering the wood while he was building the Kremlin, or he was gathering very little, but he switched, he mostly gathered stone, right? So you see these guys have their build fully optimized, super nice. And this is the difference. Again, he just got maybe another 10 seconds for his build, and this adds up. And this, the cutting one scout, gathering this like this, also maybe could be already like the result of it could be 2 villagers more over time. So that's a huge difference.
Look at that bee hiding 3 spearmen there next to the boar. He's just waiting for Wham to fall for it, go for the boar, and that's when he's going to strike with those spearmen. Very sneaky there from him, but it looks like right now, B, he is going to be aiming for that fast castle age. Has enough stone for his military schools. I think there's 2 of them out right now. Yeah, there's 2 next to the town center. And behind that, he's going to find a very, very comfortable age-up timing. Should be aging up within the next 30 seconds.
Okay, so he went for military schools that generate, are still some sort of investment for future, so he's going to generate a lot of units with it, and then these kind of units are going to secure his age up, and most likely he will be able to take the relics. I'm very interested to see what Wham is going to do. Is he planning to go for heavy units or not? Because he could just go H3 himself, and as we can see, he's got quite a lot of money in the bank as well. Ooh, and he's trying to kill the boar himself. That's nice.
Spearmen, though, they don't do a lot of damage, and boars actually do have a lot of melee armor. So we actually see here the spears are really struggling with that boar right now. Horseman comes as well. Tries to help out there, but at least one of the spearmen is going to go down, but boar will be denied. That's going to be minus 75 gold now for Wham. But not only that, the boar is going to disappear because it was a non-boar civilization that ended up killing it.
Oh, I didn't realize it's going to disappear. Holy. Okay, yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, they still. I'm still not sure if it's like a bug or if it's like intended. I think I heard the devs say that it's intended. It's a weird interaction for sure, but yeah, that boar has been denied, and Wham is gonna miss out on 2,000 food over there.
On the other hand, it seems like there's already 1 villager kill for Wham, and there's gonna be a second one in a second. Maybe we'll see. Probably yes. Actually no. So these spears could have been defending the gold mine. So this was a little shaky here for B, but on the other hand, it seems it's not a full tragedy for him just yet. And we've got high trade house for Wham right away. So this is, as you can see, even though he got the second TC, he still manages to get his H3 very, very quickly.
Yeah, that is typically what we see from Roost, just being able to have so much food now in the mid game that they're able to just catch up to the castle age timing from the 1TC player very, very easily here. Another villager not gonna go down here. Scout very likely to go down. The Sipahi should be able to chase that one down in the end. And now Age Up comes in for B. See a knight immediately in queue. Right now the military schools are producing Sipahi. Next military school also coming in, and soon we should be seeing a mosque most likely from B trying to go for the relics.
All right, let's figure out what are the options for our players here, right? So it's clear that B has to be a bit more aggressive. He has to deal some damage at some point. Maybe not yet, but in future, maybe 2-3 minutes, maybe a siege push. If he stays completely passive, I think eventually WAM will just outboom him, right? We've got 12 villager advantage. It's still relics. It's still production, passive income from the production for B. So it seems like he doesn't have to do the damage just yet, but he's on timer definitely. And I would say within 5 minutes he should deal some significant damage to WAM if he wants to stay in the game.
For right now, though, B doing a lot of damage right now, denying these walls from coming up, and we do see the Kremlin militia being pulled here now from Wham. We'll be able to repel B for the time being, should be able to get his walls up, but behind all of this, B, the first monk, is coming out right now. We don't see a monastery yet from Wham. So B should be in a position to grab at least a couple of the first relics here. Next Vizier point also coming in soon for him. And that's likely when we'll be getting another military school out from B, and that's when the full military school production really starts kicking in for the Ottomans.
Yep, that's quite massive.
Oh wait, no, it's double Imam.
Double
He
Imam,
went for
okay.
double Imam instead for the monastery, so he really wants to secure the relics now. 3 monks are going to be out on the field immediately, and a 4th one is in the queue.
Okay, we've got Wololo. That was a failure here, so all of them were killed, and militia has been called. So I was wondering if this is a mistake to kill, to call militia right now. It seems it was actually pretty good play. Maybe he's gonna get even a second imam, so that's pretty good. Oh, actually no, they expired. So the question is, however, those militia might be necessary later, right? Because there could be there's usually a siege push coming from Ottomans, and it's usually pretty much game defining. So not having militia for them could be a little problematic, but it feels like denying those imams is also worth it. We've got some knights running around and killing maybe 1-2 villagers, so this is decent. It's just distracting WAM as much as possible, and WAM is going for heavy crossbow play. This is something I copied from him and Papi, and I just spam crossbows almost every game, and I usually don't regret it. Crossbows are just insanely good units, so let's see how it's gonna go for him.
So far, 2 relics are going to be on the way. It's a lot of monks out right now.
Another good thing about Imam is that he potentially could be going for sacred site pressure or maybe even victory, right? So if he takes the sacred sites, that's obviously income, but this means the 2TC player doesn't have that much time to do, for example, farm transition, and he needs to go out on the map much sooner, right? So let's see, and there is a fight over the relic on the right side. It seems the Rus monk is going to be there first. Let's see if the units are going to be able to deny it. Oh, he's trying to steal his relic. This feels a little too ambitious, but on the right side, we've got warrior monk fighting, I think, on the minimap over the relic on the right side. But here, yeah, the knight and second TC from. Oh, is he gonna steal it? No.
Oh my god.
No, it's not gonna happen. But nice attempt.
Oh, it's really close. But yeah, that monk is now trapped there. He can't really go anywhere. Wham, at the same time, he'll also lose his warrior monk over there. Yeah, it looks like B is going to end up with a lion's share of the relics, getting 4 of them, not just 3. That's going to be very good for him. And a second TC has come out for B behind all of this.
Yep. So this is 18 villager difference. So that's quite significant, but from now on, this will not grow anymore. So this is how B decided that this is how he plans to stay the game. He actually doesn't want to go for a heavy timing push, although I assume there might be still one at some point, but adding a second TC is a way to stabilize the economy situation, and he's gonna have 4 relics and most likely maybe sacred site at some point. So and also he has passive production from the military school, so this is usually enough to probably equalize the economy situation. Although I will still favor WAM's position a little bit more.
I'm not sure about that. I think the military schools, alongside with the Mehmet Imperial Armory, makes up for a lot of the villagers here that we got in the difference right now. And you can never forget that the Ottomans, they do get up that very, very large death ball of units that at one point it's going to be very, very tough to deal with. And we might just see Wham potentially getting overwhelmed by that. We're now also seeing Janissaries come in. Once those come in, no more cavalry can really be added to those fights. And yeah, I'm really not sure how Wham is going to be able to deal with this. Like, he needs to find a way to close this game out soon, because as long as it gets really late into the game, once both players reach that equal eco count, the one with a major advantage is going to be the Ottomans with those bonus military schools.
Yeah, but by the way, have a look at the military population. It seems like Wam's army is growing rapidly, so he is investing all the food that he is gathering into units. So he's not really thinking too much about going into farm transition or anything. I think he wants to attack, and he's got one spring out. So this feels a little weird for me, because it could be considered a little bit of an anti-timing, where this is kind of a peak strength for Ottoman, I would say, where he's got free mangonels and stuff. But on the other hand, the army size for Wham is pretty serious. So this could, this could work. Let's have a look.
I mean, Wham, he is getting the second sprinkled out, very important, is also able to pause the Sacred Side timer here with a single spearman. The army is building, but you have to be so careful with like large amounts of infantry against those mangonels. And mangonels in mass are still relatively easily able to snipe out the sprinkles as well. When you get like 3 mangonels, it just takes one volley of them to defeat multiple sprinkles if they're clumped up together.
Sure, but we've got 27 crossbows coming in from Wham, so that's pretty serious force. So even though maybe he's not necessarily going to just win with the push right now, this could be enough, for example, for him to build a keep on big gold mines or deny the sacred sites. But honestly, I could see B just dying right now.
Could be we're gonna have to see now. Mango shots are coming in. Only hit 2 crossbows though. They survive with a sliver of health remaining. Now B also adding in the spring oats. It's all about the siege war now at this point of time. If B is able to win the siege war, it doesn't matter how many units Wham has. The siege is always going to win.
Yes, for sure. Alright, so we've got one shot of the spring goat on top of the mango, but there is a second spring goat, so this looks like it's a nice advantage for Wham. First mango dying, so this is quite serious, and a couple crossbows dying, but this is not enough to equalize the number of crossbows for each player.
Second Springle coming out is getting sniped immediately. Wasn't able to take down a single one of the Springles from Wan at the same time. Mangonels trying to go for another shot. Actually, it's still unpacked, still packed up. And does get sniped. Okay, B is now in trouble. Doesn't have the siege advantage anymore. Gets another shot out on the crossbows. Doesn't hit too many of them. And now Mangonel is going to get taken down. He without any siege now.
Yeah,
I think down more of the Springles. But yeah, he might have just lost it there without the siege.
Dead. Let's have a look, because we've got 53 population, so this was extremely nice timing attack from Wham. I have to say, this was super smart. He's not going for farms, he's just using the food on the map to build as many units as possible. Then on top of this, he also just has the food from High Trade House. So this is a pretty serious timing push, right? He's not really he's not really thinking about going to h4 or something. He just wants to kill his opponent, and he succeeds at this. We've got 1-0 for Wham.
All right, yeah, Wham with the timing push here, with the Springles, and yeah, manages to win the siege war. And in the game, siege wins games. Even if your opponent is the one that has the siege, you need the anti-siege, and Wham smartly here did go for it. Manages to overwhelm B here in the mid game and able to take the first victory here.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice play. I really like this strategy. I do something similar myself, although I wouldn't be as aggressive here as Rus. This was a bit surprising, but on the other hand, this made sense, right? Because B was going for second TC, right? So if there was no second TC coming in for B, I think he would be absolutely fine and he would defend this. But since he went for second TC, he also went for imams and some knights to harass. He was just very vulnerable to the timing attack, which Wham expertly executed. So this was very impressive, and I have to say, yeah, well played.
Exactly. And now next up, we're gonna be looking at most likely. I'm just gonna guess that it's gonna be Frisian marshals here. If we see Frisian marshal, it is gonna be that China versus H3 matchup. If it's Lipany, we're gonna be looking at Abbasid versus Byzantines. Wait, what? They're flipping the script. They wanted to trick each other. All right, okay. They didn't want to play that matchup, but both players actually going for Byzantines versus Abbasid here. Okay, that's a little bit wild, but actually, no, it doesn't make that much sense. I want to say, yeah, sure, Byzantines can still get olive oil from the shoreline fish,
Wait,
but at a vastly reduced rate compared to berries.
we are actually playing Lipany.
Oh, it is Lipany. Okay, never mind. We flipped the maps around. Yeah, okay, they picked
Oh,
Lipany first
sorry,
here.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. They tricked me for it a little bit there, but no, it is not Frisian marshal. This is Lipany. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, the
Wouldn't
one
have made a lot of sense
the
otherwise.
player who loses can pick the map, I think. So I think B just decided he wants to. Maybe this was his home map as well. We don't know that exactly. But yeah, okay. So Byzantines against Abbasid here. I would expect something similar from WAM, to be honest. Like I could see him going 2TC, maybe even 3TC if B goes for 2TC with Byzantines. And then off of 3TC or 2TC, you can do a very nice pressure with crossbows, pretty much like that. So I really like the way one played the first game. I expect something similar, and I feel like B can absolutely struggle against this as well.
I think one of the by far strongest strategies with Abbasid is multi-TC into as soon as you hit Castle Age, just mass aggression, just since you save up so many resources. But we'll see now. We're going to be jumping into our game number 2, 3B, as the Byzantines in the color orange, against Wham once again in the color blue, this time as the Abbasid dynasty. All right, let's see it. Let's see what they got planned here. Byzantines, we're not going to be seeing the opener here with the villagers immediately on the berries, which tells me that this is most likely going to be that Grand Winery opening from the Byzantines, where we will be seeing a lot of play around those mercenaries, most likely with a fast Castle Age timing, into attempt to grab the relics for that olive oil. Abbasid Dynasty. Well, we'll see the game plan as soon as we'll see the age up with which wing they'll be aging up with.
Yep. Let's see. So, and let's see the resources of both players. So, it seems B has a lot of berries available for him, so he will be able to do some kind of push with mercenary units quite easily, right? So, this is pretty strong on this map for them. And then we've got deer packs in the front, which is quite susceptible to potential Abbasid push, so it's going to be a bit difficult to secure them. Maybe not, depending how aggressive WAM is planning to be. And the situation for WAM is, I would say, quite similar, although these berries for him are much more difficult to take. For example, those ones in the bottom corner, we've got, they're very far away from his base, although I guess he could just wall, and if he walls, then maybe he's fine there. On the other hand, the ones on the right are also quite vulnerable, and it feels like if there was heavy pressure for Byzantines, it could be a little problematic to secure all these areas. But on the other hand, if Byzantines elects to play quite passively, then I guess he can take all of them, and off of this, he can literally build, 50, 60 crossbows, 50 men arms, and then push with siege, and that could be extremely deadly push.
Yeah, definitely could be. I'm wondering how B is going to play it when it comes to the cisterns here, because he has this very nice line of berry bushes on the right-hand side of his base, where he could just extend cistern after cistern after cistern to buff up all of these berries there on the right-hand side and just pump out a lot of mercenary use, as we talked about earlier. And we do see the Grand Winery coming in for B, and it is going to be that military wing now from Wham coming out, so very likely we'll be able to put up a little bit of aggression there on these berry bushes early on. Could see a follow-up with some horsemen as well, potentially, just to get that 1-1-1 composition very early on. Into a second TC, as we see, is like kind of the meta at the moment from the Abbasid. They go up with the military wing, but behind that, they're going to be looking for that secondary TC, and yeah, just be able to put up immediate pressure there early on.
Yep, that's pretty strong build. And on top of this, Abbasids have been buffed with fresh foodstuffs being moved to mill, right? So that's one villager more, so that's pretty nice. And on top of this, they have always been strong. I mean, yes, there's always this problem of reaching H3 for Abbasid. It takes a long time, right? So you can be abused by some kind of men-at-arm rushes. Sometimes you can, for example, push Abbasid off of food with just initial mineral arms and maybe knights as well. So that would be the vulnerability for WAM there. So let's see if B is going to be able to play around it somehow. But on the other hand, yeah, well, I'm very curious to see what Byzantine's B is going to play. Is it going to be Fast Castle again? I would say Byzantine Fast Castle is super strong because of this landmark giving so many free units. So that could be an option. This could be probably the play if he wanted to push WAM off of food, or he could just try to play the boom game and just go second TC. 2 TC from Byzantines is very, very strong. You can have a pretty nice eco off of this with the cisterns and everything. On the other hand, this leaves you vulnerable to the big Abbasid push with all the food from the map.
It's definitely like a dangerous timing. Once the Abbasid, they go up to castle age, they don't need to put any villagers on the landmark in order to age up, which means they have a ton of resource available to them as soon as the age up finishes. And that is so dangerous, because as soon as they age up, they get like 2,000 resources in the bank that they can just all put into military. It is very tough being able to like hold that push. Like you need to immediately invest into crossbows and just be able to save up with that. B, he's gotten the passive stone through the landmark, through the age up, and is now going to be able to go up to cistern level 2 here right now.
Yeah, and let's...
That's going to boost his eco by 14%.
Is B even aware of this pressure incoming? Because he's not really even going
Doesn't look like it.
Yep.
He sees it now.
Okay, he's not gonna lose any villagers to this, but there could be quite serious pressure here. He might struggle to gather wood, he might struggle to gather gold, so let's see if he has enough money to go for archery range. It seems he does, so that's okay for him. On the other hand, he's blocking his own farms potentially in future in Grand Winery, so that's not ideal either.
Yeah, I would argue that it's not the biggest deal. It changes from like getting like 2 farms that give you 32% instead of 20% as olive oil. It doesn't make a big difference. Has to be careful now. Holds the villager back in time. Now gets his archer range up. Doesn't have enough wood for 2 archers immediately, so he's gonna have to wait a little bit there. First villager is gonna make it out alive here. Wheelbarrow, the early wheelbarrow definitely helps a lot there. That B went for. I'd see we're surely lost more villagers here.
Yep.
First archer comes out. Akratoy defense gets pulled. Villagers pull the spear. And the archers will have to retreat, but with the wheelbarrow, the villagers are actually a little bit faster here. One house gets destroyed, immediately gets put back up. B actually house right now, but is going to be able to recover. And behind all of that, the second TC timing from WAM behind this aggression. This is why military wing is so dangerous. Like you see all of this delay here right there, and behind that, WAM just going up to the next age is going to be able to immediately go on to gold. And after this, it's very likely just going to be fast castle age transition now.
Yep, it's super nice also position for the TC. He can get berries here, he can get deer very closely, and he's still applying pressure, right? So that's pretty serious. In theory, you can only have 2 archers to win against opponents, 2 archers, but there are even spears that are still tanking and helping, right? So he forced him to go 3 archers. And now what, right? We've got, this is already very awkward
mercenary
situation.
play.
Ooh,
I love that mercenary play with the trade house like right next to it. That's gonna not only boost the production of that trade house by 50%, but also give him access to knights. So knights and horse archers. But the really cool thing is, it's also so close that you could definitely go for another cistern out here. Then you're gonna boost the mercenary house on top of the 50% bonus production speed from being next to that neutral market by an additional cistern next to it. So you can get some really fast mercenary production out of that one.
So, but on the other hand, I don't think Royal Knights is something you really want against Abbasid, unless you're planning to play full feudal all-in, because obviously then this could be a bit problematic for Abbasid to deal with. Historically, Rus has been quite strong against Abbasid, right? But on the other hand, if the game gets into H3, then Abbasid usually can spam so many crossbows and spears and mineral arms that these knights don't really achieve that much. But if B decided to go for full all-in right now to break the second TC of WAM, yeah, I could see those knights being extremely useful.
It's just very nice overall to have, like being able, it's not just about getting the access to the Royal Knights, but also about the 50% more production speed on them. Not only is he now going to be boosted up by the 50% production speed from the market, but also by the sister next to it. So these Royal Knights, they come out really, really quickly.
Yeah,
also,
wow.
in the later stage of the game, when gold becomes really like sparse to get to, having access to a premium unit for olive oil is really good, especially a unit like Knights, which have so much gold cost associated with them. For 400 olive oil, you get 2 Knights out. And that can be just so strong in the late game. And we might be seeing something like that if it gets to late game, especially something else that's really cool is if you get the, what's it called? The industrial, the siege landmark for the Byzantines in the Imperial Age. They actually upgrade the Royal Knights with the Royal Bloodlines upgrade, so they get plus 35% bonus health. And on top of that, they also get the upgrade where they heal themselves out of combat, the chivalry upgrade, as well as the bonus charge damage upgrade. So suddenly those knights are going to become really strong in the late game. A premium unit that you can get for olive oil.
Yes, that's for sure. That's pretty solid. But in my opinion, this matchup will be decided sooner. I don't think well, obviously, it's possible. It's Deep Money, which can be a little defensive map as well. But I feel like this game will spiral out of control one way or the other quite shortly, because it's just if this is 1TC Byzantines, he either has to all in right now pretty much, or he has to all in castle very shortly after, or he's gonna die to Abbasid push in H3, right? So I'm not sure if all these things will be that important to consider. It feels to me like B is considering doing some kind of aggression, maybe, but on the other hand, he lost one villager here to the horseman harassment, and he's just building units and harassing a little bit. But what is his plan right now?
Well, for now, plan was just to harass a little bit. Knights will have to fall back for the time being. Can't be able to do too much more with that. But behind all of that, we're getting a transition also into javelin throwers. Javelin throwers do incredibly well against not just the archers here, but also the camel archers from the Abbasid. So you got a really nice unit there to deal with those. Also, we get a lot of the Limit Naya. A great meat shield against like ranged army compositions.
Sure, but on the other hand, it's just the numbers game at some point. So even though I completely agree, B's composition is very nice, and it's going to be very strong, it might just not be enough, right? Like yes, we've got 14 spears, but we've got already 15 villager advantage for Abbasid, so that's going to be pretty sick. And we've got all the units from B are coming back, so because of this 3 horseman harassment, so he's buying himself more and more time. So he's not misreading this, he's not going for H3, he's not rushing H3-1, that is, so he's not really vulnerable to any pressure. He's just making a ton of units, so that means he should be reasonably safe if any 1TC all-in comes from B.
Yeah, Observer right now is pointing out the lack of bootcamp, but now, I mean, B, there's the writing on the wall right now, and that is that Wham is actually going for that feudal age aggression now against the Byzantines. It's kind of weird that we see a lot of aggression here right now coming out from Wham, considering that you... Oh no. Oh no, he's going for the Decisive in H2. Oh no, B, he's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose the resources to it as well. That is not a fight that he can win right now either. He's gonna have to fall back, but this is difficult to fall back from. No, is he committing? You can't commit to that. First Knight already going down. The spears right now, they're doing less damage with the shield wall active. Sure, they take less damage, but they're also doing significantly less to the Abbasid spearmen. And B is just getting mobbed up here right now.
Yep, there's so many archers, and archers are just such a good unit in H2, right? And the javelin throwers are not even really shooting at the archers just yet. Okay, well, this was relatively close fight. I wouldn't say this was a horrible trade for B. It's just the economy behind this is completely awful. So it's just essentially an all-in, and I think B is pretty much dead, because this fight should have been a one-way stomp for him to have any chances, and it was just even trade. And even trade when you're 20 villages behind is not good for you.
He's going for it again, and there we go. Limit 9. Another fight is coming in. The Decisive, though, it doesn't have as much health as a ram. It could be getting taken down just by the horsemen alone. Archers. They're just completely destroying all those Limit 9 out there right now. I mean, sure, they're really tanky comparatively to normal spears, but it's just not enough here now. Horsemen will take down that Decisive, and that's not 300 anymore. It's 260 resources going down there. Oh my man. Oh my god, this is gonna be really tough for B to come back now, especially because behind that Wham is actually starting to bank up a lot of resources and could potentially be going up to Castle Age sometime soon now.
Yep, and now he just realized that he doesn't have this bootcamp upgrade, so it's going to be even stronger for him. I think B is out of ideas here. Yes,
villagers.
technically he can still do very nicely with the javelin throwers, but this is the
Villagers
thing
on the
about
top
this
side.
knight. Ooh, this raid can be very painful as well. Yeah, Wham is just showing absolutely dominant
Accuratory
for...
defense. Getting pulled. Villagers, they pulling their spears. Horseman still able to kill a couple of the villagers there. Camel Archer as well. And the villagers, they can't chase the Camel Archer. Lemitne are now getting pulled, but Camel Archers do bonus damage to those spears. So 2 spearmen is not going to be enough here. And Wham behind this already has enough food to be able to age up. Just the gold that's like right now. Could in theory cancel the +1 melee armor upgrade right now and just go up to the next age.
Yep, that's pretty nice. Pretty nice for Wham. I think the moment I would see H3 coming in from Wham, I would get extremely demoralized as B, because what's the play here? I think he's out of options.
It certainly looks like it. Now Culture Wing is going to be on its way for Wham. And the armies, they pass each other. B, he doesn't have a house. He doesn't know. He doesn't have a house next to his cistern there. And suddenly, he's going to find himself next to a lot of archers there. And that's 1 villager down, 2 villagers down. No, second villager actually survives.
Okay, so B is actually deciding to just go for another all-in. He's building probably more rams. And that could be the only option that he has, I think, because right now he's catching Wham while he's going into H3, so there is a chance that this could catch him off guard a little bit.
It's opposite, though, and they do continue gathering resources while aging up, so it's still a lot of resources in the bank right now for Wham. He can definitely deal with this. At the same time, another raid on the berries from B, the couple of horsemen and the 1 camel archer that was there at the bottom, killing more villagers once again. Decisive is moving out. The villagers actually greeted at the front side. The Decisive is going down before doing any damage to the buildings. B, without any siege remaining now at the front line, needs to commit. Shield wall gets activated. Javelin throwers focus on the archers. He's trying to burn down the outpost, but now the front line arrives and he has to respect that. Javelin throwers closing in on the archers. But behind all of this, for one, it's not a fight that it looks like he's going to win, because the javelin throwers are starting to get 1-shot now. Well, not 1-shot, but 2-shot by the archer mass here. He's not able to clean that up in time. And behind that, the age up is about to come in for Wham.
Yep, that's, yeah, I have to say, Wham played nearly perfectly. Constant harassment, not punishing the opponent for moving out. Yes, there's, I guess his numbers are dwindling a little bit, but so are B's, so in a second all of his units are gonna die.
7 golems
and,
out on the field immediately.
I guess it's over.
Yeah, I guess so too. The mass golem spam is now going to be coming out, and B does not have an answer to that. And with that, GG gets called. Wham, able to win it in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, that was pretty sick play from Wham. I have to say, I'm extremely impressed. This is how I envision playing this game, like literally. When you play, both times he went to TC, so I really like it, because TC is something I like to do in general, like second TC. And on top of this, he just harassed a little bit, so it was very difficult to all-in him. He intercepted all the rams. He was always on top of just knowing what he's supposed to do. He didn't go H3 too fast. He didn't go H3 too early. This was just, yeah, expert play.
Yeah. So Wham definitely has to feel good here. One of his top contenders in his group that he just managed to beat. So definitely it would be tough. I'm just going to say it like this. It would be tough for him to not advance through to the playoffs after a set like this.
Yeah, and on top of this, I think B was the most difficult opponent in his pool, right? Let's see, what pool is this? This is group B, was group C, I think, right? So
yeah, so we had Kiljardi and Averly, those two in that group.
Yeah, those are obviously very skilled opponents, right? And Kiljardi has been on fire recently, but it feels like Wham is favored against both. So I think that, yeah, it's looking very good for Wham. And yeah, let's see. All right, so the second game that we had scheduled was Zerjan against Louis. Do we have any updates on how they are doing with the draft? No, okay. Well, all right. We will figure this out quite soon.
Wham locked in, indeed. Yeah, that was just chat performance right there from him. Honestly, it always hurts seeing the Byzantines lose. I really enjoy seeing Byzantines win. It feels like it's a little bit of like a karma for them being so weak early on after the release, and seeing them win now, seeing them like being mostly figured out, definitely feels good. But yeah, Abbasid also looking really strong there. Wham doing an absolute masterclass here with that military school, military wing play into the second TC, and just keeping up with the military and still hitting that castle age time behind that. Really strong. We're going to be checking up now on Certain versus Louis, so just give us a little bit, and then we'll be jumping into our second set of the day. Definitely an exciting one. Louis, I mean, he's by now definitely made himself a name, and yeah, he's looking really strong. I don't think there's many players at the moment that can really go toe-to-toe against him. I feel like he's probably, when it comes to like on the ranking, in like the top 4 at this point in time. Like we got like your Marine Lord, your Beastie, and I think you could probably even put Louis at number 3 there.
Ooh, I didn't think like that. I would usually reserve top 3, 4 spot for Lucifron or maybe Papipo or something like that. So I'm a bit surprised about Louis. I guess you could say that he was top 4 in a recent tournament, so that's pretty solid, right? But
yeah, I guess you got to put Papipo at number 3, right? Like he made it all the way into the finals in the last one, so should be Papipo and then maybe Louis. I mean, but Louis has just been looking so solid right now. We can now see our current standings here at the moment, as we do have. I had a little bug there. Suddenly roll up to me. Jesus Christ, where did that come from? As we do have Wham close it out with a win against B. On the other hand side, in Group D, we see Anatant and Marine Lord and Anavaku. They all got a win off against Demu. Demu, he already played his sets the other day. I think he lost the first couple and then forfeited the other ones. So yes, he did, in theory, not play his set against Anavaku, but did forfeit that one. So it is a 0-3 for him there. And we're now going to be looking forward to Certain versus Louis MT.
Okay, I'm gonna launch the game and see what's the status of the previous game, because maybe they're still playing the previous game, and if we're gonna wait 30 minutes, we probably just jump into something else, right? It's interesting that they're not online.
Let's see.
Yeah, for those asking, Anovaku is a 18-year-old Ukrainian player, and we had a deal with the War Chief Club that we are going to get 4 players out that place the top in their tournaments that would jump into our tournament. A cooperation between tournaments. Like, we want to support each other. Kyle is helping us so much as well. So Anovaku. So obviously there were some overlapping places. So we had to go to top 8 or even top 9 to award the place. And Anovaku beat Demo in losers bracket of the War Chief Club. So we were very surprised positively about this. And yeah, he was one of the 4 invitees that we gave him for the War Chief Club. And yeah, I asked him a little bit to ask him to tell us a little bit about himself. He said that he is a 7K MMR in Dota, and he seemed quite friendly. And yeah, I figured why not bring some new faces, right? Like, we've got only the same faces over and over. It would be nice to give some space to maybe some up-and-comers. We'll see. Maybe he's going to get stomped, but maybe not. As I said, he managed to beat Demo, so the promise is there.
Anuvaku, the next LUMT. Don't discredit him yet. I mean, it's always like a growth period, right? Like when you start playing in these tournaments, there's always like tournament anxiety at the beginning of it all. So you're never really performing as well as you might usually or like do at your best during those tournaments. But that goes away after a while, and that's really the point in time when you can shine, when you can perform at your best in tournaments, and that's when really the performance comes. And that's what we've been seeing recently with LUMT. I mean, on ladder and in practice, he's always been looking really solid. But I think now he's at that point where he really has gotten past the tournament anxiety, and now he can really shine.
Yeah, definitely. And he's also very young, right? So this is a bit weird sometimes because some young players they don't care at all and they don't get nervous at all. Or sometimes young players get overly nervous. It's rare that it's just like in the proper middle. It's just sometimes you can see that they don't really care because, you know, for example, you still live with your mom, you just play a little bit in high school or whatever. But sometimes you think, oh my God, this is my entire career hinges on this one tournament. Please, I want to break out. You know, so it's rarely something in between. But yeah, let's hope for the young kids. Yeah, sure, that will be amazing to see some new blood in general in RTS games, right? Because, for example, people like most of our top scene is literally people who played games 20 years ago already, RTS games.
Yeah, I mean, it's also nice to see like people, even when they're getting older, like still being able to compete at a very high level in esports, in RTS in general, because usually it's said that RTS or in general esports, it's a thing for young people, like young people only. Like if you're 16, if you're like 20, that's the time when you compete. That's the time when you become a pro player in RTS. If you're like over 30 or something like that, then you can't compete anymore. You're old, you're washed up, something like that. But RTS, I mean, we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere in RTS that even like the older players, they can still like really do incredibly well there. We have players like Doubt in AoE2, for example, Viper, BC Marine Lord. They already had like their let's just say like the big part of their career in StarCraft 2, but they're still competing very, very much at the top in Age of Empires 4 in general in esports. They're doing absolutely very well. So it's sort of like we got the proof against that kind of stigma.
And the clash between young and old is usually very interesting as well, right? Because the old guys sometimes, not in case of Age of Empires 4, but sometimes, for example, in StarCraft, the situation is that the older guys, they're a little slower mechanically, right? You can see that they are not always on point with everything, but on the other hand, they are smarter or just more experienced at least, and they know what to do. They very often out-trick the young guys because they haven't seen it all just yet. And the young guys usually mechanically quite often faster, but get baited by completely very easy baits, right? So it's also very interesting, and maybe we're gonna see these kind of things in Age of Empires 4 eventually over time once the scene matures. Okay,
Right,
so both
let's
Zerton
see.
and Louis in game 2 right now. So what's the plan, Kakedi? What do you think? Do we jump into one of those just to as a...
Yeah, I'd say we just jump into those and yeah, let's just jump into where they are right now.
Okay,
Do we
so
already spoil the current score?
Yeah, so Louis against CSO, that could be interesting. The Chinese players with their... Oh, Louis is playing Jouet. Okay.
Wait, no.
So let's have a look at Zerton against CSO then.
Wait, are we mixing stuff up right now? I thought it was Louis versus Certain.
Yeah, me too. Yes.
Okay. And there we go. That case, let's jump into that. Just gonna be a moment, and then we're gonna be jumping into the current game from Louis. I'm 12, by the way. Jesus Christ. Get off my stream, man. You're not allowed to watch. You clicked that you're 18 and above, man. You're a liar. All right. So just gonna be a moment.
Okay, let's have a look. I'm very curious, how does it look like? There's a stream from behind the scene from Cow. What is this
Let's
about?
all go over there.
Okay, so we got 5 monitors.
And a laptop.
Wow. That's a
all right,
pro.
but here we go. It's time for Louis MT versus GA. Wait, are those scores correct? Now, there we go. Louis leading 1-0 so far. We got Louis in the color blue as the Holy Roman Empire against him on the other side. In the color purple, we got GUA, and this is on EGC Lipany. I think, can we actually scroll, go ahead a little bit to the live point of the game? I think in the early parts, right, there's not a lot happening anyway, so I think it's fine to just skip ahead a little bit, see what the game plan is from these two players. Right now, they're both just gathering up sheep. Don't see the age ups yet from them coming through. We're gonna see. Oh, it looks like we're gonna be seeing here a 2TC play from Louis. He's heavily on stone right now. Military ring on the other hand side from GUA. Probably also, and a tower rush coming out as well.
Holy.
That's getting denied though. 2 villagers. 1 villager did go down. GUA, what is he doing here in this one?
Yeah, so this is why I like to watch video games. They're always so weird. How is this happening?
Yeah, Louis, though, he does have the amount of stone that he wanted for that secondary TC. He doesn't have the wood yet, though, is going to be working on that. But yeah, that was quite the ambitious outpost there that came out from GUA. Now he's going to be aging up as well. That feels like it was a little bit late, like his own age up. I think maybe he pulled the villagers a little bit too early because he aged up at like 450. That's a very late age up for the Avessad. Usually you get that in at like 4 minutes-ish. But yeah, is now going to be able to send his units across into the outpost. Louis, he now has enough resource for his secondary TC, is going to put that up on the right-hand side. And with that, his Archon Chapel is completely protected. So it's going to be very tough for GUA to really find damage there. Prowl is out there as well, healing the villagers, and it's just going to be able to hop inside the Archon there. Will survive as well. And GUA is going to have to fall back. And there's the next outpost coming out.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting. I used to play a lot against GUA, and he would exactly play like this against me. And this is obviously the first one was quite a big fail because even the villager died, so that was pretty problematic. But on the other hand, I would say this is quite strong play because right now, for example, most of the food that's available to Louis is gonna run out quite quickly, and then so you basically have to fight to even have access to food. But it seems he doesn't care, and he's just gonna go on farms.
He has 8 farms.
Yeah.
And these farms, they gather faster than deer for the villagers. This is why HRE is just insane. These farms gather more than 1 food every single second. They're faster than bored right now without inspiration. And Louis, he's going to be getting a lot of food through that. And GA behind this is now going for his own second TC. Oh no, he can't catch up to this. Like the HRE economy is just... It's just too strong, man. I don't know what else to say. HRE economy is just on a whole nother level. And now Louis behind us, he's just going to be able to very easily get an age up going.
So this is pretty good for Louis. I don't see what the GUA is supposed to do really here. I wanted to say that this matchup is very interesting, and there is always so many various things that you can do, and there's so many options, but I would never expect this kind of option where we got a tower rush from Abbasid. If anything, maybe I would expect this from HRE, but even then, I feel like this is... I don't think this is even a good choice to go for tower rush, it seems.
GUA is now going for that second TC. Nice and on the berries, but it feels so late, right? Because not only is Louis already had 9 villagers, Louis is also about to take up to Castle Age. Didn't go for any of the upgrades, doesn't feel like he needs it with the 40% inspiration boost that he gets, and I feel like as soon as the age up comes in, like Louis doesn't even need to go for Regnants. He can just end it with the Burgrave Palace, and he is going for the Blacksmith first, which makes me kind of feel like maybe we will see the Burgrave Palace come out here from Louis and just close out the game right there.
Yeah, well, he's got 10 villagers more. He's got 12 farms or even more. That absolutely will give him a lot of food stability. He kind of has to still break out. I don't think he can go on 40, 50 farms right now straight. So he kind of still should get these deer. So I think, yeah, there we go. Burgrave is there. And this is going to be particularly painful for GUA, I think, because he's gonna get pushed off food most likely. And if Abbasid is pushed off food with HRE, with MA, Men at Arms in early H3, they really don't have that many responses to this, and they quite often just die because you potentially maybe want to bank a lot of resources to go into crossbows, Men at Arms, and stuff. But you just get pushed out of the food, especially if it's in front, and then you kind of just die.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, there's one thing that GA can do here, and that is just going for mass Camel Archers. Camel Archers, they have an insane amount of base damage. I think it's like 12 base damage that a Camel Archer has. They can do a lot of damage even to Men-at-Arms. They're also able to kite them. There was a buff at some point for them where the animation, the attack animation, is a lot smoother. I feel like that's pretty much the only option that GUA has right now, and he needs to go for it. He needs to go for like that mass camel archers. You can see 12 base damage. That's quite a lot, and we now actually do see GUA just committing to that mass camel archers, but it's difficult because even with the mass camel archers, he doesn't have a win condition at the moment with this play.
Yes. When you go mass camels in this situation, in this particular situation, you kinda just not die, right? Which is good enough quite often, but here we've got even more powerful play from Louis. He's going to add 3 more
It would be
stables.
good enough if Louis was 1 TC, but yeah, with the 2 TC, like you're scaling equally, eco-wise. If not even worse, because HRE has the bonus inspiration.
Yeah, and you've got access to Louis could potentially also take all the relics. Actually, they're literally all of them are in the middle, so this could be 5 HRE relics. And yes, this is not Regnitz, sure, but this is still pretty good. And yeah, the army size for Louis is going to get absurd very soon.
Yeah, we see Louis actually committing right now with a lot of the spears. Now the spearmen, they do actually. I'm not sure who thought of that over at Relic or World's Edge or whoever is responsible for this. Why does a ranged unit, a mounted ranged unit, do bonus damage to spears? What's the reasoning behind that? When it already has 12 base damage. Yeah, so the camel archers are definitely very easily able to take care of the spears. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to throw them away for free. These are very high value units.
Wait a second. Wasn't it changed and now they don't deal additional damage to spears? I kinda.
They still do, as far as I know.
The bottom, like the stats. Can you see the stats? I think they changed it.
No, still +1. Wait, it's like melee infantry, so it's not only spears, they also counter Musafadi warriors. Oh my god, we got a counter unit against Musafadi warriors in the game. Wow. Didn't think I'd see today. Okay, I'll only play Abbasid from now on.
Yeah, Abbasid, one of my favorite civs, just like HRE. Yeah, so here we've got one tower is broken, so that's pretty big. The second tower obviously is gonna get broken very shortly as well. And from now on, it's just going to look worse and worse for GUA. Very nice micro with camel archers, but sometimes it's not about micro, it's about the numbers.
And the numbers definitely in favor here for Louis right now. Has more military numbers, more upgrades in as well. Has already +2 on the defense upgrades. Now the camel archers are still gonna be. Oh my god, there's 5 more in queue of them right now. GA, he's struggling. He's definitely struggling, but he's making the best of the situation. He's 8 villagers behind. He's behind in tech, but he's having the time of his life right now with those camel archers. But there's many spears. It's tough to micro against all of them. Let's not forget that these spearmen are also faster than normal spears.
Yeah, but we have to say this micro from GUA is amazing. Even though
he's buying himself a lot of time.
Yes, so even though we could say, and if he manages to completely deny all this food from the map, all these deers and berries, I would say maybe he is still not going to be in such a terrible spot. Although I find this a little hard to believe that he's gonna be able to fully block here. And what do you think about adding some spears here as GUA? I feel like
he definitely needs it.
Yeah, that could be pretty good. Although obviously you can kite forever with this. But there are horsemen here which are faster than the camel archers, so he's always taking quite significant damage. So this is just, yeah, with spears, I could see maybe small chance for him, but without spears, it feels quite hopeless.
Yeah, horsemen able to get those last couple of hits. They do bonus damage against the camel archers, as they do have that ranged army tag on them. And GEA has to micro multiple small armies here right now. Meanwhile, Louis, he can just go for the A move.
Yep, and this is the thing I was talking also about before about HRE, is that they have the speed upgrade for infantry is actually insane, because the melee units, they quite often, melee infantry, they charge, right? So this is not only infantry that is 1.38 speed, it's actually sometimes 1.7. So this is literally actually faster than the camel archers. So that's pretty insane. So it used to be quite expensive upgrade that was still absolutely worth to get. One of the main HRE strengths, in my opinion, to be honest. And now it's for free immediately. So that's crazy. And microing against these spears is significantly more difficult than against other spears of other civs.
The villager discrepancy has actually shrunk quite a bit right now between the two. Right now, only a 5 villager difference between them. I'm not sure if Louis had a little bit of downtime when it comes to production, because Jue only killed 2, but Louis also killed 1 villager.
Yeah, this is quite an intense game when it comes to micro, so maybe he just literally forgot them. It can happen. Oh, 4 relics being taken for...
at the same time. They're all in the way right now. Wait, how many monasteries does Louis have? Can we see? Is that like double monastery in the back there, next to his tier? I think he put like 1 monastery. It is double monastery.
So GUA is still trading somewhat okay, but he's not preventing Louis from taking the next food sources, and that's the main problem.
He's not finding his own age up time anytime soon. And now Louis is just making mass horsemen, and GUA still has yet to add in spears.
Yep. Yeah, so the timing when he's gonna try to go H3, which I assume is gonna be about now. No, actually, no. He's still adding more units. Well, that's the thing. Like he's just he's just happily building these camel archers, but I find this unlikely that he's going to get a snowball effect where he just has so many that he just kills every melee unit that shows up. So he's going for it. He's hoping for it, but I don't see it happening. Actually, Louis has significantly higher army population.
Not just army population right now. I mean, GUA, behind all of this, he's still working on the natural resources. He's not able to go up with like an eco wing in order to get cheaper farms or anything like that right now. He's still popping out a lot of these camel archers right now. 9 more in the queue. He's on 2,000 food per minute just off the natural resource, but that's at one point it's gonna expire. Meanwhile, Louis, he's already got his farm transition behind all of that, and sure, he's able to micro these fights, but there's a lot of APM invested. Meanwhile, Louis, it's just an A-click for him, and he doesn't have to worry about his units at all, because he can just replace them.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of making good units instead of making bad units, and it feels to me like Louis in this case made good units and GUA decided to go for bad units. Imagine if all these resources were invested into good units like spears or crossbows, and then I would feel like Abbasid is much scarier than this.
It was good until the horsemen arrived, let's just put it that way.
Sure.
But yeah, some additional spears definitely would have helped there, just because you don't want to be microing 24/7. Like, you don't want to be having to worry about your units this entire time. In those situations like that, that's why you need spears, just to have a front line with those camel archers. The camel archers can take care of the better upgraded spearmen from Louis, but you need something against the horsemen. You can't just micro back 24/7. It's just going to kill you. It's going to hurt your macro elsewhere. And yeah, Louis able to win this set 2-0. So now that Louis is out of this set, we can hop into the main set that we wanted to take a look at in the first place. And it's going to be Louis versus Certain. That's going to be the next set.
And we already have the vetoes, apparently, it seems. So let's have a look. So for Louis, we got English, Jeanne d'Arc, Byzantines. And for Zerton, we got HRE, China, and Delhi. This is pretty good set for both players, to be honest. I feel like English can be a little weak sometimes, but can be also extremely strong depending on the matchup. Like, it's one of those civs that sometimes just kind of stomps right away, and sometimes gets stomped. So it's one of the more volatile civ in terms of the win rates, it seems. And Jeanne d'Arc, just pretty solid civ overall. Byzantine is obviously pretty nice, and for Zerton, Zerton historically has been very strong with China. HRE also pretty good, and Delhi doesn't need to be told at all how good this civ can be.
If he gets Delhi against English or Byzantines, it's going to be a tough time for Louis here. Delhi just does incredibly well when playing against Byzantines, because like the biggest weakness from Byzantines, it's that early feudal age. That early feudal age where you want to get your berries. If you don't get berries, you don't get mercenaries. And Delhi can really quickly produce a lot of Ghazi raiders into an archer transition and just completely shut down the berries. And then, as Louis, you're going to be stuck in the situation that you're Byzantines and you can't get mercenaries out. You're going to have to make farms like olive groves to get mercenaries out, and that just takes forever. Like, you don't have a good Olive Grove transition at that point in time. And you're going to be stuck in a really, really awkward position there, which is why I think that like Delhi are just really, really good against Byzantines there. Then also against English. English, they have a tough time when it comes to moving out on the map. And so they kind of like forfeit the sacred sites over to Delhi. And then it becomes tough for them to move out later on. And if Delhi just goes fast castle from there, they're going to be able to like put keeps up on the sacred sites and just fortify them. Then it's getting really awkward for English to push out of their base at that point in time as well. So if we get like a Delhi matchup against that, it's going to be very tough. But our first matchup here is going to be on Gorge, and we'll be seeing the HRE versus Byzantines.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I would say both civs are very strong with fast castle, right? HRE for obvious reasons, Byzantines for the landmark that generates the units very, very quickly. On the other hand, both civs have the option to play 2TC, so that could be maybe something they choose to play. Then there's still potentially options for heavy feudal aggression. I would say mostly for HRE to deny the berries, because I don't think Byzantines can really attack into such a high eco HRE unless HRE decides to play very greedy, maybe against 2TC. But can you really punish HRE 2TC with emergency repair and stuff? I don't think so. So this is looking pretty good for HRE. I would like to be HRE here. I am not on the bandwagon of Byzantines being so good. I don't know. I'm not convinced still.
Yeah, I agree with Byzantines. Like definitely in this matchup, not being the favorite civilization. I think HRE overall are just they're so good, man. They're just so good. Sure, they don't get any amazing unique units. You get like the Landsknechte, which are fine. They do what they want, like what they're supposed to do. But in like a ranged heavy meta that we are in right now, they're not that great. The Landsknechte aren't that great. But it's not about the unique units necessarily. It's about the unique eco bonuses for the HRE. Having the inspiration, having the free marching drills now as well. They're just overall economically absolutely insane. And there aren't a lot of civilizations that can keep up with that. Byzantines, they can somewhat keep up with that with the cisterns. However, they need to invest into that in the first place. And even then, if you max out the cistern capacity, they're still not quite as good as the inspiration buff.
Yeah, I mean, any RTS I ever played, and trust me, I played a lot. I play online RTS for 20 years. If I heard that a civ or a race gets 40% eco bonus over all the opponent's civs or races, I would be just give it to me. I want that. It's crazy boost, you know. So and finally we can see this affecting Age of Empires 4. Although obviously it has weaknesses. I have to say, I still think that HRE struggles with food. So if we have a map with low food and you run into maybe a night civ or maybe some aggressive civ, I still think HRE is obviously not maybe S tier, but it's very strong and historically has been pretty strong. And I'm back on HRE bandwagon. Yeah, for sure.
All right, so not going to be much longer until we're hopping into this set. We got 3 minutes. Countdown is going right now. Yeah, speaking of like the 40% inspiration buff, could that be a potential way for the developers to buff OTD a little bit by reducing the Archon Chapel buff a little bit and thus making OTD like a little bit more appealing to people? Could be.
I honestly think that OTD needs a buff rather than not HRE needs a nerf, right? Because
it would make them better by comparison, because people right now, they're all going mine work. It's like, oh yeah, the Archon, it just doesn't feel as great. You're getting 15% more. HRE gets 40% more. So I'm going for the mine work. If they just nerf the the other landmark for HRE, the Archon Chapel for HRE, suddenly people would be like, yeah, okay, the Archon for OTD, it's not that bad compared to the HRE Archon.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a big numbers guy. Like I studied, HP per cost and DPS per cost a lot of many units in this game, and I really like it. And seeing OTD stats kind of triggered me and made me angry, because you pay 2 times more for a unit, but the stats that you're getting are 1.5x, maybe 1.67 at best, So, and especially, for example, for range units, you barely get a damage increase, but you get HP increase. So obviously, this is not terrible. This is nice, but but the range units are damage dealers, right? So if we get an archer or a hand cannon that just barely deals more damage than a current the base hand cannon, and you also have worse eco than HRE, then these numbers just don't make sense to me.
All right, just roughly 1 minute remaining. Speaking of the Byzantine game plan here a little bit, so it's a little bit tough, I would say, for them, just because you definitely can't keep up with the timing from the HRE. Something that I've actually been doing a little bit is a build where you go for the Grand Winery, you get a lot of the olive oil, and then you sell the olive oil in order to get a comparable timing to HRE. I think something that I got in was like a 7-minute 20 when the age up finishes-ish timing. It's still not quite as fast as HRE, just because 40% is ridiculous, but it means that you're completely free to like not mine any gold at all during the feudal age to be able to go up to next age. And then you still have enough gold left over from selling the olive oil that you're actually able to get the monk out as well, like your first monk from the Grand Winery, which also gets produced a little bit faster. With that, I think you might be in a position to secure like 2, maybe 3 relics if you're able to like deny a little bit as well. Something that's nice nowadays is with an indirect buff with the wing that you choose, or not the wing, the mercenary contract that you choose, not costing olive oil anymore. You don't have to worry about like selling all your olive oil and then not having enough to select a contract anymore.
Yeah, but so then what we would have? We would have just 1 TC against 1 TC, fast castle against fast castle, and then do you spam cataphracts as a response?
Varangian guards. Like I've done both. I've done cataphracts and I've done Varangian guards. Both of them you can afford a good bit. You got to be careful with like your gold transition. Like you got to put villagers on gold again, and then cataphracts are a little bit tough to afford just because they cost so much. Varangian guards still cost more than normal man arms, but they're a little bit easier to afford. If your opponent goes knights, you go for cataphracts. If your opponent goes men at arms, you also go for Varangian guards. But enough of that. It's time for us to jump into our first game of this set now in the color blue. Playing as the Byzantines here on the map Gorge, we got Louis MT. On the other hand side, in the color red, playing as the Holy Roman Empire, we got Certain. Both players right now meeting up in the middle of the map for a little scout greeting there. Going to be splitting up those sides when it comes to the sheep distribution. Certain was thinking a little bit about going up there to find more sheep, but is now heading over to the other side of the map to find more sheep over there. I think that's a smart choice, just because if you're able to collect a lot of the sheep over there on that side, you're still going to be able to get the lion's share of the sheep overall on the map. Like if you're splitting the map 50-50, Certain has already gotten a couple from the left-hand side. And if he gets all on the right-hand side, he should, in theory, end up with more sheep overall.
Yeah, I am of an opinion that you want to always probe opponent's side a little bit at least, right? I'm not saying you have to go full Kirjardi and try to steal every single sheep from your opponent and stuff like that, but just poke a little bit, right? Like maybe scout 60% of the map first of the opponent's side, like 10%, for example. This way you can always maybe steal 2-3 more, and that already puts you at a pretty decent position. It's worth trying, in my opinion. But on the other hand, it feels like it's maybe a little too big of a risk to go straight to opponent's base and just try to steal as much as possible, because sometimes it just might not work out. But this is pretty interesting opening for Byzantine. So I'm not a Byzantine expert, so Krakedy, talk to me. What is this about? Why is there a farm?
I've seen it a couple of times from a lot of players, and my genuine answer to that is I don't know. Okay. I don't like there's no significant timing advantage that you get with this olive grove at any one point in time. The only thing that I could imagine here is it means that he won't need to drop off sheep immediately, since he has one less villager like on the sheep, so he doesn't have to drop sheep until he's aging up. That is the only reason that I could think of there, just to make sure that you don't have to drop off sheep before aging.
Could this be about gathering olive oil a bit faster so that he reaches maybe 500 faster or something like that, or that doesn't make sense?
It actually doesn't, because you can see right now that one farm, it's 6 olive oil per minute.
Okay, it's not much, fair enough.
Yeah, it's not a lot. Like it's gonna like switch between 6 and 8 olive oil for the most part, and it doesn't really make a big time difference. So with the Grand Winery, you're getting instead of 750 olive oil from your first batch of berries, you're getting 1250. Most mercenaries cost between 400 and 500. I guess maybe as the time goes on, nah, even then it doesn't quite add up. Like it's gonna take you like up to like 15, 18 minutes for that one olive oil, for that one olive grove to be able to like give you enough olive oil to make an additional batch of mercenary units.
Okay.
So I think it's just for like a smoother food transition early on.
What about initial wood? Because Byzantines, they have, do they have more wood than other civs at the start?
I don't think they do. They save up wood by not having to make a mill anymore. That's something that you can look at because the Grand Winery now finally does function as both a monastery and as a mill. They don't get any additional wood there.
Okay, because I was thinking maybe they have a bit more wood to build a second cistern, but Louis decides to place a second cistern quite late. Maybe he has some spare wood, maybe that's the play, but I guess he was also extremely aggressive with the scout. He literally went to the opposite corner of the map, so maybe this was just it. Maybe he was just making sure that he doesn't run out of sheep when he is so adventurous with the
from
scout.
certain. I'm not sure what's up with.
Okay,
All
there
right,
we
there
go.
we go. We're back. Okay.
All right, so these spears, let's think what they could be useful for. Was Zerton scared of some kind of push, or is he planning to push himself? So this would be what, 2 horse? Oh, he maybe
men at arms as well.
Maybe he didn't scout for the landmark that Louis went, so he was maybe scared of horsemen open. Oh, he actually did.
He did. Can we check certain scout? Is he like? I'm not sure if he already returned with the sheep at all with the scout. No, he did not. So there's 9 sheep right now following his scout because this was also weird that he suddenly pulled a lot of villagers over to wood. But now he's also going. Okay, he's going for early aggression. Yeah.
Yeah, and berries are in front, so this could actually work, right?
He's almost depleted. Like he's already depleted one of them.
Yeah, I guess so.
He already has enough to produce his first mercenary now.
Yes, yes. I honestly think this is great. I literally play like that slightly differently.
Well, you don't need to, but it's definitely good to deny like additional berries right now from Louis. Like you're gonna cap him at that one troop of mercenaries. So Louis is immediately gonna be capped right now when it comes to his potential army production. But certain needs to move fast. Oh, we're actually seeing Kashyyyks here, but there's already 2 spears.
Yeah, but they could be decent at tanking archers, so this could be okay. But yeah, this is how I play Cherry nowadays as well. This is surprisingly similar to what I do from Zerton. And yeah, I think this is super strong because right now as Zerton you can even go on boar. You can go on pretty much both deers. You can just send 5 bills and build a tower. And HRE with not running out of food is extremely scary. And pushing into Byzantines in feudal feels very, very strong, unless they go for javelin throwers. But Louis, for some reason,
Louis, he actually got enough to be able to afford a second batch of Kashyyyks now. So there will be 4 Kashyyyks out. Certain's gonna need more spears. He's gonna see those Kashyyyks, and then he's gonna immediately have to produce more spearmen. Wait, is Textiles already in for Louis? No, it's not. Okay. Oh, he activated Akratoy defense. Okay, that's why they took so little damage.
Yep. And look at this. This is 7-minute mark, and Zerton already has 4 men at arms, 10 archers, 2 spears, and on top of this wheelbarrow, and he can easily, happily take food on the map. And this is not even about being mobile to defend his food sources. It's about being in your face immediately. 21 army population against 6.
I feel like Louis is potentially panicking a little bit. You see right now, he's dropping 2 archer ranges now immediately. He doesn't have that much wood income right now, at least not in comparison. He's not going to be able to outproduce the HRE. He doesn't have any other choice, though, than making units right now. And there we go. We see the Kashyyyks now. Gonna be able to charge onto that one villager there on the berries. Certain does not realize in time. Villager is gonna go down. First villager kill of the day. Not of the day, but of this game is gonna go over to Louis. And Certain, what's his next plan going to be? We're probably also gonna see a blacksmith sometime soon from Louis as he continues pumping out a lot of units. Has to be, like, Certain right now also has to be careful with his reinforcements because Louis has the more mobile army composition out right now.
Yeah, so the only thing that could be a little worrisome for Zerton here is that he's playing into style that Louis is so good at, right? So it's just this feudal babooning. It's just something that Chinese are really good at, you know, so they both are gonna run around and harass each other, and at some point, maybe he's gotten good at this as well, who knows, but it feels to me like this is a speciality of Louis, what's happening in this game, so this could be a little bit of a problem. And honestly, Kashyyyks are a very interesting choice here, and it feels like they make a lot of sense, right? Because they are pretty much like a knight, and HRE historically has been a little weak against knight steps.
Units hop inside the TC. Louis decides not to press the issue there. That was a lot of units, though. A lot of horsemen, lots of Kashyyyks. Very solid raiding composition, and it seems like Certain behind this is now just going to be going for a castle age kind of play.
Yeah, and look at this, you've got such a presence, you still have actually bigger army, and on top of this, you can still go into H3 and use these units to have map control, and with this map control you can take the relics, and that's even better, and you scale even better. And on top of this, something I'm experimenting in this situation is to transition into a man-at-arm archer. So this is a composition that usually just gets beaten by knights, but since men-at-arms for HRE are so much better and they actually can counter knights, then you just have extremely strong H3 army as well, because these super fast archers, they can snipe the crossbows, and then the men-at-arms pretty much kill everything else.
Certain did actually move out onto the berries rather than the deer. Looks like he's respecting the army from Louis. Or the potential as well from the army, as there wasn't a lot of army in the first place earlier.
Yeah, it feels to me like he maybe is rushing H3 a little too fast. I feel like this would be nice to maybe push Louis off the food on the map. And here we've got an engagement. The spears are trying to protect the archers, and he's sniping opponent's archers with his own archers. This is excellent micro from Zerton, and all these spears and men-at-arms are really good at tanking.
Louis managed to snipe the spears.
He's getting surrounded, and he's kind of losing most of the archers to the horsemen. This is so close, but I think Louis is winning. It's the cavalry, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the Kashyyyks, there's still 4 of the Kashyyyks alive, right? And they're healing themselves whenever they're not being focused down. Every single hit, that's 4 health regained, and Certain is actually going to have to fall back now. He's going to have to go back into army production, but he's lost a lot there. A lot of military just went down.
This was a huge fight for Louis. I think he's extremely ahead after this, because Zerton was thinking about going H3, and he didn't spend his money, and if he had easily, for the money that he had, he could have had 10 spears more or even 15, and then there would be no question that he just wins the fight immediately. But since he was thinking about going H3, he goes, well, his army was just smaller, and then he, so now I feel like he's in trouble. I feel like this could have been just, he should have just massed much more units.
He's leaving the villagers behind.
Yeah, before going.
And so many archers now as well. Yeah, this hurts. Like, Certain's game plan has just been completely red at this point in time. If he just committed either a little bit sooner or just went for more farms, he would have been fine. But now 5 more villagers are going to go down, and that's going to hurt. 5 villagers at this point in time. Emergency repair actually comes in. I can't believe that that's in range, but just barely is in range. So emergency repair is going to at least keep this outpost alive for the next 30 seconds. But after that, is going to go down for sure. And Certain, he just can't mass up that many archers right now. Louis, he's just streaming more and more military, and also starts to build up a little bit of a bank of resources in order to be able to go up to the next stage, and certain with less archers now, then Louis is not going to be able to win these engagements. He's sending the spearmen forward, just needs something as a front line. The villagers, they pop out, but now they're getting killed as well by the horsemen, the Keshiks as well, and yeah, certain just can't keep up with this right now.
Yeah.
He's been read. He's been read like a book.
GG. Wow. Louis. Yeah, that's what I meant about Louis being an expert in feudal babooning, where you just sometimes you shouldn't give up, or when you transition out of feudal babooning too fast, you can just die like this, right? So either you rush H3 with the food that you have initially, so maybe berries and sheep, and that's kind of it, or you go much heavier into feudal, where you have to secure your own food and also deny the food of your opponent. So Louis understood this and he played like that, right? Like H2 is mostly about fighting over the food on the map, right? So this is what Louis did, and Zertan maybe felt overconfident. His army was pretty big and he was thinking about going H3. I feel like in this situation, H3 should have happened maybe at 13, 14 minute mark, where you've got so many resources, so many villas that you barely are even able to spend all the money that you have. So you just accidentally go H3 kind of. But this is still, he made a conscious choice. I'm gonna delay or cut a lot of units in order to go H3, right? And that's so this was basically just too greedy.
Yeah. We already can see what our next matchup it's gonna be. It's gonna be China versus Jeanne d'Arc. So this matchup, it can be tough. It can definitely be very, very tough. I think one way that China can have a way to win this one is if they go for Fast Castle, 1 TC song. You can't go for 2 TC. If you go 2 TC, Jean just completely destroys you. It's just too many units out. Even if Jean goes for 2 TC here, you don't follow with the second TC. You gotta get that Fast Castle age in. You gotta get access to your own knights. Yeah. And once you get access to your own knights, suddenly you're able to keep Jean in her base. You're able to put pressure up on her villagers. Like usually, Jean players, they are used to being the aggressor there. They're used to punishing greedy players. But if you force Jean to play a little bit more defensively, suddenly they don't get free access onto the deer, free access to the boar. Suddenly you're able to punish that, and that can kind of like make them struggle with their game plan.
For sure, I agree. I would say that Jeanne d'Arc has been nerfed so many times that I'm not exactly sure what's the place of her right now. It feels like it's still quite decent. It feels like this matchup can be decided a lot, even just by a very simple thing like food spawns. If China has really tough time to get into deer, for example, this could just be almost straight GG for Jeanne d'Arc, in favor of Jeanne d'Arc. Or if he is able to wall off another berry and another deer, for example, and get Barbican on deer, then he can have enough food to pretty much just rush H3, spam 10 knights, and then should be good enough, right? And the other thing is, though, quite often this strategy can be problematic if Jeanne d'Arc plays spears. So very often many French players, including Jeanne d'Arc, they are allergic to spears, but I feel like in this situation, sometimes spears can really help French player to win the fights.
All right, let's see. Game number 2 between the two. Certain in the color blue once again, playing as the Chinese here on Tri Arabia. Louis in the color red. Jeanne d'Arc for him. And the question's gonna be how this plays out. So, oh my God, certain actually, even with the additional line of sight, missed out on Louis Scout there. Oh, this could be devastating for him. If he starts trailing Louis Scout there, he's not going to find a lot of sheep. And you definitely do need to find sheep when you're playing up against Jean. It's not just about like getting more sheep for yourself, because you will have to turtle to a certain extent here. As we're looking 2 times as Louis Scout. You do have to turtle to a certain extent. There we go. You do have to turtle to a certain extent, but also you can't like have the Jeanne d'Arc faction have a lot of sheep, because it's just going to mean that they have a lot of food to play with as well. Certain he did manage to find some sheep though as well, and he's now going to be able to find Louis Scout, is going to find him, and now should be able to just run straight across the map, maybe drop off sheep on the way, but should still be able to find a couple on the other hand side of the map.
Yep, yep. Let's have a look at the spawns of the food, right? So we've got Zerton with extremely far away boar, maybe not extremely, but quite far away, and deer. So this could be a little problematic. We don't see the second spawn just yet. We will see this probably in future. Oh, but on the other hand, look at this. Zerton must be delighted because he's got double berry near his base, and he also has a deer in the back, essentially. So, and also gold. So there's not really a way that Louis can deny resources from Zerton. So that's pretty good. So I feel like this should be enough for him to pretty much go H3 without major problems. So this could be pretty good for him. Although these that deer and boar in the corner could be a bit problematic, but I still feel this is quite comfortable for Zerton as long as he still has found some sheep, so it's not bad. So I feel like he can execute even just a normal one TC song fast castle without major problems.
Yeah, should be possible for him. Pearl Academy should be coming in soon. Oh, it looks like he not collect the taxes from his mill? He doesn't have enough gold right now to be able to age up. Okay, he just did collect 40 gold. How much gold is still remaining in the mill? Ooh, still 33 remaining, so he was a little bit sloppy when it comes to the tax drop off there. Can now go up. He's probably thinking about where to put it. It is going to be aging up with the Barbican first, from the looks of it, next to his gold. This is going to mean that the gold is going to be very nice and protected. I'm actually not a big fan of this Barbican position. I would actually put it next to the deer. I would put it next to the deer and all the way next to the gold as well. That way, because if you want to play fast Castle Age and then be able to make units as China, you need to secure an additional food source on top of just the sheep that you start with. You need to also secure deer. That's where the Barbican is really great in, because at this point in time, you can just age up with a single villager, and then it's actually worth just sending a single villager all the way over to the corner, get the Barbican up there. You protect so many resources from that side, you can wall in the other sides, and be completely fine from just playing from the back position.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this would have been better. On top of this, you can also secure gold there.
And again, he didn't scout it at that time. He hadn't actually scouted that side.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and on top of this, the only downside of this Barbican technically could be the fact that he would have more villagers than 8 there, right? Because you want to go gather gold there probably as well if you get pushed from the middle. And then you also gather deer. So this is most likely we're looking at 12, 15 villagers in that location. So not all of them would fit into the Barbican. So that could be a little problematic maybe. But
just put down a village, you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Very good point. And in general, you could still just bounce your spears left and right. So that should be fine, right? So I feel like missed opportunity here. And we'll see if he's going to pay for this or not.
Right, Louis is going for that second TC, and now, if you're certain you don't want to go for your own second TC, you'll be fine with Song Dynasty. Don't forget, Jean, it's not like French. They don't get a bonus on their TC production. You're not able to just produce as like a French TC would. It's still the full 20 seconds. Meanwhile, if you're Song Dynasty with Chinese, you're producing a villager every 16 seconds. There we go. Barbican is about to come in, and there we go. 15 seconds. Okay, never mind. So it was still 15 seconds. For some reason, I had in mind that they nerfed it at one point again. Oh, never mind. They just changed the wording at the last bench. I should know this. But yeah, they just changed the wording. It's still like 15 seconds. So you're still able to somewhat keep up with the second. Oh, it's just going to be an outpost. Okay, please. Please don't. I fear that he's going to go for a second TC.
Yeah, I think so. Why else would he build the outpost there? I think this is clearly for going into a second TC. Well, if he gets a second TC on top of the deer, that could be decent, but it feels risky and it's going to be tough to achieve that. So let's see. There's one a knight already roaming, and what is the Jean d'Arc? What did he pick? Did he pick the range one or the melee?
Hasn't picked anything yet from the looks of it. What you can do with Jean, if you get up to level 2, you can just center next to the villagers and boost the production speed, the building speed of all those villagers by 33%, which is quite big actually. It gives you basically a free villager in the time that it takes to build a TC.
Yeah.
So Jean level up can be coming now, and it's going to be melee Jean for Louis.
Okay, yeah. I still am a big fan of the melee one because sure, the range one is decent at harassing, you can poke the villagers, it's nice. But on the other hand, the Q ability is just so insane, right? Because Basically, the main problem as French player is facing mass fears, and this is literally the only thing that counters. It is a very nice thing, a very nice way of countering the fears with that ability, especially if you've got 4 of them banked. It's quite insane. And Zertan decides to play extremely safe with his second TC, which obviously makes sense in this situation. However, on the other hand, I'm not sure that this will make him taking this deer even harder. So this could be pretty problematic that he's gonna run out of food very shortly. I feel like he wants to start building a lot of granaries and farms behind this tower, behind his stone. But on the other hand, I still think that deer pack would help him a ton.
Yeah, I think he definitely needs to go for that. Just get like 3-4 spearmen out and try and like wall up the bottom half to be able to get access there. But now Louis also making archers, so this is kind of the problem, right? Like if you're playing a prolonged feudal age against like a civilization that has access to those knights, they don't have a reason to age up.
Yeah.
You do. You need units to play against like armored units. They don't have a reason to age up. They can just stay feudal age all day long.
Yep. So I would expect from Louis just to mass units right now. Archers, knights, take the food on the map. Maybe even try to take the food of the opponent. That would be sick. And then just deny the deer pack in the corner. I think that's the play right there. The question is what's the plan for Zertan? I think he has to basically go into 30 farms before going H3 if he doesn't secure that deer pack. So this could be very problematic. But we'll see. I guess he has quite safe gold, but I don't see him buying food or anything too much. To be honest, I think it's a quest for food right now. And is this quest going to be fulfilled? I guess he still has berries, right? So this is enough to build a decent army. Zugenu don't really cost any food, to be honest, at all. So, I mean, a little bit, of course. So this could be...
As much as an archer, as a normal archer.
Sorry?
As much as a normal archer. It's been nerfed from 20 to 30 food, so they cost 50% more food than they used to.
But still, it feels like this army... he could try to use the army to secure the deer pack, but in theory that's not supposed to work because at some point he will run out of food to make units, while Louis is not supposed to run out of that.
Yeah.
That's one thing, and on the other hand, you don't really want to even fight in H2 against Jeanne d'Arc at all, for any reason. So right now, even if he tries to combat and fight for that deer pack, this is literally what Louis wants.
Yeah, at the same time, like we mentioned it earlier, like you need, if you want to play like fast castle age, you need those deer. The farm transition could kill you. Not getting those deer could kill you. Fighting could kill you.
Yeah.
Which is why I think like the second TC kind of puts Zertan in this really, really awkward position. He needs to actually take really, really good fights here in order to be able to like win this, like be able to just deal with this of sorts. He's getting emplacements in on that outpost. He still doesn't have a lot of Shuganu right now, Louis, even though he also went for a second TC. Military numbers definitely looking better for him right now. Value-wise, for sure. He's got almost 3 times the army value right now. That's how like front-load those knights are, and certainly he's just having issues right now getting food here. You can see the archers every now and then, they're stepping up, they are damaging the villagers, and first villager is going to go down here in a little bit, certain. Yep, first villager goes down. Loses an archer, but to be fair, that's a good trade. Losing an archer for a villager. For sure, Zertan has almost 10 villagers, is almost 10 villagers ahead right now. But 10 more villagers eat a lot more food as well.
Yeah. And do you think going for Barbican on deer, eating all this deer, and still going second TC into fast castle, would that work, or do you think...
I think then it works to get you up to castle age, but then you're not going to have enough... food income in order to be able to push back.
Okay.
Like you get yourself in the position to get the tax in, you're able to get a couple of units out, but it's not going to be enough to push back against somebody that just goes all in feudal age.
Okay.
This archer fire doesn't really do a lot of damage, even when you're considering that chivalry has just come in. These knights are just going to heal up again. 2 villagers so far have gone down, and it's a lot of idle time that has been caused here for certain. Lots of knights right now. Still almost double the army value right now for Louis. And behind that, he's getting close to be able to age up.
Yeah,
Zertan is nowhere nearby close.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by seeing all those resources in Louis Bank. Is this a good idea to age up right now? Because if he
Yeah.
goes for age up, I think he might have to give up the deer pack, which will in turn allow Zerton to happily age up. So, and in general, I don't think these players. I mean, I don't think Louis wants to stay, wants to go into H3. I think he wants to stay in the game for as long as possible into H2. So, all right, now he's spending this money, but he's still
actually
floating
baiting
quite-
Certain. He's actually baiting Certain into going out right now.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, so
Wow,
he's retreating a little bit. He's like, yo,
Oh.
Certain, I'm gone, man. Go on the deer, see what happens, go for them. And yeah, I think Certain might be taking the bait here.
Yeah,
this
but
feels
he's
super
baiting
tough.
himself a little bit as well by having all these resources in the bank. Imagine, yeah, I would buy your theory if he spent all the money, but right now he still has. Those could have been like literally 4 or 5 nights more.
I don't think he even needs them right now. Like, you just go up to the next age. You potentially age up just with Royal Institute. You get all those unique upgrades, and now there we go. Fight is about to happen here. Oh, Imperial Official is gonna go down. Villagers are going to go down. Shuganu onto the archers. Looks
Yeah,
like
it
only
could-
one Imperial Official went down there, but yeah, it's so difficult right now for Certain to just be able to get this map control back. He's now going out to the berry stair, but there we go. Royal Institute is coming in. And sure, it's like, this might allow Certain to age up, but it's not going to be in time. It is not going to be in time, because as soon as the age up comes in, Certain is on a timer, and that timer has a length of 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Right.
That is
It
when
seems-
Royal Bloodlines comes in.
It seems the biggest problem right now for Zerton is also that he has no clue what's happening, and this is how I often lose my 2TC games, where I am generally in decent shape. Right now, for example, Zerton, I would say, especially if he secures the deer, I think he's in great shape. The problem is that he has no clue that the opponent is going for H3, so he cannot react. He could just cut units, even like 10 units out of here, and still be completely fine and just go H3 himself. But he has no clue. Like, he's still scared that he's
And
about
he
to
can't
die.
cut 10 units. He can't even cut 10 units. It might be a little bit deceiving when you look at the military numbers, but look at the army value.
Fair enough. Okay, but on the other hand, look, he still has these berries that he's gathering, and if he had that deer, I think he can go H3 relatively soon. It's just he kind of doesn't know that he has to right now. Only now he just figured out, which is usually too late. Although China builds the landmark extremely quickly, so maybe there's still hope for him.
He's gonna need to know go mass crossbows immediately.
Yeah.
Master Gnu is not gonna be enough just because with all the bonus health. Bonus health is the best stat to have against Shuganu. It's why Ghazi Raiders actually make the matchup a little bit more favored towards Delhi than it used to be. It used to be like China being massively favored against Delhi. The Ghazi Raiders suddenly coming in with like plus 30 health compared to normal horsemen suddenly made it like a much more doable matchup for Delhi. It went from a really unfavorable matchup to a decent matchup.
So Zerton is power building almost clock tower, so he's about to go H3. There's still no Royal Institute upgrade, it seems, for Louis. We got only upgraded archers and upgraded knights, which is already a pretty big deal, right? And we had some farm transition as well. So this is a timing for Louis. He can maybe kill Zerton right now, but Zerton needs to rush all these upgrades for H3 units, and the tower is kind of buying him some time, and he's boosting them with Imperial Official, so the timing is actually quite thin for Louis, and I feel maybe Zerton is surviving for now. The main question is, can he keep up with the unit production, especially crossbow production in this situation?
The main issue that I see here right now is it's 20 knights versus 18 spearmen, and no crossbows yet.
Yes, for sure. And look at this. Actually, there's other upgrade from the Royal Institute. He's not rushing Royal Bloodlines. He is going for the cheaper build units, which obviously makes sense. There's a little bit
misclick.
of micro.
He tried to snipe John, but John got pulled back. Spearman also now getting focused down by the archers.
Yeah, nice
You're
micro.
coming in, but John gets killed.
Yeah, just as I said that he is losing, he just lost Jeanne d'Arc, which still is level 2, but it seems like the knights and
It's just too much.
Yeah, this is just too much. All the spears died. Yeah, there was no crossbows. There was nothing to that tanks the archers, so the archers got an insane value. And this is the farm situation.
only
The farm
on
is the
production
main
buildings.
problem here. he spent so many units, so many resources to get the
Oh,
farms,
more.
and as the result, he just didn't have enough units.
Some more production buildings start now. Crossbows are coming in now, but certainly he's going to have to evacuate the entire villager line there on the back, and that's a lot of villagers that have to move out. Their pathing seems to not be doing too well here for him. Mass
Okay.
villager migration right now happening here.
Yeah, I was watching the video yesterday about Oregon Trail. This is kind of like this, where 500,000 people went from East Coast to West Coast in 19th century, and this is pretty much it. And it doesn't look like it's gonna end well with.
And H3 John as well, and he's getting the units that do bow deception crossbows. Crossbows, the one unit that certain needed right now. But he's out of food. He doesn't have free production around his production buildings. They're just getting sniped down immediately. And Louis with Jean d'Arc. Man, imagine if this was 1 TC. But yeah, GG gets called. Louis able to win it 2-0.
Nice, nice. Yeah, so Louis proves that he's really, really good. Zerton is no pushover, and this looked a little bit one-sided, I have to say. I mean, maybe not super one-sided, but this was like very basic timings that just killed Zerton.
Yeah. It is that I'm saying it every now and then. Like, if you just want to get to Conqueror 3, there is only one thing you need to do. You play either French, you play either French or Jeanne d'Arc. You just make knights. You just make knights throughout the entire game. You don't fight. You don't fight with the knights. Rule number 1, you never fight with the knights. You just run around, you annoy your opponent. If he has a building outside of TC range, outside of army range, you just burn that building down. And behind that, you just slowly but surely, you inch towards that castle age. Once you go castle age, you just get that one upgrade. That one upgrade that suddenly makes the game unlosable for you. It's that royal bloodline. Suddenly your knights are just not killable anymore. And that, like, nobody's going to stop you at that point in time.
Okay. It's a big fan of this theory. I'm actually a huge opponent of knights. I feel like they are HP per cost is actually awful, and the biggest counters to knights, which is spears and crossbows, they deal a ton of damage against them. So
Would you say that even with the HP upgrade on them?
With with the HP upgrade, right? When we're talking about Jeanne d'Arc,
Plus 80 health, yeah.
Yeah, so when you've got this upgrade, the HP per cost is equivalent to spear or horseman, right? Like so you're just leveling to the same level of these units, right? Obviously, there's armor and stuff, right? But my point is that if you just have enough spears and crossbows, you're always going to kill knights at a very high pace. So these units are mostly just to secure food and secure relics and stuff like that, in my opinion. Although obviously with the upgrade, they're not bad. Not bad at all.
All right. I'm going to try to prove you wrong, and I'm going to propose the following. Right now, we're on 71 subs. If we reach 150 subs today, I'm going to go to top 10 on ladder Knights Only.
Okay.
And I'm going to name the account Knights Only as well, so people will know. People will be able to make spearmen, just mass spearmen right off the bat.
Okay. And I'm happy to play against you as well.
Try it, man. Knights are broken.
No. It's just do what Duan did against first game. What was it? Against B. Like the first game, just go 30 crossbows, 40 crossbows, all the knights disappear. I'm a crossbow enjoyer and crossbow believer, trust me. All right.
What's going to be our next set?
Yeah, how are we looking with the next set? So we've got Vortex against Papipo. What is the status between them? I have no idea. Can you repeat, Cow? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just bought green screen, so I'm a bit worried that Cat will harass the green screen as well.
I got my cat right next to me. He's sleeping. I would switch the... Wait, actually, can I switch the cam in Video Ninja? I'm not sure if I can switch cameras. Oh, I can. All right, there we go. Got the cat
Ooh.
right there.
Nice. What's her name? Or is she? Is it she?
His name is Mockridge.
Ah. What was that? What does it mean?
It's a name that the animal shelter gave him.
Oh, okay.
I just call him Cat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also had a chair like this, and he was extremely happy to sleep like this, very close to him, always close to the human. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, it seems Vortex is starting, so that's nice. So this is our, I guess, banger for today. Vortex against Papipo. I would say this is the sickest game we have so far.
Oh yeah, definitely a good one. Definitely is. All right. Let's see. All right, challenge is official. 150 subs today or 200 by the end of tomorrow. And we'll be doing nights only until we reach top 10 on the ladder.
And what if you don't manage to reach that level?
It's going to have to be horsemen only.
Horsemen only.
Nah, we won't be doing that. We'll have to think of something else.
I would even say that horsemen are better than knights.
Oh my god, get out. No way. No way. In no world are they better. It's just a bad thing. I'm actually like on the complete anti-theory to that. I think horsemen, especially in feudal age, are trash.
Yeah, for sure. In feudal, they're trash. But once you get the full farm transition, I feel like they're useful with how you just spam all the food into them. You ram them into opponent's eco, and they're also pretty good at tanking, right? Because they have high HP per cost, so they arrive to the fight very shortly, right? So I am a range unit enjoyer, so once you run out of the front line, you can instantly replace with the new horseman, and then your crossbows pretty much never die, for example.
Yeah, but that's only when you're talking about like late game and like Imperial Age or very, very late Castle Age. I think for the first 20 minutes, it's legitimately the opposite. I think knights are broken and horsemen are too weak. Later on, it kind of switches around a little bit because your resource priorities kind of change as well. But I stand by those words.
Yeah, so I mean I can agree with the horsemen being bad before the farm transition, right? Because there's not much you can achieve with them really because of the cost being so high of food, and food is very scarce early. But later, once you get a decent farm transition, 40, 50 farms, then horsemen are really, really nice.
I'm gonna say though, a challenge like going horsemen only into top 10 isn't possible.
Yeah.
Going knights only into top 10, I think that's way more realistic.
I think it's not realistic.
I think it's very realistic.
Okay, well, we'll see.
I think it's literally what Louis and CSO have been doing all season, all last season as well. All right, let's take a look though at our group phase here so far. At the current standings, we have Puppy Paw leading 2-0, Vortex also leading 2-0. Corvinus and Numedan, I mean, somewhere those losses need to be allocated, so it's 0-2 for both of them. Certain did manage to win versus CSO. Louis managed to win both versus Certain and versus GUA, so right now he's primed at seed number 1 in his bracket. Annotant 1-0, Marine Lord 1-0. I mean, that's from the previous games from Demu. And Wham currently in Group C leading 1-0 against B.
Yep. All right. So it seems that here the Puppy Paw against Vortex is going to be, but they both qualify. But it's still quite important match because they're going to fight over who has the first seed or the second seed. And these kind of games are sometimes even more important because would you rather get, for example, Marine Lord or Annotant in your final match, right? Like obviously Annotant is extremely good, but it doesn't compare that much to Marine Lord, I think. And then we've got the same with other groups, right? Like usually in the way seeding works for these tournaments is that the top one of the group is extremely tough opponent, and then the top two of the group is still very strong but beatable if you are a pro, right? While the first slot can be extremely tough. Like even for Puppy Paw or Vortex, difference between Annotant and Marine Mode, I would say, is quite massive for them.
Yeah, I agree. It's as you said, like suddenly, like if you're getting seed number 1 compared to seed number 2 of your group, it suddenly dramatically changes the outcome of like, are you gonna make it past quarterfinal? Are you gonna make it to semifinal? Are you gonna make it to final? It's huge implications there. But now we can see the draft that we got when we look at the set between Puppy Paw and Vortex. Puppy Paw, we see this is like a draft where I would say, okay, Puppy Paw got the OP civilizations. He got China, he's got Jeanne d'Arc, he's got Byzantines, he's got the quote-unquote really, really strong meta OP civs at the moment. Vortex, on the other hand side, he's got these civilizations that he is really good with. So we see Mongols, we see Japan, we see Delhi. These are all like player like favorite picks that he likes to play. He likes to play these civilizations. He's got the game plan with them. And we're going to be starting off with Mongols, Jeanne d'Arc versus Mongols and Gorge. Definitely an interesting matchup.
I'm extremely surprised about Japan pick because we only have land maps in this tournament. So Japan on land maps, it's
the fast castle age timing. It's still pretty good. Like going fast castle age, you get those knights, you immediately get your monk out for relics, and Japan actually works really well against Byzantines. Because Byzantines, they can't stop the fast castle age. So Japan is going to get the fast castle age out. They're going to take the relics. So as Byzantines, it's going to be very tough for you to take the relics yourself, which you do want. You do want to get the relics because you're going to be going for the Grand Winery in most situations, right? So you're not going to be able to get the plus 240 olive oil per minute, which is huge in that regard as well. And then also, if you don't go for in that matchup, you go for longbows, but you can't go for javelin throwers because if you go for javelin throwers, your entire composition gets countered by honor geishas.
Yep, sure. Yeah, okay. But what about Jeanne d'Arc? Don't you just die as Japan, for example?
Sure, in that matchup, not against Byzantines though, but Jeanne d'Arc, he doesn't have to worry about that one because that one's already out of the way. Yeah. So Japan is definitely not a civilization that you pull in like first, because that's obviously the earlier you pick it, the higher the risk that you run into Jeanne d'Arc.
Makes sense. So here, what do you think about this matchup? So historically, French has been a little weak against Mongols, but Jeanne d'Arc is a bit different. What do you think? Do you think that makes a big change and Jeanne d'Arc is fine against Mongols?
Yeah, I think Jeanne is pretty fine against Mongols, not only because you, for one, have Jeanne at the beginning. So in theory, if you go for like a villager pull, if you go for villager fights, Jeanne is very, very strong, very healthy, has a lot of bonus health even as a villager. That's going to make it relatively tough for like early fights if you like build the outpost a little bit too greedy. Villager pulls suddenly are way more feasible for Jeanne d'Arc to like deny early outposts. Also, as feudal age like goes on, you always feel a little bit stronger than in French when it comes to unit production because you're able to consecrate those buildings very early on, especially if like there's an outpost right in front of your base. Consecrating a stable for horsemen which mostly cost food, and consecration which just reduces food cost, is going to make those horsemen really, really cheap. So you're able to mass a lot of horsemen, and especially when it comes to the strategy of like, okay, you let the outpost go up, and you just mass units and send them across to your opponent's base and try to harass either gold or the pit mine. Not the pit mine, but the Uvu. It's just a lot easier to do with Jeanne. And then once you have a lot of units on the other side, you just fall back, you clean up the outpost, suddenly you're back on gold and able to get the knights out.
Yep, I agree with that. The question is though, what about the trade? It seems we are playing a gorge, so most likely... Yeah, go on.
Trade also is really good for Jeanne to play into because the units are exposed and you're getting 14 experience for every single trader that you kill.
Yeah, so it feels like I'm not sure if I like choosing Mongols on Gorge because I still feel like trade is one of the strongest things that Mongols do. If you don't play trade, what are you left really with? Maybe just a full all-in H2, but is it even that good? And then so on Gorge trading is very difficult. I would say even one of the worst maps for trading. So this means that he's actively taking away one of the biggest strengths of the Civ. So and it also severely limits the options that he has, right? So for example, maybe potentially he would like to rush H3 as a response to heavy units to response as the to tower rush, right? So for example, if you go tower rush, opponents goes very heavy horsemen to break the tower and harass you on the other side, and you just rush H3, then quite often the player who massed units as a response to tower rush can have some problems, right? So, but on the other hand, if you want to do this, you don't need trade anyway, right? So maybe this makes sense. Maybe this makes sense. Let's see. I think Mongols should go tower rush into fast castle here. Do you agree, or that's not a good idea?
I think it should work. Like just going for the fast castle age is definitely something that works. I'm not sure what landmark you should be going with. Kurultai always seems strong, but at the same time, Step Redoubt just gives you that option of getting the techs in really, really quickly, having all that bonus gold for upgrades as well. Especially eco upgrades. I feel like with Mongols, every now and then I just forget getting the eco upgrades when I go for Kurultai, because I just go for like this all-in timing push because like, oh, my units get more bonus damage. I should be winning this all-in. Then I fail and then I lose the game. Meanwhile, if I go for Kurultai, I always like, oh, I got so much gold, might as well spend them on eco upgrades. And suddenly I have like a pretty decent eco and I'm able to take better sustained fights. I think in a Mongol versus French matchup, I think Mongol is favored. I think Jean, though, changes the entire equation.
We'll see. We'll see. By the way, actually, I need 30 seconds. Be right back. I'll be back.
All right. See you in just a little bit. In the meantime, you guys will be stuck with me here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll try to entertain you for a little bit. Yeah, we got Cow with us as well. That's true. That's true. It's always difficult for me to tell. Can chat hear you?
Yeah,
can chat not
they
hear
can
you?
hear me now. Yeah.
Okay, they can hear Cow. Okay, so we got Cow with us, and we're going to be jumping into our game number 1 in the set between Puppy Paw and Vortex in just a little bit, and it's going to be an interesting one. Starting off with Jean d'Arc, Jean d'Arc versus the Mongols. Right. Any second now.
In a minute. Come on, Matisse. Oh, we're waiting for Matisse, right?
We can wait for Matisse. Yeah.
We're waiting for Matisse, yeah.
We're waiting for Matisse. All right. So, everybody, how's your day been? You having a nice afternoon right now? It's sunny here in Germany.
Yeah,
it's been very sunny so far.
I mean, it's been an interesting week, to be honest. Like the last week, we've had the fireplace going, the windows open because it's too hot outside, and then snow.
Oh, so all the seasons.
All the season.
Are you in Bergen right now?
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, it's been interesting. Questions about if Demo is coming to the LAN. Hopefully, I have not gotten confirmation that he is eligible to join.
He wants the title. He said he likes the title, King of the North.
He does indeed. Anyways, Matisse is back. Matisse, put on your headset and let's get into game.
Yo.
What headset? All right, there we go. Game number 1, and let's jump right into it. We got Vortex in the color blue playing as the Mongols. On the other hand side, in the color red, Puppy Paw as Jean d'Arc, and there we go. Right now, both players just looking for sheep, as is usual. The map kind of gets split up into those 2 lanes, right-hand side and left-hand side, as both players are looking to just take the majority of the sheep here of this map. Vortex actually is sending his Gur out from the looks of it, trying to scout for some sheep on his side. Is going to find that sheep over there. There we go. A little bit of Gur scouting going on there at the top side for him.
Okay, he's trying to steal the sheep from the opponent, although I guess Mongols usually have to poke opponent's base a little bit to know where to go, right?
Puppy Paw does the same. Actually, he didn't go all the way. I think on this map, you always have to go all the way to the other lane. The thing is, if you go for like the middle of your lane immediately, you will usually see your opponent scout if they're going on the same way, and then you can sort of adjust that. If you don't see the scout there, that's kind of like your go to go all the way.
I agree, 100%. So this is pretty much, you're kind of just splitting the map left and right with the way this map is designed, right? So not going to the edge basically means that you're giving up a part of what is supposed to be yours. Yeah.
Hey, the Vortex is gonna find a sheep with that Gur there. So nice, Gur scouting is paying off. There's actually another sheep here that he might potentially be able to get. So it looks like it's probably outside of the range of the Gur there. And Tyberidov's coming in with the 5 gifted subs there. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Oh, he's gonna find it now. I think with this building, he's gonna find it. Oh, so close, so close.
I remember how big of a shock it was. I think I'm not sure. Maybe it was Kiljardi that I've seen him do it first, or this was Chrisauer. These guys. When I saw Gear scouting first time, I was so surprised.
It's definitely funny, like seeing a building just pack up and start to collect sheep out on the map. Vortex is gonna go for that tower rush. Hasn't scouted the gold yet, actually, and Puppy Paw is gonna see that this is coming, and he deletes his mining camp nice and early.
Yeah, sick. Very nice reaction. Pretty good. He's got enough gold for age up, and you usually want also a little more so that you can, for example, upgrade spears. Sometimes you're in a situation where you have to build spears, and having the upgrade there, having that a little bit more gold allows you to upgrade them as well. And that's pretty nice. You pretty much have a full army, although you'll always have this problem of not having gold for the blacksmith upgrade. So at some point you really need to clear that gold in order to get them. And it seems
beautiful
Vortex,
outpost position there.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this. Vortex doesn't give up, you know, like he's like, you could think, well, the gold is already there. You could just tower the golden berries. That would be already pretty nice. But he always, it seems he likes high risk, high reward plays, right? Like he's not content with just medium reward, medium risk. He wants to go full of it, you know. And I guess it makes sense. Like this tree line. There's only one, pretty much, that's very close. I guess there's one to the right, but it's much more exposed, so it could be easily harassed with Keshiks, for example. So I feel like this is, I feel like I honestly like it. Like he's denying wood and gold here, and the berries are still so much in front, and the other wood line is so much in front that you could potentially just push it with units.
Also, it gives him just vision over the entire base from Puppy Paw. That's probably going to be one of the also most important things. And once he gets to H2, once he's able to get the arrow slits emplacement on that outpost, if he just gets the Khan signaling arrow there to be able to look over the wood line, if Puppy Paw doesn't realize at that point in time, he might actually lose a villager there. There we go, one villager down.
Yeah, it already paid off. This is what over 5 minutes. This is gonna cost him easily 250 resources, something like that, 200 maybe. And so the tower just paid off, the idle villager time as well. So this is pretty nice start for Vortex, and I'm always extremely scared of Vortex playing Delhi and Mongols, you know. So it seems like he always kind of makes it work, even though maybe nowadays Mongols is not as oppressive as we thought before, but it feels. And by the way, in these markets, look at them. They're very they're symmetric, but they're not in the middle. They're usually very often in the middle, but here we've got clearly very close to the corner even, I would say. So the trade suddenly on this map is kind of doable.
Definitely doable. It's one of those rare things, right? Like usually we look at this map and the markets are always more towards the middle-ish. In this situation though, they're very close towards the corners.
Yeah, I wonder if this was their decision to go for market. Did he plan it anyway before, or was it just maybe he saw the market being much more doable? And look at this. This is interesting. We've got both hero units. Both civs have hero units, right? So we've got Jeanne d'Arc with Jeanne d'Arc, and we've got Mongols with the Khan. So this is interesting. The way that this game is moving towards. You basically have a civ for everybody, right? So if you like to micro, if you like to focus on one unit, you can have hero units here easily if you come from Warcraft 3, for example. But on the other hand, if you prefer to play Boom, you can just play Abbasid and have a ton of villagers and TCs and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is now the aggression that we talked about earlier during the pre-match, that you can actually... Oh, Barracks is getting blocked there. Oh, he wants to make room there for the arch range. I can put it over there though. That's going to be completely fine. But yeah, this is the move right now where Puppy Paw, he's just going to send all of his army over to Vortex space. He's just going to mass army there. And once he's done enough damage, or rather gotten enough units out, that's when he's going to go back to his base and clean up the outpost. Double Keshiks are coming out. Done a little bit of damage there to one of the horsemen. There's only 2 spearmen at the front right now for Puppy Paw, and now we're going to be getting some double archer productions out from Vortex.
Yeah, so Papi actually has a ton of units here, so this could be still quite dicey for Vortex. Let's see, he didn't double produce archers, so he's not gonna have that many archers. It seems he's double producing the other Keshik set maybe, and with 4 Keshiks against 4 spears, or maybe 5 spears, he's gonna do fine, but it seems both players are just content with the trade-off here. So Vortex gives up the Uvu, Papi kills the Uvu, and I know that this is pretty much all that can happen. There's also tower on the Vortex gold, so the gold production will be uninterrupted. And here, actually, the Khan, I think, is gonna die. Oh, maybe not.
Movement speed arrow gets popped, but that's only gonna last for like 4 seconds. And yeah, Khan is gonna fall to those horsemen. That's an additional plus 12 experience going over to Jean. And Vortex right now, he needs to build up his numbers. Doesn't have that many units in the front right now. With his army, villagers jump inside the outpost. So that's not a fight that I feel like Puppy Paw can take yet. The outpost should be in a position to take down most of the spearmen here. And yeah, Vortex can actually just sacrifice his archers to kill spears. Instead, choosing to kill the archers first with the help of the outpost as well. But once the spearmen go down, that's when the Keshik can just clean up this entire army. And I feel like Puppy Paw, he's overstaying his welcome right now. Archers push up a little bit too far, but there we go. Outpost also gets repaired now.
Wow.
And Puppy Paw doesn't have enough here. Jean is going to fall to this.
This was so close. At some point, it felt like what Papi is doing is great, and he's gonna crash Vortex, but it seems not really. The spears. This is just the lack of gold. If those were knights instead of the horsemen, that would be a completely different story. But
what is going on there? That's a lot of villagers moving out right now. Puppy Paw, he's sending out 15 villagers over to the boar and to the deer. But at this point in time, when he just lost a major fight, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. He can't produce a lot of units now.
He was pushing while getting a second TC. So Vortex will, he will smell the blood in the water immediately, and I feel like
it's gonna go up though.
Yeah, this is gonna go up, sure, but still, the entire army of Puppy Paw just died. So it means that he will be able to. So Vortex, if he continues just massing units, very shortly he will be able to maybe even try to break the TC. But on the other hand, it seems that. He's also just content with going trade, and he's losing 2 Keshiks, or 1 Keshik, I guess, at all. Yeah, 2 Keshiks. So this is, 2 TC against trade. So we're actually going to end up with a reasonably close game here, although I would favor trade over second TC in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, trade always feels great, especially on a spawn like this. Now we also have a couple of pastures that came out for Vortex, so it doesn't look like he wants to move out on the map right now when it comes to resources. Double pasture is going to be nice here for the early part of the game.
Yeah, and we've got Boar safe as well, so he's gonna have a ton of food here. So he could potentially maybe do a timing attack when he just gets all the food here, spams a ton of units, and tries to break the trade. And this could be the deciding moment of the game. So the question is whether Vortex is going to have enough units to repel that kind of push. Is one of the players planning to go H3? I honestly think that both players should probably just mass as many units as possible, because if the trade goes unpunished, most likely this is going to look bad for Papi. And if the trade gets broken, then Papi just wins, right? So here we are in a situation where I don't think anybody should really go H3. They should be massing units, and whoever manages, and the trade is pretty much a win condition.
Puppy Paw is finally able to secure himself some gold again, so with that, should finally be able to get some eco upgrades as well. Vortex, I feel like he wants to push the issue here. Like, he saw that Puppy Paw went for that secondary TC. And what that means now is that he has a point to put aggression on. The thing with traders is that you can really... You don't need to invest a lot into it. Like, it's gonna pay for itself very, very quickly. Like, this one trader, it's just one trip for him to pretty much have paid himself off completely. It's one investment, one trip, done. It's already paid for itself. Meanwhile, the secondary TC, you put 700 resource into it, you invest 50 resource into every villager. So every villager needs like 90 seconds in order to pay off its own costs anyways.
Yeah.
It's much slower when it comes to the payoff.
Yeah, for sure. On the other hand, food is the most important resource in H2. So in this situation, all these traders, sometimes it becomes a little awkward where you kind of have to buy even food, although there's still a lot of food on the map that he can take. On the other hand, this makes him a little vulnerable to potential harassment, but he might just not care about the harassment because he might just be attacking because this is Vortex.
Yeah, speaking of attacking, but he knows, okay, this might be a little bit too opportunistic here. The walls did come up for Puppy Paw. Vortex isn't going to be able to just shimmy past them onto the villagers. That would just mean that all the Kashyyyks would go down. He's just messing more and more military right now. Pretty even military numbers out right now. Army value, because Vortex has those Kashyyyks, looks a little bit better for him. Nothing crazy at the moment, though. I think the Khan also provides a lot of military value, army value, which is kind of weird because Jean actually doesn't provide a lot of army value there in the overlay. Just some of these things with the score, it's a little bit wonky. Can't really take it too serious here.
Yeah, for
especially since Vortex with Mongols, like he replays one of his landmarks earlier, so he's already like 200 score ahead just based on that.
Yeah,
this is nice. The Kashyyyks can always just heal up. Like they can take fights and then just heal up when they're hitting walls.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. How insane reaction of Vortex is. You know, it's the years of just having an extremely well trained eye. The moment Puppy Paw showed up on the minimap or even in the vision, he immediately reacted. So this is just how good these players are.
Vortex also rates a little raid with that single knight. Knight managed to take down one of the villagers there. Upgrades now coming in for Puppy Paw. Gets a lot of DC upgrades. Dal Brodex has come in. Survival techniques missing it actually, even though he is mostly on the deer there, on the boar.
Yeah, I'm at this point where even if I'm planning to get one deer pack, I already get survival techniques. I think this is such a good upgrade, and someone did the math that it's worth it, even if you go for one deer pack. And here he's going for double deer pack and also boar, so it's just a clear overstep here. And this is maybe critical moment of the game where there's a push coming in from Puppy Paw, and he's going to try to break the trade. If he fails at this, and if he gets cleaned up, then it could be problematic for him, or even maybe close to GG. But if he manages to break the trade, then Vortex is pretty much dead. So this is, we are approaching maybe climax of the game, but sometimes this also doesn't even happen that dramatically as I'm describing it.
Yeah, but now this is going to be rough because Puppy Paw, he's kind of like stuck in a position, right? He has the way less mobile army. Vortex has the more mobile army with the mass Kashyyyks, and now a fight is going to be happening here. Knights, I mean, this is also like the thing with the Spearmen, right? The Knights, the Kashyyyks, they can always just bait the Spirit forward. Jean goes down at the beginning of the fight. That's going to be all the experience wasted here. And even though they're Spearmen against Kashyyyks, the archers, they are just doing so much more bonus damage. They're able to take them down so quickly. And Puppy's entire army gets wiped again.
Yes. Yeah, well, the fact that he got cleaned initially, this was also a very big deal because the army here could be significantly bigger for him, and he would have bigger numbers. And that's one thing. And the other thing is just the Vortex micro is always so good because he uses 3 control groups in those fights, so he always manages to pull back the Kashyyyks at the right moment, target fire all the spears. You know, Vortex micro is just out of this world.
Puppy Paw is going up behind the Stoke Guildhall with 17 villagers. And right now, I mean, Vortex, he does have a good military force of his own. He could just look to go for the all-in as soon as he sees the H-up coming in. Does have the more mobile military force as well, and his own H-up isn't far behind either.
Yeah, so what I don't like about Puppy in this game is that he attacks while spending resources on other investments, right? So, for example, he attacks then while gathering resources for second TC, or he attacks while gathering resources to go H3, right? This is not ideal, I think, because he could have just had much bigger armies in those pushes. Yes, he's transitioning behind them, but, well, so is Vortex while having significantly bigger army because of that.
Knights do find the archer mass there. And sure, the archers, they don't do that much damage to the knights, but I feel like he could have still fought that. Yeah, he still does a significant amount of damage to those knights, not something that the knights can really ignore. Puppy Paw, though, with great micro, is getting a good amount of hits in there. Knights haven't been upgraded yet, but they're coming in soon.
Yeah, so the push with Vortex, he's losing, not losing, but the push with Kurultai, that could be extremely deadly. The question is whether Papipo is going to let him. He seems to be very active on the map, so he is pushing Vortex left and right, so it's much more difficult for him to just be on the offensive with Kurultai. But on the other hand, I would say the biggest problem for Papi soon is going to be that he's running out of food soon. Obviously, he still has some in front. He still technically has berries, but the deer in the corner is depleted. Boar, I assume, probably as well soon. So while Vortex already also built a couple of pastures, so I think that Vortex not only has a Kurultai timing, not only has a timing of the gold from the paying off from the market, and also he is going to have a food advantage. So all these three things are going to line up in an extremely powerful way that I see it might be problematic for Papi to really survive. And this is exactly what you were saying, that all the Vortex moves usually just converge into one super powerful push that just kills people.
If I recall correctly, Jean also gets experience from capping the sacred sites.
Yep.
Yep,
Ooh,
plus 50 experience there.
That's
That's pretty huge, and she's almost level 3 now.
Yeah, sure. Jeanne
d'Arc could be Knights only challenge.
Jeanne d'Arc could be something that maybe was going to let Papi survive, but I am a bit worried for him. I think this could be pretty deadly push with Kurultai.
The trade could, I mean, the trade behind this is also just still ticking continuously. That's going to be a lot of gold coming in. But now, Puppy Paw, he is getting a couple of Arbaletria out. And Arbaletria in mass, once you deploy the Pavisa, it's going to be very difficult to push into them.
Yes, for sure.
Blue fight might be happening here right now. We get the League of Legends overlay on here.
Nice.
So we're able to keep track of her. Level 3 has come in. Q gets used, Q ability. Man-at-Arms gets spawned, healing comes out as well.
Okay, it seems Papi Paw doesn't care about everything I said, and he's absolutely chasing down Vortex and killing a lot of units. It's just the strength of Jeanne d'Arc, I guess. Even level 3, it's already extremely powerful, a powerful unit. And let's see, where's Kurultai, by the way? Was it? It seems he's using it just to defend the trade, which is obviously reasonable, but yeah, I think he's losing a bit of a timing because he's so heavy on Keshix, and eventually there will be a lot of crossbows that kind of makes Keshix not that good anymore.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sure, Vortex, he does have the archers in order to be able to deal with the Arbaletria during mobile fights when the units have to move and Pavisa isn't really an option. But he needs his own crossbows as well, just because crossbows are such a good unit. You just need them. You definitely need them. There's also some Man-at-Arms right now in the army for Puppy Paw, so a lot of armored units in there as well.
Yeah, I think we are slowly moving away from knights towards crossbows, right? Obviously, they still have some raiding capabilities, but I don't think you want more knights in this situation when the numbers of crossbows are getting so high. Although, actually, they are not that high yet. This is only 13 crossbows against 6. But if this was 1 here, we would already be probably seeing 20, 25 crossbows coming in.
Kurultai might actually be getting caught off guard here. We don't see the mobility upgrade having come in yet. Nice. It feels like he definitely needs the upgrade if he wants to take this next fight.
And look at this, the move from Papi, very nice. He's pushing one side, but he's also pushing the other side. It's so difficult to defend trade at one location, but defending trade in both locations is even harder. So, and he's also getting pushed away from deer in the top. So Papi Paw here is dealing quite a bit of damage. And on the right side, he's harassing a lot of units, although he kind of trapped himself. So if all these units die without taking a lot of opponent's units with them, it's going to be a bit problematic for him. So we've got these constant pushes from Papi Paw, and on the other hand, Vortex said he is fed up with this. He's just going to send all his Keshix, and he's killing a lot of Vils there too.
Yeah, this fight looks like Vortex is going to win this one. Couple of villagers to lose their life though. Wall low, defensive wall low is coming in. Vortex will have to pull away with the Kashyyyks, as we do have a picture-in-picture here. More villagers get found though, and the Kashyyyks, they're having a field day right now in the base of Puppy Paw.
Yep, and yes, so the problem with all this harassment is that Papi sent all his units to opponent's base and he had nothing at home to defend all these Kashyyyks. But on the other hand, a ton of Kashyyyks died, so this is just blow for blow. Both players are bleeding crazy, and we've got a lot of traders dying, a lot of villagers dying on both sides. 32 against 22 villagers, economy units dying, so we've got a ton here. But it seems Vortex is coming out ahead. He was 10 economy units behind, now he's 6 ahead, and his army population is looking very good right now. So it seems he got Puppy Paw got cleaned up on both attacks, and he also took heavy losses at his own base.
And behind that, I mean, it's always easier to remass trade when it comes to remassing villagers. Farming transition has somewhat come in for Puppy Paw now behind all of this, but yeah, the army mass definitely looks much more scary for Vortex at the moment. Still 16 Kashyyyks alive. Now sure, Puppy Paw did some great damage there in the trade line, but the trade is still running. 15 traders are still out and alive and getting Vortex a lot of gold.
Okay, so it seems that now this is the moment where Vortex is planning to push with Kurultai, because he cleaned up the harassment, so now it's going to be difficult for Puppy to harass because he has kinda no units. So now, and he's also cleaning these knights. These Kashyyyks were doing surprisingly fine against the knights. I've heard so many opinions that Kashyyyks are in H3 are not that good, but it seems maybe it was just the number advantage. And this push can be scary. Vortex could make just a couple mangonels here, and that would be very difficult to deal with.
And the army ball is coming in though. Puppy Paw, he did drop some strategic onions there from the looks of it. He's gonna wall himself inside of his base a little bit. Mangonel should be coming in soon. Pavisa gets deployed. Aren't gonna take that much range damage now, and the Mangonel is gonna come on the wrong spot at the worst spot.
Why?
Oh no, he put it the waypoint next to his TC, but that spot was blocked by his own unit, so it went out at the worst spot. And Puppy Paw, can he hold this? The Kurultai is coming in now as well. John, level 3, tries her best to keep the units at bay. But this is so difficult. It's 40 military right now compared to 13. But a lot of it is... There aren't that many Kashyyyks anymore.
Yeah, if he
Maybe
had
he can
mango,
hold, and
I
John...
think he holds this, but without this mango...
Oh, in the choke point with... Oh my god, John is so strong.
Yeah, wow.
Goodbye, John.
Okay. I think it's on cooldown as well, so he cannot respawn it again.
Oh no, she's back. Welcome back, John.
Okay, never mind. Wow, he's kind of holding this.
John hops inside the town center. Wait, they fixed it. You can now pop John out exactly where the units are, if you want to.
No, he's not holding. He's actually maybe.
It's so close. It's so close.
It's so close.
Oh my god, he's holding. Is he? Wait! Oh my god, he just got 3,000 food out of the guild hall.
Yeah, guild hall is so good. Yeah, let's think.
He
so
just
actually,
got 3,000 food. What the hell?
Yeah, but
Oh,
on the other hand,
the
Vortex
villagers
is getting pretty high, so he can absolutely match this. Ooh.
There's 52 villagers. It's red. He's killing. What? What? 52 villagers building that red. What the? On here? He's holding it. He's holding it, and his TCs will become semi-keeps. Puppy Paw, he's losing a lot, but he'll be fine if he gets that up, and he does.
At what cost though? 30 villager advantage or 30 economy
I'll just build
units?
more TCs now. Your TCs are keeps now. You just build more. You'll be fine. Oh my god.
Yeah, and also this positioning of the red palace is not maybe ideal, right? Yes, he secures the gold mine, but on the other hand, well, he needed that gold mine big time, so I guess this is reasonable. And Vortex is following up with H4 himself in a second, so this is fine. I guess this is time for Puppy to get maybe even a 3rd TC right now so that he can catch up to the economy, but the economy situation is still very problematic for Puppy.
Oh my god. This was absolutely crazy, man. This was absolutely crazy, man. The timing. Holy Puppy Paw holding on. Now he's got a lot of villagers and gold. Lots of gold coming in for him now. He's going to be able to remass his army. As you mentioned, I think he also should be getting a couple more TCs. I don't think like one more. He could be getting like 2 more instead, just because the TCs now act as like pseudo keeps. So another TC on like the next gold forward as well to secure that would be nice.
Yep, sure, for sure. And also the question is, what's the composition for Papi? I guess he should just mask crossbows. Even in H4, French crossbows are completely insane, and they kind of just hold fine against almost every single unit. So yeah, we should see mass crossbows, and it seems Vortex is also transitioning to mass crossbow, although he still masses Keshiks in front. And but the trade is in 27, so that's huge. So the income advantage for Vortex should be massive.
Yeah, and especially once he gets the stone upgrade for his traders, he'll be able to take the map control as well, just with a lot of bombard emplacement outposts. I think that's truly when Mongols become borderline broken in the late game, because Puppy Paw, he will need rams on different fronts, he will need bombards on different fronts in order to take down the outpost. But by the time he takes down an outpost, the siege will get sniped by Keshiks and the outpost will be rebuilt somewhere else.
And we also have to remember that Mongols have 12.5 range spring, or no, actually they have 13, right? So the highest range in the game of spring guards if he upgrades everything. So this is going to be very difficult for Papi to keep his crossbows alive if it comes down to siege war, which it should.
Yeah, it should definitely come down to siege war. So far, Vortex though hasn't added siege yet. I'm not even sure if he has a siege workshop. He does not. Instead, he's adding in mass spearmen now as frontline.
Yeah, well, there's an option for him to just go 200 and try to push. Even against the second TC, he could push, for example. I mean, I know this is Arbalest, but it's not that strong that it can hold 200 army alone. But on the other hand, I think this should be a siege war right now. It should be a siege war, and I'm not exactly sure, especially if he tries to break. Well, let's see.
Getting royal, well, not royal, but like improved bloodlines here from Vortex. So sure, it's not as much as 35% for the French, but getting plus 30% on those knights and horsemen as well. Oh, yeah, he can't pull those sprinkles there. It's definitely very, very nice when it comes to the sustainability of those units. Some raids from Puppy Paw in the trade, but Vortex is making spearmen and has the elite Keshiks as well.
So, going back to our debate before about knights and horsemen, I think this is the moment where we can say that horsemen start to become better than knights. Do you agree or no?
Yeah, at this point in time, I wouldn't say they're better. I would say they're more sustainable.
Okay.
Like if you get, we see it from Mr. all the time, right? Like if he has the option of making 70 knights, he's gonna make 70 knights, no matter what his opponent does for unit composition.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so it seems Vortex is going for these mass spring guards, right? And there should be probably 1-2 mangoes for each player as well. Papi doesn't have money to really go very heavy on siege, and he still has 20 economy units less. So this could be a little problematic, and it seems Vortex is gearing up towards a push. The question is, maybe he is just going to be content with camping on the sacred sites and maybe just win through that. But on the other hand, I feel like this makes him actually very vulnerable for the late game, because mass raids with the maybe knights, maybe horsemen could actually start maybe even killing the trade. So at this point, so Mongols in very late game, they have a pretty strong push, but they are very vulnerable because they have no walls.
Yeah, no walls for sure. I mean, that's still where Mongols come in with the superior mobility, with the Yam aura, with the mass cannon emplacements potential. If they set that up, even like mass horsemen can't really do a lot, because you just keep like 15 spearmen back, and the horsemen, will want to like destroy the outposts, but by the time the outposts are like half HP, the horsemen are already dead due to the spearmen.
Sure.
But it's not set up yet, so right now, Puppy Paw is getting some really good trades in.
Yeah, this kind of harassment can be extremely deadly to do with, and he's also leveling Jeanne d'Arc with this, so that's pretty nice. And we have to remember H4 level 4 Jeanne d'Arc is even more silly than H3 level 3, where you get the cannon for free, so that's pretty nice. it seems for now Vortex is fine. He's not taking huge damage, but he's taking a little bit of damage here and there. And while this is not the end of the world now, this thing can snowball over time.
Oh, Jean though, she's getting trapped. That's 500 gold to buy her back. I'm not sure if you want to buy her back at this point in time. Probably best to just wait it out for her to respawn naturally.
Yeah.
And right now, this is also great, right? The Kashyyyks actually have more movement speed right now than the Horsemen do.
Yes.
Due to the Yamara. Mangonel. Oh, it's not visible right now. The Springles haven't targeted yet. Springles will actually need to move away from here. They can't stay here. The army is gonna get wiped.
Wow. That was sick fight for Papi. Wow. Yeah, as you can see, he is expert at using crossbows, and he's also distracting Vortex at the same time in multiple locations. So this should have been extremely good fight for Vortex, but secretly somehow it has become extremely good fight for Papi, and maybe he's coming back this way, which would be well. I really expected him to be very nearly to be dead, but maybe he's coming back with this nice harassment and expert lead taken fights.
Yeah, Papi Paw, I mean, it's a mass Arbaletria. You need siege against that. Vortex is now making his own Mangonel. Is it gonna be in time, though, I wonder? Papi Paw, he's also got 4 Sprinkles out. He has the siege advantage. I don't think Vortex can hold this. Doesn't have the siege in order to deal with this. Now gets his own siege out, but this Mangonel gets immediately sniped. Oh man, all his siege is getting sniped and drawn. He's getting very close now to level 4, probably. Siege just provides her with so much experience. This army fight provides her with so much experience. Gets sniped though. Vortex looks to be able to somewhat hold for the time being, but it's tough. It is very, very tough.
Yeah, this game is actually getting very close again, and it seemed like Vortex has significant advantage, but right now it seems not so much. So he's spamming a ton of yeah, and now he's switching to Horseman, so that makes sense. Ooh, there's no upgrades. Ooh, that's surprising.
Oh yeah, that actually hurts, especially since they significantly buffed the tier 3 upgrade, where you get 15% more gold out of your gold mines. Basically, you mine out 1 gold mine completely, and you almost paid off for the entire upgrade. You mine 2 gold mines completely, or 1 large gold mine, and you pay for every single gold upgrade.
Yeah, but we have the same situation for Vortex. Both players didn't really invest that much into economy upgrades, it seems.
True, they're lacking significantly right now.
Yeah, so
and Vortex has no excuse. Vortex has no excuse. He has 5,000 gold all
True. I agree. Yeah, especially this one, for example. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so it seems the game is pretty much still open. Like, these expert fights and harassment from Papi look very good. And look at this, we got 53 crossbows. I love this. Crossbows are so good, although in H4 I am more of a...
Yeah, but it's Arbaletria. It's Arbaletria. They're so much more cost efficient than hand cannons as well. Especially for Papi Paw, since he doesn't have a lot of gold access. Oh my god, if that keep goes up. If that keep goes up. Vortex, he doesn't have any siege right now. If that goes up, it's gonna be like a lot of the eco from Vortex is just gonna go bye-bye immediately.
Yep.
As it is doing right now, the Arbaletria, they found the traders. There's still no mass outpost with cannon placements up right now.
Yep. Wow, man. Papi Paw is so good. Like, he was so dead. And remember this 50 villagers building barely H4 landmark, and now he's about to deny the trade for Vortex, and that would be a huge issue for him.
The Arbaletria numbers are getting cleaned up, but yeah, the keep is going up, and with that keep, Papi Paw could also potentially gain access to large gold vein. Well, not large gold vein, but to the gold veins that Vortex still has on the left-hand side.
Yeah, let's see. And okay, so Papi Paw really doesn't care about his units so many times. Like, we remember he just donates units in order to pull an enemy apart, to kill some eco and stuff like that. And here, I would say this is mostly just a diversion, because he pulled all the Vortex units here while just rushing this keep on the left side. So this is, look at these guys are so good. They are not even just playing a normal game, they're also trying to just confuse each other, bait each other, and here we got just, man, Papi Paw has gotten so good. This comeback is insane.
I feel like it just comes down to Jean being there and helping to, like, there were timings where any French player would have been dead. Like earlier when we had that time push from Vortex in the base from Puppy Paw, if it wasn't for Ron, I 100% believe that Puppy Paw would have just been downright dead.
For sure, for sure.
Puppy Paw, he's riding on that edge right now. Lost most of his units, but if he goes back to like a siege-oriented fight, I feel like right now, Vortex is just kind of ignoring Siege. Vortex actually going to trade with Puppy Paw's market at the moment. I see a lot of traders moving over towards that direction at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. Unless this gets spotted, this should be okay. But we got
the horsemen. The horsemen are coming in from the side. Goodbye, Arbaletria. And the siege, the most important part here, the siege, it's completely destroyed.
That was sick flank, killing all the siege and killing pretty much almost every single Arbaletria. Now Vortex suddenly 50 army population ahead. This fight was sick, and now suddenly Puppy Paw is again in a big trouble, and now he cannot deny the other trade on the other market. So it seems Vortex is back in the front seat.
Yeah, Jean is dead, but Puppy Paw could buy her back and age her up to level 4 immediately.
Yeah, he already did. But Jean d'Arc just died instantly the moment she...
Oh, okay. Well, okay, that's expensive then. You might not want to buy her back then.
Okay, this keep, it's not going to deny the trade though, so it's nice, but I don't think he even expected
it could deny the trade because the keep has 8 tiles of range. The emplacements has 9.5 tiles of range, the Red Palace emplacements. It might just be in range to deny the trade, but looks like Vortex is just gonna burn it down. It doesn't have boiling oil on the keep.
Yep.
But does he have enough units for it? I don't think he does. I don't think Vortex has enough units for this right now.
Wow.
Oh no, Puppy Paw. He's riding the edge once again. Puppy Paw with his clutch play, with the keep. Vortex want to take that keep down with only units, but it wasn't enough there. And Puppy Paw looks like he also took some additional resource out of his guild hall now to be able to remass his army as quickly as he did, and now puts it onto gold. And now he's going for his own trade.
Wow, I have
which
to
is
say,
protected by keeps.
In Age of Empires 4, the games are much less snowbally. There's so many combats in comparison to StarCraft, for example. In StarCraft, this game would have ended 5 times already, one way or the other, but it seems like in Age of Empires 4, maybe this is just throwing, I'm not exactly sure, but this game is just rotating left and right when it comes to who is leading, who is ahead, and who's gonna win, man.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's like, judging by military numbers, Vortex should be ahead. But Puppy Paw, with the strategic key positions and with his Arbaletria, which just in frontline are a lot more tankier than normal units, and Jean positioning as well, which now has reached level 4. She's got that huge bombard. Oh, he went for the elite upgrade. Look at that Arbaletria! He's 65 damage on that unit! What? At 400 health.
Nice.
What? And here we go. With the MOBA overlay. We see Jean now using her abilities masterfully as she gets taken down for once again. Hi, the mass crossbows. Goodbye, Jean. It's been nice knowing you. But we have the replacement Jean, right? We have the buffed up Arbaletria with 400 health, 65 damage. That almost got sniped by the crossbows, but he's still alive and kicking. It's unbelievable. Like, 27 crossbows hit a single Arbaletria, doesn't die. Loses half his health, doesn't die.
So at this point, you could probably heal this. It would be really nice to heal it with a monk, right?
It actually doesn't matter. It can go down. The cooldown is really short on that ability to crown a unit as king. But you can only have one king at the time. So as soon as that unit dies, you just crown another.
All right, so
yeah,
it
the
seems
Kurultai, it's been kind of not doing a lot this game.
Yeah, so
it's been buffing a lot of the imaginary units around the base.
Well, it's not so easy. Ooh, we got the attempt to break this keep. So if we got
and Pax Magolica is coming as well with outposts there.
And they're trading from the same market. That's hilarious. Oh, these towers look nice, like Asian style. Yeah, this trade is rather
the trade is very bad right now, yeah. Compared to what it's been earlier.
But Vortex still has 5,000 gold, so this is he's not exactly in
He's
hurry.
not running out of gold anytime soon.
Yes.
Unless he suddenly makes 50 hand cannoneers.
I am skeptical about this push. I think this keep is gonna probably survive. There's a
I
ton
think he
of
needs
crossbows from...
bombard cannons. I'm not sure why he's so reluctant of making bombards. Rams are nice because they're cheap and you can make it on the field, but bombards are where it's at if you want to take down keeps, just because like keeps have so much health. Trebuchets don't cut it either. You really need bombards. Like if you want to take a keep down quickly, you get 3 bombards, and look at how many villagers died there. Oh, that hurt. That hits Vortex where it hurts. The food economy right now is what he needs. He needs to pump out units because right now Puppy Paw, he's actually got almost 1,000 more food compared to Vortex per minute right now. Vortex still missing out on tier 3 eco upgrade, which is really disgusting at this point in time.
Yeah, on the other hand, he still has 120 eco population, so losing all these villagers actually is not the end of the world, although he is struggling a little bit with food, and here this fight... Yeah, well, actually, Puppy is on top of the trade of Vortex both times, actually, in both markets, it seems. So this is a kind of a win condition for him, right? Because in H4, the guy who denies opponents' markets usually wins. Although this is going to still take a long time until it really pays off, because with the bank of Vortex 6k gold, I
the
think
traders are going to go quickly,
fine.
though. Very quickly, the traders will go down.
Yep.
And Vortex's food income, it's just breaking down right now. He doesn't have enough to remass his army, not nearly as quickly. Puppy Paw, in the meantime, as long as he's completely maxed at 200, his food bank is just going to keep rising and rising. And I wonder how much gold he's got in the guild hall at this point in time. $1,600, and GG gets called. Vortex,
Really?
once the trade gets denied, yeah, he can't come back from this. He cannot come back from this. With 6,000 gold in the bank, he just never went over to get rid of that keep at the top side. I think he could have just made 2-3 bombard cannons, rushed it down really quickly, but he wasn't able to. And then that big raid on his economy just kind of cost him the game.
Yeah, I agree, but with 6k gold, you still have a bit of time to maybe come back, right?
Oh my god, the village account. Yeah, that was definitely a point where Puppy should have probably died in that game, but he managed to just rush up Imperial Age with 52 villagers. And man, Puppy Paw taking game number 1 here. What a match was that? That was a long back and forth between the two.
There's no way at any point in this game I would favor Puppy to win this after initial 15 minutes or something like that. I have to say it was... Yeah, but this is
it was interesting. It was very interesting. But man,
weakness of
I'm telling you, man, Jean performs miracles. Jean performs miracles.
Too, yeah. So someone in my chat said that Khan is better than JD. I beg to differ.
Jean d'Arc does 200 bonus damage to buildings, which is kind of insane. Like every single hit of her does like 200 or like 300-ish damage. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. All right, next one is going to be China versus Japan. And I gotta say, like, this matchup feels not bad for China. I'm not sure about Japan. Like, I don't really see Japan being there really good there.
Yeah, I think that I would even... so what would you do as China? I am tempted to go just Song Mas Zugenu, but I guess he can have H3 faster to repel the push. So with Sushi, you can break them before they reach H3, but with China, I guess the Song investment is big enough that you might be a bit too late. So then that means that you probably maybe both civs just play Boom. Like Japan, Boom. If you get to Boom as Japan, that's pretty okay, although the eco bonuses are significantly bigger on the China side. So I am not sure.
Yeah, I wanted to say, it feels like even every time that I play Japan, when I go for like the Shogunate Castle with the 75% better farming gathering speed, I still feel like the food income is a little bit underwhelming, but we'll see. We'll see. Next game is going to be coming in very, very shortly as we're jumping into Japan versus China on Lipany. Lots of berries, and Japan does love berries, so might be seeing a timing-oriented push here with a fast Castle Age from Vortex. Any moment now.
Yep, it seems we've got the tiebreaker situation in Kiljali group, so I need to figure out how to deal with this.
In the meantime, we're jumping into Vortex versus Puppy Paw, game number 2 in our best of 3 here. It's going to be Puppy Paw in the color red playing as the Chinese, and on the other hand side, Vortex playing as the Japanese in the color blue. Right. Chat asks if Mattis can turn his volume up a little bit.
During the games or between the games, because I'm moving my mic a little bit.
I think probably it was in between the games, so it should be fine during the games, I think. Both players right now looking for those sheep out on the map, and I gotta say, like, when it comes to the spawn here, compared to what we had earlier on Lipany, the berries this time around seem much further away from the base of the players here, which is hurting Vortex a little bit here. Something that I could see here from Vortex is going for that fast castle playstyle and just making use of a lot of the berry economy, just having a ton of food overall and being able to pump out a lot of these knights very, very quickly with the enhanced production. It's going to be difficult for him because there's going to be a little more walking time with that. Then again, the deer actually make a very nice path from Vortex to next berry patch. So it could be going like from his berries over to deer, over to another deer camp, and then over to berries, and then just piggyback off from there. Right, Puppy Paw should be going for the Asia relatively soon. It looks like he's going for the no Imperial official build here from the looks of it, if I'm seeing everything correctly. Else he shouldn't be aging up this quickly during the game. And yeah, indeed, it is no Imperial official here from him. But only aging up with 2 villagers. I feel like if you go for this build, maybe you should be aging up with 3 villagers instead or something like that, just to get it out a little bit more quickly. I'm not a big fan of this build personally, just because you're missing out on a lot of the bonus percentage gathering speed from the sheep early on. Sure, you're not really using, like, you're not really missing out on the taxes just because, like, they're always going to be there. You can just pick them off later. But a lot of pros reason that, oh yeah, you get more, you get like 1 additional villager, right? But you actually don't. You miss out on Song Dynasty timing for a little bit longer than if you were to just play this the normal way. And suddenly you lose the entire advantage with that build. So I'm personally not a big fan of that. I think you're just missing out a little bit on that early food gathering from the sheep. Like, you're missing out on real food there that could have been gathered. So yeah, personally not a big fan. Kurostohos, on the other hand side, coming out from Vortex. No surprises here.
Okay, I'm back.
And yeah, I think it's just very likely going to be a fast castle age build from Vortex. I'm wondering if Puppy Paw goes for 2 TC here. I think that might be a little bit too greedy against a fast castle Japanese player.
On the other hand, well, if you got spears, you should be fine, and maybe some towers with emplacements. So it seems you are not that big fan of Song 2 TC.
It depends on the matchup. Like, when you're facing off against a lot of aggression, it can be pretty tough to defend, especially because, like, you need food. You're going to be desperate for food in those situations, and you can't really afford to go out onto deer unless you're protecting it with a barbican. And a farm transition would just kill you. So I think it's like these kind of checkmate situations that you can find yourself in as a Chinese player. If you're falling for, I want to say, trap almost, if you just go for the 2 TC build. Because you're not just investing like 300 food every minute like other civilizations would. You're actually investing 400 food every single minute into having uptime on 2 TCs. And that's a lot. That's a lot of food. And natural resources do deplete rather quickly.
Yep. Okay. So because in the past I used to see players almost exclusively going for a Song 2 TC even against very aggressive players, but it seems maybe it's just something either you do or the meta changed towards playing a little bit less of 2 TC. And it makes sense, right? Especially since the meta is much more aggressive nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's just a lot of the changes that kind of like complement each other. Like, survival techniques got buffed, it researches faster, the player that goes onto natural resources just overall gets them quicker, gets more of them. And it just promotes a lot more aggressive play in that situation as well. Ramps also have been made cheaper. Sure, they don't have as much health, but you can get more of them out. And realistically, during the fights, your opponent isn't going to be focusing the ram. So having one additional ram out just means that you're able to take down buildings much quicker.
Yep.
It's very easy to find yourself in like one of those checkmate situations where you just can't get out of. But Puppy Paw actually is going to be putting his Barbican out over on the deer over here, which is very nice. So it's going to secure himself a lot of food. But we can also see right now, he went for the Imperial Official Opener. He could have been Song Dynasty 20 seconds ago.
Yep.
20 seconds ago, that meant he would have already like gotten an additional villager out pretty much in that time from just having Song Dynasty out.
Yeah, and I am a huge fan of in any situations like this when you've got choice, do I delay TC and get something, or I don't delay it? I almost always prefer don't delay it, right? Because it just having one villager, and sure, you can have, for example, wheelbarrow delayed, and it's a bit less income, but over time having one more villager or two is almost always worth it over having some kind of upgrade or Imperial Official or something like that.
Yeah. I like to call it controlled greed. Controlled greed should always win if you go for that.
What do you mean by that? What's the
controlled greed? Like if you estimate, okay, your opponent isn't gonna, like if you scout your opponent, you see, okay, he's not gonna have units to like deny your greed, so you like verify that your greed is gonna pay off. If you just go blind greed, then you die. But if you go for controlled greed, it's going to be very good for you.
Yes, but many people argue that it's better to have some kind of upgrades before the TC because it's better greed. But I disagree. I think having a TC faster is almost always superior.
You can always get the upgrades later, but having a villager just means you
that's my point. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so it seems both players are chill. Do we have second TC from Vortex? No, so he's just going fast castle. The question is it going to be fast castle with knights or is it going to be fast castle with samurai? In this situation, I think I would prefer samurai. What I would do as Japan, I would probably go heavy infantry. I would try to take sacred sites immediately, even maybe before the relics, and then try to have the sacred site count going, and then do some kind of siege plus infantry push, probably. But it seems that Vortex wants to go stable. I wonder if that stable is going to be just pure knight, or is it going to be knight archer, or what is this gonna be?
I think my personal take on this is that you want to go both. You want to start off with the knights in order to disrupt your opponent, harass them on different sides, and just show them, hey, I have the mobility advantage. And you also bait them into mass spearmen. And then with the next Shiro, you put that inside of a barracks, and that's when you suddenly pump out a lot of the samurai.
Yeah.
Your opponent just went into mass spearmen, and now you're able to like follow up. You're able to like keep the spearmen to try and push off the samurai. Meanwhile, the knights have the mobility advantage, and they can actually run around and kill villagers again.
Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, that looks good. It's just I have a feeling like people take sacred sites in those kind of situations way too late, right? Because right now Puppy will be able to leave the map comfortably in around 8-9 minutes from now, maybe 11-12, depending how much pressure he gets, right? So if you start the ticking of sacred site almost immediately, then the pressure on the 2TC player is insane. But if you start it after taking all the relics and you chill and you harass, then you end up almost all completing your timing attack where your opponent already stabilizes, and then you start sacred site timer. It's just too late.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Something that I would argue is probably a good move is that you just, okay, we see Vortex actually going for a monastery, so he's going to have more monks out a little bit sooner. But something that I would personally do is you just grab the relic that's most close to one of the sacred sites, and you go onto the sacred site with that relic.
Yeah,
and after that, you just move back off. But Puppy Paw, even without going onto the deer at this point in time, he's only just now moving out. He's getting really, really close to Castle Age now.
Yeah.
This could be very dangerous for Vortex since he hasn't done any damage yet. And that's where Knights usually come in at that specific timing. But there's so many Spearmen out, I don't think Vortex has enough Knights out right now in order to be able to push onto the deer.
Yep, it's, and these walls are actually insane. The way Puppy set up all of this makes Knights not really going to achieve much, and all these spears here, let's see, but one of the best counters to Knights is actually just walls. Yeah,
just restricting that mobility. Walls are coming in for Puppy Boy. Is it gonna be in time? Looks like it's gonna be in time. Oh, we gets it up just in time.
Yep, China Hills.
I would, yeah.
Okay, well, let's see. So the knights are trying to penetrate the nice defenses of Papi. It seems they're gonna succeed at it, but on the other hand, it's going to be very difficult for them to retreat. So they actually need to kill a lot of vills to pay off for if they plan to die here, which is quite likely. And here we've got also nice picture-in-picture engagement where all the knights are actually cleaning the spears. So I'm not exactly sure why these spears were there, but yeah, it seems we've got 11 spears. And we've got H3 coming in for China. So he's, yes, he's behind, but in terms of attacking, but soon he's gonna be able to unleash some crossbow power, and those units are so scary against knights that I am seeing this quite positive light towards Papipo. I feel like he's got a nice position.
People just vacuumed up those deer over there. There's
instantly.
only 3 deer remaining at this point in time. Like, he only just moved out to them, and there's only 3 deer remaining. I don't think Vortex gonna go for 2 TC behind this. I think the stone that he has right now is probably just a passive one that he gets from the gold. I think it's more likely that he'll move on to like 1 TC and upgrade his TC instead for the Bannerman. But Papipo isn't out of the out of trouble quite yet. Like, his food income is still very much limited to the deer and to the berries that he has in his base. If that gets denied, he might still find himself in a checkmate position. Something I don't like, though, is Vortex is moving into archer play here. I think it would have been much better for him to just go for the Honorable Geisha play instead.
Yeah.
Either Honorable Geisha or Samurai.
Yeah. I agree. I'm a big fan of Honorable Geisha. I feel like that unit is so strong, but here we are. Vortex is ahead of you, and he's already doing a challenge of top 10 with the knight only. Oh, actually, no. There's the first archer, but archers, Japanese archers, I am not a huge fan of them. Although I really like the speed, right? But on the other hand,
they do the same bonus damage to spearmen than normal archers do, right?
Yeah.
But they're also much faster.
Yeah, but it's still archers at this point. I'm not a huge fan of at all in general. Anyway, by the time he reaches 20-30 archers, there will be 3 nests of bees. So we pretty much know and see. We know what the nest of bees can do with archers.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yorishiro hasn't been put into any of the buildings yet, just sitting there next to the landmark. Now it's probably going to be put into an archery range, I'm guessing. No, where's he going? Oh, he's putting it inside of the forge. Okay, so getting plus 75 gold per minute now. That's like having almost 1 additional relic. There's 1 more relic off the map that he can take now as well. Hasn't taken any of the sacred sites so far, though.
Yep. So not a huge fan of that, but let's see. The spears. He's still running around with a knight. He managed to kill 6 villagers, so that's nice, but it's nowhere near enough. Look at the villager difference, almost reaching 30. So okay, he's gonna kill a couple here. I guess having Texas would really help for Papi. I wonder if he has it or not. So yeah, he has. So that's pretty nice. And there's a push at the front, it seems, as well. But the nest of bees plus spears, it's literally those 2 units. And it seems, actually, no, Papi is starting to add some crossbows. So yeah, it seems more than I realized, I copied my playstyle from Papi and Wham. Like, I just love everything about what they do. Here, the spears, the siege, the crossbows.
Yeah. Oh, he might lose the less of bees for it, though.
Okay.
Holds the villagers, tries to repair, but that's knights. They're going to take it down really, really quickly. And now the villagers, they're a little bit exposed there.
Yeah, it feels like Papi got a little overconfident. Losing this nest of bee, I think he was maybe watching away somewhere else, maybe chasing those knights in the back. So suddenly, this is not looking that bad for Vortex, but this is only because he forced Papipo to make mistakes.
Papipo, he's on 460 food per minute at the moment. That's barely enough to produce villagers for China. 2 TC.
Yep.
He needs a farm transition, and farm transition comes in immediately. Granary setup is coming in quickly, but it's still a very rough farm transition for him.
Yep. Yeah, now he pretty much can only make nest of bees and just sprinkle a couple units here and there. But yeah, so Vortex managed to kill 9 villagers, which is maybe decent, but probably not enough. But on the other hand, he's going to have
5 relics,
and
3 sacred sites, second TC now as well. Vortex is booming, man.
Yeah, this is looking good. I guess it's still open, and now he's getting a second TC so that he will stop the... Actually, no, because there's still song going on, so Papi will still increase his villager count advantage, but
Yeah,
on
but
the
it's
other hand...
700 gold per minute right now, right? Like
Yeah,
700 gold, that is so much. That's almost like 20 villagers right now.
Yeah, but he's 30 behind, so I would say that maybe still China has slightly better economy, at least when he completes the farm transition. Or
Yeah,
at
he
least gets
definitely
to the-
needs that. Does he have
Yeah.
an imperial official supervising that granary? I wonder right now, like because if you're in those positions, having like one AO supervising those farms helps a lot actually.
Yep, for sure.
That doesn't look like it.
All right, so here we've got 8.5 minutes of Sacred Site victory. Imagine if this was 3 or 4. This could have been easily that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so now the biggest part is what about Papipo's gold? So right now it seems he's got a ton in the bank, and on top of this he's got one safe in the back, and maybe even a second one near the Barbican, but it means that usually right now the game can be about denying gold from China, because they are obviously extremely enclosed in their base, so Vortex is just not letting him out. And right now, at some point, China has to make a move to secure another gold mine, which would be in front of the Barbican, I assume. And then this would be another
It's
step.
a little bit
and...
overzealous.
And there was also a fight over the Sacred Site at the right side, and it seems it will not be decapped, or was very close. Yeah, so it seems Vortex will hold on to this most likely, and it means that the timer is still going on.
Yeah. Archers are going to make sure of that. Vortex with a lot of gold in the bank. 700 gold per minute passively. It's quite a lot. Vortex in theory can just sustain knight production at the moment. Like in theory, if you mass up knights, if both players get like a 50 military army and like half of the military for Vortex is just knights, he's going to be able to potentially like just completely obliterate Papipo's frontline and then just mass onto the crossbows.
Yeah, the big problem for Papi right now is just lack of food. Without the food, you can just build many units, and especially since he's going for a composition of spear and crossbows, both these units are extremely food heavy. So, yeah,
I feel the pain.
Every OCD viewer is crying right now. But yeah, it seems Vortex for now can produce much more units, and we've got the Springle transition. So Papipo, yes, he's happy with all his nest of bees, but if they all die, he's just gonna die with them. So right now
Can we check out how much gold Vortex is getting passively from the Yoroshiros? How many of them are in production buildings and how many aren't? So I see one in production building, one is just chilling next to the stable, one is in the TC actually, and one is in the blacksmith. Okay, looks like the one from the Yoroshiro is moving over. Where's it moving over to? Oh, he's putting it into the Siege Workshop there. That's actually pretty clever, because Siege Workshops cost a ton of wood, and getting Siege out really quickly in like clutch situations can be amazing.
Yep, yeah, and those two Siege Workshops, while yes, they're going to help a lot in the direct fights, they're a little risky position. If manages, for example, Papi manages to get a keep here and he kills both Siege Workshops, that could be a little painful, but on the other hand, having these Springles here is really, really good. So right now, Papi still has some time, 6:30, and he's slowly inching towards the Sacred Sites, but it's still going to be a nervous situation for him.
I agree. I mean, right now, 5 Nest of Bees, but only 1 Springle on Papipo's side. Army-wise, Vortex is far ahead right now. Ooh. And now a Trebuchet from his side. Outpost gets the knight though, and another decap attempt on the Sacred Site. Vortex will have to react to that.
We got 40 population of Vortex into archers in H3, in late H3. I'm starting a little bit worried about this. You know, like Knight Archer is extremely good composition in early Castle Age, but at some point these units are just not that great. So as long as Papi wins the Siege War, and China should still be able to do it, with 200 crossbow, spear, siege, I could see him still beating the Knight Archer army.
The farm transition has been massively, like, has massively grown now, though, for Papipo. He's just added in a ton more farms, another granary, another couple granaries as well. Oh, Springles. Managed to back off just in time. Yeah, looking at the food income for Papipo, it's going to skyrocket in a little bit. Right now, he's at 1,700. I'm suspecting it's going to go up to, like, 2.5k in a little bit.
Yes, however, this game will be about siege right now, so whoever wins the Springald fight will, then there will be Nest of Bees, trying to kill Vortex army. So and on top of this, Vortex also going for trebs is costing him population, very precious population space. Those 4 trebs, that's what, 12? I think 12 pops. So those could have been well 4 spring gods, right? So this is quite intense. This 5 minutes
the
is
spring
going.
gods, he's not looking.
Okay, 1 is to be down. This is okay, but yeah, at this point, having 10, 11 spring gods for both players is completely acceptable.
Oh, he needs to be careful. Where the trebuchet is going, he needs to be careful with them. Can't lose them right now. The archers are a little bit out of position. Nest of Beasts firing onto them. It looks like Vortex is his attention is a little bit spread out right now between the sacred sites and the main army.
Yeah, there are. It seems Papi is trying to break through the wall. He's also trying to dig up the left side. But this is 5 minutes, so this is still not the end of the world. But this is starting to get a little nervous for Papi. But it seems he's starting to get close to starting to decide to move out and take a fight.
Oh, Mass Siege is coming out.
Oh,
5 Springles, only 1 Springle remaining. Great Wall Wait House is actually coming up, yeah. But there's already 4 trebuchets. And he's losing his entire siege right now. Decap has come through it, but that now means that Vortex needs to kill Puppy Paw soon.
Wow. So huge moves here. So on one hand, we've got a full siege victory for Vortex, so that's crazy big. But on the other hand, Decap is pretty much a win condition for Papi, because eventually over time, I think he's because
is it going up? There's only 4 villagers building it.
Oh no. Oh no.
He cancelled it.
Oh.
Oh no, Puppy Paw. This might be it.
Yeah, wow.
He builds it somewhere else, but is it going to go up in time? He's building the Spirit Way instead. But I feel like Vortex right now, 4 trebuchets. He can just take down the entire infrastructure in Puppy Paw's base.
I'm surprised he won the siege war so handily. I guess it was micro, or maybe there was just not enough Springles.
Clock Tower Springles. It was normal Springles, not Clock Tower Springles.
Oh,
they only
okay.
took 2 shots to kill instead of 3.
Yeah. Alright, so I guess decapping is a success, but going H4 is a success, but well, what are these successes for if you're just gonna die in the process?
He's making mass palace guns right now, but Vortex, he's got 9 knights in the queue.
I guess if he manages to mass maybe like 40, 50 men at arms, he could clean this up. The question is Vortex going to give him this time to do this? This is archers, and H4 men at arms.
He needs to run into the farm economy right now.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. He needs to deny this food because the income from these farms is insane. I am like, we've seen crazy comebacks from Papi before. Maybe.
Lead upgrade not quite in yet. These are still just Castle Age Palace guards for the time being. And Vortex actually, he does have the +2 damage upgrade on his archers. Doesn't have any Yumi bannermen out there though right now. Knights are doing a good job, but Puppy Paw with the production is starting to push back a little bit here. And if only he had a Yumi bannerman here, these units would be doing so much more damage. The 4 trebuchets though, they're firing. They're actually taking down the clock tower pretty soon here.
Yeah, I guess H3 men at arms are just not that great. Maybe he should have waited, boosted the H4 upgrade with Imperial Official and waited for this. Maybe with H4 he could do it, but with H3 it's just not good enough. It seems, yeah, it seems.
Oh, he could take, oh my god, all the production buildings. He's rushing up a keep now, but 4 trebuchets. If they come forward, that keep is going down really quickly.
Yeah, it's just 3 army units for Papi. I think he's not gonna do it.
And now the Onamusha come out.
Yeah, he's able of insane comebacks like we showed in previous game, but this one, I don't know. I don't believe it.
There's your moment, Vortex. Push onto the farming economy. You need to destroy the farms. Or the villagers on the farms, rather. He's falling back a little bit. The trebuchets are moving forward. The villagers on the trebuchets, actually, where did they come from? Oh, this could be huge.
Yeah, they actually are good. Oh my god.
He's getting the vills out. He's doing it. He's taking down the trebuchets. Oh my god.
Wow, and then the keep is gonna keep him alive. No way, no way, no.
Oh, and the villagers just hop inside the buildings afterwards.
No.
Puppy Paw, he's still at 2.5 food per minute here.
No way, he's gonna do it.
He's gonna come back. Villagers moving out again. And now Papi Pool is just gonna resume his eco.
He's throwing the unit a little bit. He needs to go back and group up under the keep, I feel like. Alright,
Yeah, he's
that's what he's doing.
Vortex, he's remaking the trebuchets, but man, that feels awful losing them there.
Yes, yes. Wow, the villagers saving the day. It's still tough. It's still tough, but H4 men at arms, they are pretty strong. They should be strong, especially if he gets maybe +3 armor for them, range armor. It's only +2.
He doesn't
so
have any of the melee armor upgrades, so Knights would still just shred them right now.
Yeah.
But Vortex is actually investing a lot of his gold right now into the Onimusha. I feel like that's a little bit of a throwaway. Like
Yeah,
going
I
into
agree.
Onimusha. Like Onimusha just on paper, they aren't good. It's not a good unit.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Faye. It's just not a good unit.
Yeah,
for
I
its
agree.
cost.
I agree. Wow.
Taking
So
on the TC.
Look at the army pop. Suddenly, Papi Po is on the same army pop as his opponent, and his opponent also has traps and spring goats.
Where is it coming from? Nest of Bees suddenly came out. Knight is going to be able to take that one down. A little bit sudden.
28 men at arms, guys. Yes, okay, I am regretting being a non-believer. All this keep is kind of scary, so maybe this is not over. Maybe, but this army from... Imagine if Papi actually just... Yeah, he can just jump on top of this and then just kind of kill these units. He can also alternatively... He could also go to opponent's base and wreck the eco, or he's gonna maybe even deny the H4 landmark for Vortex.
Yeah, it could be. It's just too many units now. The H up, it's getting pressed. It needs to be cancelled. Yeah, cancels it. Man, Onimushas are just such a bait unit. I swear to God. Like, look at them. They're tickling. They're just tickling.
But it's H3 against H4, so we could...
Yeah, but like, in this situation, it's just not a good unit to go for, right? Like, we would have both just rather seen Mass Knights here.
Wow. Wow.
Oh,
this is even more insane comeback than game 1.
Yeah, I agree. This was... I feel, man, if Vortex just moved on to the farming economy with all of those archers before the Palace Gods came out, he could have just denied all the food and a third, fourth delete. Can we move back a little bit, like back to the place where he started the first landmark? We see the outline from 1 landmark, 2 landmarks, 3 landmarks.
Well, so
it's been a journey.
So we still have relics, right, coming in for Vortex.
Yeah.
We've got hand counts coming in for China, so this is gonna hurt. We've got
Vortex actually has more villagers right now than Papi Pool.
Oh wow, yeah, actually, yeah, and these villagers in like if he's got the upgrades for the farms, they actually gather insane amount of food, but it seems his food income is still lower than Papi's. And yeah, and these horse archers, even though they are quite okay for now, once the hand cannons come into play, I don't see them being too useful.
Castle of the Crows comes in now. Vortex actually has a lot of resource in the bank. Like a lot of resource right now. Could be going for like I'm wondering what's his army composition right now, like hand cannoneers and just samurai?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe some horsemen as well to try and raid?
Yeah. H4 is pretty much always hand cannons, except the problem is that Chinese hand cannons are better, so this is looking very good for Papi. I can't believe it.
With all relics, like with 5 relics late game, right? Like he might just not be able to get enough gold out. Especially against a civilization like Japanese, which get an additional 450 gold per minute late game. Well, not 450 because he used 1 in his main TC, but like a lot of gold in late game with the Yoshiros.
I don't know. I still think you just have to go hand cannons. Both players here. Whoever gets the big ball of hand cannons first is gonna win the fights at least. Obviously, there's still a lot of harassment happening, but I think hand cannons, especially Chinese, is just insane.
Vortex, is he memeing right now? He's going for only Onimushas. This feels not good. Okay, he tried to get the Sables up for Mass Horseman.
Yeah, I think Vortex is dead.
If he can hold this, I mean, he still has the keeps, right? And he's getting another keep up in his base. Oh, his TC isn't upgraded yet. Oh, he's getting it upgraded. Okay, he's getting the upgrade right now. That's gonna be good for him. Once that finally comes through.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not building good units. Right now, you need to mass hand cannons pretty much, and
I agree.
we don't see that, right? And again, this is the situation of building bad units against good units. Vortex decided to build bad units, and he's gonna suffer because of it. Ooh, and we might even see some these horsey boys. How are they called? The Chinese. Oh my god, I'm blanking. Fire lances, yes, exactly.
Oh, that was, yeah. Yeah, I mean, units in general is just so great right now for him. Just look at the hand cannoneers. Not the hand cannoneers. Well, also the hand cannoneers, but in general, the palace guards. How much movement speed they have right now?
Yeah.
1.58, I think it is.
Yeah, insane. Yeah, so you've got Chinese hand cannons that have more range and more speed, so you cannot even run away from them. So that's crazy good. Or does it affect only dynasty units? Actually, yeah,
it affects all military units.
All
all military units as well as all villagers and imperial officials.
Okay.
Like every unit except siege, pretty much.
Right.
I think it also affects traders.
Look at this army coming in from Papi.
It's strong, but the army from Vortex doesn't feel good.
Yeah, not at all. Maybe it's decent at harassing, but how do you harass against keeps and walls?
Yeah, it's difficult. Although he doesn't really have any mass siege over here, but the Onamushas, they just don't really... They're underwhelming, to say the least.
Yeah. I would say that's kind of the case with almost every horse archer in this game.
I think Bruce horse archers are actually, like, for what they cost, they're decent. They have a ton of base damage. They're faster, like they can take down horsemen as well. They're not necessarily faster than them, but they're able to kite effectively against them.
I guess we've got.
And they don't cost gold.
We've got university upgrades for them, so temporarily they should be quite decent. Although chemistry is already available for Chinese, I think immediately, right? Oh, what is this?
Oh, we're missing Bunrei yet. That could have been additional like 150 gold per minute here for a while.
Yeah, so even though Vortex survived, it's actually pretty nice micro here, but the problem is that he's not trading cost effectively, and most likely he will not trade cost effectively in future as well, and he's getting pushed off of the gold sources of the map. So while he doesn't care that much because of the relics and Yoroshiros, it's still going to bite him a little bit. This is only 500, 600 gold income, which is not bad, but not great.
Yeah, I agree. Elite Army Tactics now also coming in for Papipo. Doesn't actually have that many like premium units out anymore. Look at him. He has got 5,000 food in the bank, almost 4,000 gold. This could have just been a ton of Palace Guards now as well. Instead, choose to just go for the Spearman because he doesn't need Palace Guards here. What does he need them for? He doesn't need to counter anything with the Palace Guards.
True. For sure. Spear is a better unit in this
Like, Vortex is downright giving him the option to go into the cheaper unit composition, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so these rockets from the keep, they look amazing, but they're kind of underwhelming.
It's only single target. Yeah, it's single target and they don't even one-shot units.
Yeah.
Feels like normal keeps some more damage.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got 20 hand cannons coming in for Papi. That's the serious force.
Vortex raided a little bit. I think he actually killed like 20, 30 villagers there.
Yeah, but
I think Papipo was like at 130, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, he's so many units and the raid has been,
Look at the bank of a Chinese player, so...
He's fine. He's completely fine. He's preparing for the next game.
You could even say this is a favor for him, because right now he freed up more army population, so right now army population is a big deal, and he can just build a huge army that he might kill Vortex with. But on the other hand, we have to admit that Vortex is kind of not dying just yet, so he's holding strong, even though I don't see it for future, but I guess he's not dead yet.
Yeah, Papipo kind of refusing to build siege at the moment. If he just gets like 2-3 bombard cannons out right now, he might be able to push out from his current position, or rather push into Vortex's base rather. Vortex, he's just adamant about not making infantry units.
Yeah, I just don't like this composition. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
Me neither. Some people might like Onimusha. I don't.
I don't either. Fully agreed, Crackety. Maybe on the extremely opened map, like Prairie against Mongols, sure, we can talk about this, but on
If they
the...
made it 40 gold like normal crossbows, then I would like them.
Yeah, fair enough, sure. It's just on Lipani, it's very easy to wall. Like you can see, there are 4 segments that essentially wall the entire base of Papi. So with walls,
we're getting Ming Dynasty. We're getting Ming Dynasty. Why are we getting Ming Dynasty? Ming Dynasty sucks.
I don't know. Doesn't it give more damage? Doesn't it give more damage?
No. That's for Zhuji. For China, it's bonus health, like 10% bonus health on units.
It's not
But
bad.
you lose 15% movement speed on units, though.
Yeah,
I'd rather have 15% movement speed than 10% bonus health.
Well, I guess he doesn't. He wants to ensure that he will not be raided on farms, which actually makes sense. And on the other hand,
that I would say is nice is Grenadiers.
Sure, I like Grenadiers. I think they're pretty good. Although against +1 range Hunt Canons, I still prefer Hunt Canons, I guess. But my point here is that in direct fight, one frontal battle, which will decide the game, having 10% more HP is better than having 15% movement speed, I think.
I disagree with the like in these army sizes, having 15% more movement speed actually makes a big difference. And what also makes a big difference is that the 15% movement speed also applied to the villagers gathering food, right? So it's also an economic buff, and this wall has just been encompassed into Vortex as well here from the looks of it.
Well, the numbers for Vortex seem to be quite high, so who knows, maybe with a good flank, and the thing is, Papipo has to spread his units a lot, so he has some in the base, he has some in the middle of the map, so mobility advantage for Vortex is real, and we have to admit that he's using it to the fullest extent. So
Vortex is making the Yumi Bannerman, but the Yumi Bannerman don't buff the Onimushas actually. You need the Yuma Bannerman, not the Yumi Bannerman.
He's actually killing all these Antkanos. That's pretty sick, although there's a fresh army from China, so both players kind of losing a bit of army here and there, but yeah, the Antkanos are just powerhouse, but it seems actually they're not really protected that well, so they're dying to horsemen. Such a close fight, this is very surprising. I would expect the one-sided fight here in favor of China.
Although he's keeping the Bombard alive. Springles now move forward from Vortex. Should be able to finally get rid of that Bombard now. And yeah, Vortex actually able to hold here.
Yeah, it's there. He's so good. Like, he's Zerg, right, from StarCraft 2, and he knows how to abuse mobility, right? So in direct fight, he's supposed to struggle, but he managed to just stretch Papi's army so much that he only fought half of it while fighting with his entire army. So that's pretty sick. So yeah, he holds on. The question is what happens next, because during all these pushes, Papi managed to claim the map. He took the sacred sites, he took keeps on the big gold mines. So Vortex still has a decent gold income, but I wonder if it's gonna deplete at some point. He's not going for trade. The trade is not really that great either. Yeah, and he's gonna try to take, what is this? Is it second keep for Papi?
It's a keep for Papi and another keep here from Vortex. So Vortex wants to take control of this gold. The issue is, though, that he probably doesn't know that Papi is on this gold. It's almost completely depleted. Papi also has Imperial Official there, so you're getting 20% bonus gold from it. Doesn't have the mining upgrade, though, so it's only 20%. It could have been actually getting 35% bonus gold from that, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that Papi takes the further gold first while retaining the gold in the back. So that's very smart thinking. It's 40-minute mark and he's still thinking about future, investing into future. And let's see if this push can work for Papi. There's a lot of cannons, huge army population advantage. This could be it.
Papi, he's sniping up the Springles with his hand cannoneers. And some of the Springles did go down. Vortex losing some of his Onimushas, but the keep. There's no Bombard cannon here anymore. And Vortex, is he building a keep actually? Is it going up?
Okay,
It's
and
going
it's
up,
gonna
but
go
he's
up.
lost a lot of villagers for that.
Yeah, but Papi's worker count is actually quite low. This is 100 at this point. Might mean that he's gonna get depleted. Oh, GG, Vortex
What?
taps out.
He was just
Wow.
I didn't expect that one. I actually thought that Vortex was about to make this game longer and like potentially go for his own comeback now.
Man,
but I
45.
guess he noticed that he lost a lot of villagers on that and wasn't able to take that keep then. Damn.
Let's look at military count. Look at this. 45 against 3 at some point. Around 22-minute mark. That's crazy.
Oh,
And he
man.
still won. Wow. Well, man, I mean, Papipo, that was crazy. Okay,
That was absolutely crazy, man.
Yeah, I didn't believe.
I thought he was dead.
I didn't believe the first time, and I didn't believe the second time even harder.
Oh, man. All right. Well, the question is, do we still have any sets going on, though? Is the Kiljadi vs. B set still going on? I'm wondering, because we are nearing, well, the theoretic end, because in theory, with everybody, all the players playing their sets immediately, there's a maximum of like 4 best of 3s that we get.
Yep. But
I think some of our best of 3s have been a little bit longer, even though they've mostly been only like 2 games. But yeah, I think maybe there's still one going on. That's going to be the question here.
Yeah, so it's up to you if you want to continue. I actually can cast a little bit more if you want to. I don't know.
I mean, we gotta play until we gotta cast until it's over, right?
Sure, yeah, why not? Let's go then. All right, so Corvinus actually had some extreme emergency with his life. So so he is so he's forfeiting his games. So let's see the other groups. We've got B against Kiljardi, not reported yet, but they're going for 30 minutes already, so maybe that could be it.
Oh, that's something that we can jump into.
What? Sorry, can you repeat?
Kiljadi vs. B, game 1. We can probably just jump in that one, and if they've already played a little bit, we can just catch up to live.
And it seems maybe Energy is gonna join us. We'll see. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, perfect.
All right, perfect. Nice.
Oh, we got a raid from Marine Lord. Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
And an anonymous gifter gifting 10 subs. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. And it looks like, yeah, we're going to be doing another set. So B versus Kiljadi. That's going to be the next one that we're going to be taking a look at.
Hello, Energy. How are you?
Yo. What's going on, guys?
Man, we had some crazy games today. Some incredible comebacks here, actually, from Papipo and versus Vortex. It actually felt like in both games so far, it felt like Papipo was about to lose. But man, he clawed himself back in every single one of those.
Yeah, man, fill me in. Fill me on the tournament. I had a little busy morning this morning, but
yeah.
So the first one was Mongols versus Jeanne d'Arc, where Vortex just kind of completely pushed Papipo back into his own base, and it felt like he was about to end the game. Papipo, though, he had 3,000 food remaining in his guild hall. He takes it out, suddenly rushes up Imperial Age with 50 villagers, just manages to barely survive the push from Vortex, and then in like the next 20 minutes, slowly but surely crawl his way to victory.
Yeah, it was 43 army population, for 50 army population is 3, and he still lost. Crazy. Yeah.
I'm going to quickly adjust my camera a little bit. It's starting to get a little bit brighter.
Okay, so the plan is we are debating here whether to jump into B versus Kiljardi or Aveli against one, but I'm leaning B Kiljardi. That should be a close one. Like Kiljardi is very entertaining to play. So let's do that one, even though it seems that KP is doing it as well. You gonna hop on with camera, Energy?
Yep, I'm just trying to find my camera cord.
Awesome.
Somewhere on here.
Yeah, so for about everybody who tuned in, tomorrow, the same day, the same hour, we are going on with another final bracket, top 8 player, 14 GMT, that's 16 European time, Central Time, 10 a.m. EST.
Yeah, that's when the playoffs are going to take place. So players right now, they're still fighting for those playoffs. Actually, is Beavers Kiljardi a deciding match between them?
Let me very quickly check.
I think it might be.
Oh, that's better. That's good. That is Group C.
It might just decide seeding, but it could also decide group phase. I think it's also the bracket where Wham is in, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this might actually mean that if Kiljardi beats B here, he might actually be able to make it into the playoffs. So that's pretty huge.
What's going on, guys? What's going on? Here we go.
The set between Kiljardi and B might be a very important one for them because whoever wins this set potentially moves into the playoffs and the other one doesn't. The other one might be out.
No. There we go. Yo.
Kiljardi's a slapper.
There we go.
Miami.
Kiljardi is a very aggressive player. There we go.
Is this for basketball?
Yeah, it is basketball. Matisse, you told me about Kiljardi because you know how I like to play a little aggressive too. You said, you know, you should watch some Kiljardi videos. So
yeah.
That's dope.
Oh, I hear the game. I think it's there.
Right, there we go. Kiljardi versus B. I say we jump ahead a little bit, just because I think the game has already been going on for a little bit. We're just going to be going for a little bit of speed casting here in order to try and catch up to the live game as it's going on right now. So we got Hre for Kiljardi versus the Ayubids from B. Ayubids, they're a very tempo-oriented civilization, but I feel like if there's any civilization that's able to keep up with like insane timings that the Ayubids have, it probably has to be Hre. Right, Arkham Chapel coming in, boosts up both the gold, the food, and the wood line. Very nice. Military reinforcement for that early harassment coming in for B over there.
Okay, so we've got Ayubids against Hre. Both civs are kind of good at Fast Castle, but do you think, which do you think Fast Castle is better?
When it comes to which Fast Castle is better, I'm actually not sure, because like Ayubids, they already have units out on map which can deal with most things that the Hre does, right? Like Hre rarely goes for ranged units. Then again, with the recent change, we do see more ranged units, and we do actually see the archer range coming in here. So archer units can relatively easily deal with those desert raiders. If you secure relics, I favor Hre with the Fast Castle Age. However, when it comes to a longer game, I would favor Ayubids just because the economic ring growth is just really good. It could be that he also goes up with the advancement to try and match the potential Hre timing, right?
Yeah, I'm curious how the situation is about the relics. Can Ayubids really deny the relics from Hre? Because it's
going up with the culture wing. I'm not a big fan of that. I think 8 villagers are just so much more valuable.
Yep.
And Kiljardi is kind of like deep into H2 at the moment. And B already has enough resource to completely annihilate Kiljardi's army if he goes for like Ghulams. Which it looks like he's trying to go for.
Wow, so Kiljardi actually goes full feudal against Ayubids?
Doesn't make a ton of sense. He wasn't able to deny the Castle Age. The Desert Raiders are actually able to completely annihilate those units there. Heal comes in from the Dervish. And yeah, it looks like B is just going to be able to monopolize the relics in this game.
Yeah, it seems pretty quick.
Kiljardi just lost a lot of his reinforcements there to these couple of Desert Raiders, and now the Ghulams coming in. There's just no real way for most civilizations to be able to deal with Ghulams. And look at that, 2 villagers from B actually there. Cheekily chopping some wood up there. Could be some proxy production buildings at some point in time.
Man.
Relic gathering coming in.
B and Kiljardi playing against each other always intense.
There was a fight right off the rip.
That's a lot of micro right now coming out with those archers. Kojadi really microing it all the way back here. But the Gulam numbers are starting to pick up a little bit. Yeah, with their stats, I mean, the archers barely do any damage to them. Gulam's also having more health than normal men-at-arms. Means that there's just so much tankier. And now B is
all
getting
5
closer
relics.
closer to the eco, but Kojadi managed to clean up. Yeah, getting all 5 relics here. HRE, that doesn't feel good. Killjotti, he's gonna have to go for Burgrave Palace if he wants any value out of his Castle Age landmark. He's pushing further in though right now. He's 50 to 15 military.
He doesn't care. He's just staying H2 massing units, and he's kinda killing B with this.
Yeah, he's actually somewhat doing it. The massman arms, I mean, they're not great against the ghouls, but they're able to deal with them. And look at that, the archers are just chasing the villagers all across the map right now.
Wow,
Killjotti lost his majority of his men arms to that.
Yeah, this is exactly how I envisioned Killjotti games would look like.
Just imagine some Looney Tunes music to those archers just running across and trying to find villagers.
Wow, he's sniping so many crossbows, like he's getting so much value with this, but the villager count seems to be still not huge in favor of him, so he needs to kill more if he wants to succeed with this.
He's kind of letting off the gas a little bit. Okay, never mind, now he's producing units again. 15 men-at-arms, I'm not sure where they are, they must be somewhere. He's got a massive food transition behind this as well. B actually doesn't have that much food income at the moment. Might change soon though, as he did move out over to the deer. Gulam, actually, not Gulam, but like the Dervish healing. He's invested more resource into Dervishes. Actually coming in clutch here. He finds the 2 villagers on the wood line there. Amazing. Yeah, the army count is starting to even out a little bit, and in that situation, you gotta favor B, right? With the attack advantage. Just a lot.
Yeah. But I guess archers can snipe the dervish, and then men-at-arms still, if there's twice as many of them, then maybe he can be fine with this. Look at this, he's not letting him even farm here. And look at this, yeah, exactly. All the dervish are dead, and then there's this huge mass. He's just not aging up. Zertan should learn from him.
Really good micro, man. He's got really good micro.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Wait.
But B's actually getting a lot of food in right now. I'm guessing from the deer. And now the farming economy is coming back online. He's not that many villagers spam, but Killjotti can finally go up. He needs to go up. Why is he not aging up? He needs to age up. He's not doing it. Why is he not doing it? Oh god. Regnants! Man, there are no relics remaining. You only... How many barracks does he have? 2? I only see 2 at the moment. Maybe 3? He has 3. He would still benefit from Burgrave Palace a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like the army numbers are down too.
Yeah, like, this would have been prime time for Burgrave Palace, but he went Regnants without any relics being there. This could kill him. This could actually kill him. He doesn't have units out, and now the issue is that B is on all of his production buildings, right? Like, all of his production buildings are in range of B's military. B has all the upgrades as well behind it all. The TC at least is firing down onto the lightly armored units, so great micro there again from Killjotti, focusing those down. I don't know, he just can't get the units out, and now the gold mine disappears. Oh my god, this is the worst timing. This is the worst timing for the gold to run out. He's not realized it yet. He's not pulled the villagers off the gold yet. Oh no, 37 idle. He wins it. Oh my god. Yeah, and behind all of that secret tactics.
Tough to come out of this spot.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, I think he killed him.
Yeah, that's GG's. It's gotta be.
Yeah, like, at this point in time, like, you can't really come back from this situation, right? Villagers are getting pulled as well. Killjotti, he once had an eco lead. Now it's an extreme eco deficit.
You got the villagers on the front line.
That is the saddest Regnants.
Maybe he made a bit too many farms as well. If those were maybe if he got eco, for example, he had a pretty nice map control for some time. So there's a deer at the bottom or boar that he could take, and maybe this way is how he would get faster H3. It feels like with all the micro that he did, he could have held for a bit longer. But yeah, with all these archers at 1.38 speed, he managed to really out micro all the gulams. That was pretty sick.
What game series is this? Was that there?
By the way,
must
energy.
be the fourth one.
It seems like we hear you twice. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Maybe you need to mute. Okay, Cow says it's
looks to be fixed.
Okay, perfect.
Is it good now? Are we good now?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So what series game was that? Is this the fourth game you said?
One. Yeah, it should be the fourth one from like all groups by now. I think most groups are done. I think this is probably the last game from the group phase that's remaining. Or like I think there's one more. I think it's Avely versus who was it?
Wham.
Avely versus Wham. Okay.
Yep.
So it's like 2 last sets going on right now.
Wham, the Wham Bam. Thank you, man.
Yeah. So Wham is gonna probably advance, right? He beat B 2-0. And then Kiljardi and B are fighting over the second place, most likely, right? I'm not exactly sure about the Avely's results, but we assume...
That would make sense, at least, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's
yeah,
exciting.
this is important for them. Like, whoever wins this set is going to make it into the playoffs. Whoever doesn't is not going to be able to advance. So, very, very important sets here for these 2 players now.
Typically, how does that matchup usually go? AU bids versus HRE. Who's usually on top?
It's very weird with the current meta. Like we saw Kiljardi play this with the very new style where HRE just goes mass into feudal age military instead of just going for the usual fast castle playstyle. Meanwhile, on the other hand side, we saw B going for what would usually be the counter. It was his own fast castle into a like Logistica age up, which gives him 3 dervish immediately to be able to secure relics which HRE usually want to get. I'm not sure how exactly it plays out, but I think like IU bits probably are pretty decent when it comes to fighting off against HRE. Just because the Desert Raiders have, like, they start off with 5 melee armor. They're a really great unit in the late game to have in the arsenal for IU bits against HRE. Because late game compositions for HRE tend to be focused around like mass infantry as well as horsemen. And if you have like very cheap camel units in there to get the camel on ease debuff, and they're able to deal really well with the horsemen as well with any other men-at-arms units out there, it's tough for HRE in those situations.
I see. I've never really messed around with HRE except for the feudal strat we did with these. That was pretty good.
Yeah. We Zerton tried it today, but he went super fast H3 off of it, and he just died to Louis. Yeah. It feels like you really need to spam a ton of units to survive in H2.
Yeah, that's tough. I still think Kiljardi could have had that though. He looked pretty good when he had all the bills out.
Yeah, I think it was just if it was a Burgrave Palace, I think he would have been in the game. Even probably won it because he had the better food income. But here we go. We got our game number 2 now, going between the 2. Once again, 3B in the color orange here. Kiljardi in the color yellow as the Rus. Byzantines versus Rus on Gorge. That's an interesting matchup that we don't usually see. So my personal take on this matchup is 2TC. Because Rus tends to like to go for 2TC, so Byzantines can go for their own 2TC and have a relatively similar-ish timing as well. And when it comes to 2TC play, I feel like Byzantines are a little bit favored. Kiljardi, though, doesn't strike me as a player that wants to go for 2TC. He strikes me as a 1TC all-in aggression player.
Yeah, I agree. And with your honest opinion, guys, both of your guys' honest opinion, what's your take on the Byzantines right now? Overall,
it's a mixed bag. I think they have really strong but also really weak matchups at the same time. It depends like on if they can gain access to their berries early on to be able to make mercenaries, then they're really, really good. Nowadays they can also play a little bit aggressive, but I think as soon as you play off against a civilization that has feudal age knights, it starts to become very tough for them. I think we can actually jump ahead a little bit in this game right now, just because there isn't a lot of stuff happening right now, and I think the game isn't live at the moment as well with the timing. Yeah, so we can just fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm not on the Byzantines hype train. I'm not. I think they are not bad, of course. They have pretty strong moves, and H3 landmark is pretty good. Having access to olive oil is pretty nice, but it feels to me like they are still a little vulnerable here and there, right? So, for example, if the berries are in front like this, you could just pressure them, or it's still a little difficult to take the map with them, right? So, and in general, not having the knights can be a bit problematic. So I think I like just having full feudal aggression against them, and then it's a bit tough for them to deal with this. But on the other hand, if they have just free mind and they can go H3, multiple TCs and everything, they're very, very scary. So I feel like it's just like a solid B8 tier, not S tier.
We actually do see Kiljani going for that secondary TC, and B spots it out. I think if I was B in the situation, as soon as you see that, I just go second TC as well. Because I think, honestly, like, Byzantine's second TC is just as strong, if not better, than Rus' second TC.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Getting the scaling in is super important, and getting a good like farm transition as well, because second TC, if both players go second TC, it buys you time. It buys you time to get access to mercenaries, it buys you time to get access to a farm transition, and once Byzantines get their farm transition online, that's when they're looking super, super scary. That's when they get all of those mercenary units out constantly, and just a lot of bonus production with those 3 mercenary units.
Mm-hmm.
But still, the knights here are very, very important, because with knights you can secure the map and you can secure all the food on the map. But if you don't have knights, or you're playing against a knight civ, it's going to be difficult. So that means that B most likely will struggle to take all the food on the map, which means that eventually he will have to do a farm transition faster than Kiljardi, and it feels like it's a timing that Kiljardi could abuse.
Charlie right now, he's massing out archers. No knights in queue yet. B so far, he's only got the limit Nay out, but he does have those javelin throwers in queue. And as soon as the 4 javelin throwers jump out, the couple of archers aren't really going to be able to do a lot there. Kiljadi, if he wants to press this in feudal age, he's going to need some knights in there. And House Horse coming in with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Vader. And as we speak of it, the javelin throwers do come out, able to 2-shot. And so with some micro, even the second volley 1-shots the remaining 2 archers there. And B, he's going to be fine in his economy, but behind us, Kiljadi. Already 7 to 8 villagers ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot. Wow. Yeah,
And
so
this is
here
where the second TC comes in. I mean, B, if he goes for fast castle age, the landmark only is equal to like 10 to 11 villagers. Any more than that, it becomes difficult.
Yeah, and also pushing with javelin thrower and spears is a bit problematic sometimes, because both these units are pretty slow, and you can cut off reinforcements, you can harass in the back against the food sources and stuff like that, right? So it seems B has to make a decision: do you all in right now, or do you just go fast castle? And in general, all-inning against Rus is very problematic because of the Kremlin, because of the just how good they are, and the fact they have the militia and knights and everything. So it's going to be a bit tough for B, I feel like.
I agree. And we saw this earlier against Wham. It didn't work then. It might work this time around just because of the pure stubborn lack of knights. And we do have the second group of javelin throwers coming out for B at the moment. He's putting the units inside the Kirasiphon, and off it goes. No villagers nearby as well for Kiljadi to pull here against the Kirasiphon. That's going to be a lot of damage to that TC. It looks like he only notices just now. Is he going to do anything about it? It feels like he might just let that secondary TC go down. He's not doing anything about it. He's just further advancing with his raiding force.
He could call militia and send all the units and try to kill this. Maybe it would work.
Doesn't look like he's doing it though. He's putting the archers inside the secondary TC. Oh boy. Single Kirasiphon able to take it down. Okay, he's putting some villagers on repair duty now. Javelin throws, hopping out.
That's nice micro.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But at the same time, Kiljadi's archer, they do find villagers. They do find villager kills. One
Ooh,
villager goes down,
that's
two
the-
villagers go down. B, he's forgetting to send them further back. 4 villagers down.
Oh,
That
no.
hurts a lot. That hurts a lot. Quadrati's gonna... B's gonna have to pull those away. But now, at the same time, this means that B, he knows where the Archer army is. And that means that he's gonna double down now on this aggression under the main TC. That's a lot of idle time from B right now that B is causing here. 15 villagers inside that TC. Does mean, though, that Killjoy is able to repel this.
I'm not sure if that counter-attack was the good play, although it seems that all these villagers are still running around full Benny Hill in the back of B's base. But on the other hand, when you're applying to TC, you kind of just want to survive, right? So by harassing, do you really need to kill opponent's vills? Only if you lose your own TC. But if you just have your units at base, like Wham did, eventually he just managed to happily hold his TC and be fine, right? And here, at this point, both players are building the same number of villagers, so the advantage for Killjardy disappeared. So now all this counter-attack has to deal a lot of damage. Otherwise, well, I guess this is still 17 villager advantage. That's a lot.
It definitely is a lot, because now knights are also being added into it. And also what this means is, the second TC, it's not costing him food anymore, right? Like, it's not investing 150 food right now into villagers. Now he can put it all into military, and there we go. Militia also are getting pulled. The fire for the Cura Siphon, it's not going to do anything against this mass militia play that's coming in here right now. And yeah, B's going to have to retreat from this.
And there's harassment in here and also on the Kremlin. It seems to B is trying to attack the Kremlin for some reason. Okay, this must be just a mistake. And here he's getting fully cleaned up. So even though Killjardy lost a TC, he's still 20 villages ahead. He cleaned up the opponent's army. I feel like he's in great shape. And it seems like, again, the aggression for Byzantines doesn't work in H2 for B.
B has went for this twice. It looked bad twice. It didn't work twice. I don't want to see it again. Like, if you go for this all-in approach, go Hippodrome. Downright, just go Hippodrome, open with some horsemen. You buy yourself so much more pressure out on the map. Like, if you went for Hippodrome, Killjardy in the first place wouldn't have been able to go for the second TC. Because he actually placed the landmark in such a way that it doesn't cover the stone. Once again, villagers getting caught. 8 villagers so far have been taken down here by Killjardy, and that's a lot. Because right now, Killjardy, he's not ahead 12 villagers, he's ahead 20.
Yep. And look at the army population as well. It's huge in favor of Killjardy. So as long as he manages to secure food, I think he's in prime position to win the game.
And it feels like B, he wants to keep up the pressure, but you can't keep up the pressure when you're just throwing away units like this.
Yeah, it seems Killjardy is super good at having tons of archers and microing them very well. So that's pretty nice. And it makes sense. Archers are one of the best units in the feudal, so that's pretty cool. And there's no play for B left, I think.
It's looking very desperate at this point in time. He's also pretty much depleting all of his berries, so that's not going to be a ton more mercenary repopulation going on. With the front line, he might be able to clean up a couple of these archers here. Like the limit, when they put up the shield wall, it still takes a couple of volleys for them to go down. But even if you reduce the archer count by a little bit, like, there's still going to be a ton more archers coming out.
Yeah, javelin throwers are extremely good against archers, so this is maybe not ideal what Killjardy is doing. It would be nice to have some front line to tank all these archers maybe, but in general it seems like he's still trading okay.
Frontline is coming in now. The knights are coming in just when the javelin throwers are exposed, and yeah, that's going to be a cleanup. I don't think B has any ways left to stay in this game once those javelin throwers get taken out. Doesn't have any limit remaining. Food income is looking rather bleak right now. The Grand Winery is forward as well, so you can't really go for a farm transition around it. Meanwhile, Killjardy, he has his farm transition done already, around his TC at least.
Nice.
Yeah, GG gets called. Oh, that was just too many units there for him to deal with.
Well, that's a good thing though. we still have more games to come then. It's 1-1,
Alright.
and we'll see who's going to advance to top 8.
Yeah, we'll have a match point here. Yeah, I mean, looking, can we take a look at the villager graph? Because I actually really like this play from Kiljadi. Like, sure, he gave up his secondary TC, but he managed to like go around the map, and he actually killed so many villagers. Sure, in these situations, you might want to like keep the TC alive, but he just gave it up. He just gave it up. He was like, fine, I'll lose the TC, but my units over here are doing so much damage, it's going to be worth it. I'm already ahead in villagers, and if I put you behind in villagers, that's going to be fine. I think it actually worked out really well for him, because at one point in time, he only had like 500 food per minute remaining. So instead of putting 300 food per minute into workers, he only put 150 from his main TC into workers. Has a lot more food left to play with to make knights and make more archers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we've got El Clasico on Lipani. We've got Delhi against Abbasid. I can't remember how many times I played this matchup. And it always feels so incredibly close, right? Because both players benefit here from tons of berries, so that's pretty sick. But on the other hand, the dynamic between these civs is pretty hilarious, because you've got Delhi that makes a ton of units early on, but also is able to age up quite quickly off of the sacred sites. And on the other hand, Abbasid has multiple TCs and also stronger archers, but on the other hand, they really struggle to go H3. So it's always this race whether Abbasid is going to overcommit to H2 or overcommit to rushing H3. And if Abbasid manages to fully properly guess what's the timing of H3, I feel like Abbasid has slight edge. But on the other hand, it's very difficult. It's very easy to just go H3 a bit too fast, a bit too late, and just die to a timing push from Delhi. So these games are really explosive, because Delhi has to bring the pain early or it just won't work.
Exactly.
Isn't 3D? Isn't he the best at Delhi? Is that what he's known for? Just being a top
I
Delhi player.
wouldn't say he's the best. He's very proficient with them. I think when it comes to just downright the best Delhi player, I would probably have to give that over to either Annotant or Vortex.
Yep, or even Lucifron. Lucifron has really good Delhi as well.
Yeah. Like if it was Vortex versus Lucifron Delhi wise, I would still probably give it to Vortex though. I think Vortex is just on a whole nother level when it comes to Delhi.
Regardless, it'll be an interesting matchup for sure with 3DB playing him.
Exactly. Kiljadi also a very interesting player. And here we go. Match point between the two of them. B, once again, color orange as the Delhi Sultanate. Kiljadi in the color yellow as the Abbasid Dynasty. A little bit of a mistake here, actually. He pushed off a little bit early with that strategy. Okay, now he's correcting it. Means that he's gonna have to drop off one stack of wood there over at the TC. There we go. You do that because you gather an additional 50 wood early on with your villagers. Then you go over to food in order to get enough wood for both a mining camp as well as a mining camp as well as a house.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A ton of sheep. That's untaken still by Kiljardi. So this is the famous Kiljardi scout. Where is he? Yeah, he's obviously on opposite side of the map completely. Yeah. What do you think about this, Krakedy?
It always goes one of two ways. Either Kiljadi finds no sheep or he finds all the sheep. I feel like there's no in between, and sometimes it results in very, very quick games. In those where he finds no sheep, he goes for aggression, he fails, and suddenly has no food left remaining. Then again, like at this point in time, I feel like he actually has those timings down. Like even if he runs out of sheep, in this matchup, it doesn't really matter anyways, because both players, they get access to berries, they like berries, they gather very quickly from them. But in other matchups, it can matter quite a bit more.
Well, I guess it still matters for Abbasid, in my opinion, because there is this moment when you're trying to go H3, you stop production of units, and there's a moment then you can get pushed off the food. So then having sheep is nice, something to fall back on while you're aging up, for example, right? So, for example,
That's
there could
true,
be...
that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what wing...
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, sure. Let's see what wing are we gonna get from Abbasid Dynasty. I would say it's just military wing, quite
Should
obviously.
be, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Mm-hmm.
And then probably just tower victory here for B. Could be coming in any second now. There we go, tower victory coming in. I'm just gonna make his infantry super strong, not just in feudal age, but as the game goes on. Like, getting crossbows with plus 20% attack speed as well is very, very strong.
Yep. Yeah, and what's interesting is that both civs in feudal, where in my opinion the game is kind of decided, both civs have have upgraded archers, right? So we've got more damage for Delhi and we've got more HP for Abbasid. Both of these bonuses are pretty strong, but I would favor the damage still because it's the archers are mostly damage dealers, so having them more damage, that's obviously good. Although, Abbasid archers are still pretty strong, especially if you mass a ton of them and you kite them with them as well as Kiljardi does. That's pretty good too.
Exactly. All right. When it comes to aging up, we actually see that B. He's getting it now. He's getting it now. Okay, he's still on gold, so he wants to go for that second scholar play. Makes a little sense because having that second scholar allows you to just get the upgrade so much quicker, especially sanctity. So important of an upgrade to get early on. Getting a good sanctity timing can make a huge difference when it comes to like your potential of being able to capture sacred sites. Because if you get it like 30 seconds earlier, you might be able to have 2 scholars out immediately to capture it at the point in time where your opponent doesn't have enough units to move out onto 2 sacred sites, so you're getting 1 guaranteed.
Okay, so this coming in. There is usually a nice pressure with the initial units from military wing, but it doesn't really achieve that much because Delhi at some point can just stop gathering gold because they are mostly all their upgrades are free and gold is mostly what you pay with for upgrades. But obviously this cuts a little bit of the monk production, but I don't think you even need that many anyway.
Couple of spear and couple of archers are now moving across the map here from Kiljardi. What production building do we have from B so far? Wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to like rush these units down with mass Ghazi Raiders. Oh, he's actually going for a 3rd scholar right now before clicking Sanctity. That's interesting. That's not something that we typically see.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I think Delhi should rush as quickly as possible the sacred sites, right? Because this is how you gain more income and potentially even win the game. If your opponent is going to TC, then you can win through the sacred site victory.
Right, now getting one of the scholars out in order to boost the production of that stable. Yeah, he's going to have to evacuate off of his berries very quickly here now.
Yep.
Archers to arrive. There we go. Units are getting pushed off. Wheelbarrow already has come in as it's free for Delhi. Gets one of the spearmen as well. Okay, that's a nice pick. That means the Ghazi Raiders are going to be really, really nice here when it comes to just cleaning this up.
Yep, whenever I play against 3D Delhi players, so what they do is they just spam so many Ghazi Riders that they overpower this squad of units. So they don't go archers as a response, but just Ghazi Riders, and then they go back with them and heal them. So this is very interesting right now, for example. Yeah, exactly, this is just going back. Oh, even nice micro here. And yeah, they can just heal it, so they don't really care about losing. And on the other hand, for Abbasid, losing these 4 units initially is actually quite a big deal.
Yeah, you get 4 free units, and now you've lost all of them. And the horsemen didn't even take that much damage. They can just be healed up again as well by the scholars from B. So this is really big now. And also Sanctity. Yeah, look at that. He's just healing it up. It's so quick. It's so quick. And with that, Ghazi Raider fully restored. Scholars back to researching. And soon, B, he's going to be able to go out on the map with 3 scholars to capture all 3 sacred sites at the same time. Kiljardi, with that second TC, a lot of villagers on gold actually. Also has added in his own barracks. Nice reaction there on the villager, pulls them back. I think the scholars should probably be moving out rather soon now. From B Sanctity, it's only 18 seconds left at this point in time. When you put out the scholars, they're going to be arriving at the sacred sites by the time it finishes. And there we go. All 3 sacred sites are soon going to be ringing. Still no archers out yet for B though, but it's gonna be a lot of gold coming in relatively soon. And right now, with this many Gaza Raiders, he can still take fights.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's got extreme mobility right now, so he can harass, he can basically protect every single sacred site, no problem, although he can't really wall with them, so that's a little bit of an issue. And let's see what Kil'jaed is up to. So this moment is quite awkward for the Abbasid player because it takes so long to get these production buildings going, and Delhi actually has twice as many because of the monk inside. So basically, Delhi is producing from 4 production buildings while you've got 2, 3. So it feels quite awkward. And B is really diving this. I'm a little surprised.
Almost killed 2 villagers. It will have to back off for now, though. Is that Ghazi Raider gonna go down? Oh, he just survives. Once again, he's just gonna make his way over to one of the scholars, heal that Ghazi Raider up. And this is as if nothing happened. Meanwhile, Kil'jaed's army took some hits, and they're not gonna heal up.
Yep, so it's a bit awkward. The map layout is a bit awkward for Kil'jaed because almost all of his food is quite in front. So it's going to be difficult for him to secure food, especially with the heavy aggression coming in from Delhi. But on the other hand, if B just spams pure units in H2, then maybe at some point Kil'jaed can outproduce him as well.
Alright, Sacred Sites, all 3 captured up now. And I wouldn't be surprised if B behind this just goes for a market and just buys more resources now.
Yeah, and he's also researching siege engineering, so this feels like he is tempted to go for a ram rush. And actually, I'm not a big fan of this. I think it's just all about having as many units as possible, potentially even going H3 at some point and just denying the food from a Abbasid player. There's no need to go for rams. And I feel like going for rams really helps Kil'jaed because this decreases the number of units that B potentially can have. And also, it's the fight is happening in the below the TC, so the TC can just kill units as well with the arrows.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, this is kind of good rough now in a little bit. I feel like. Yeah, looking at the military count right now, it's 25 to 15. Oh man, this is why Delhi is super strong. Once they get these 3 sacred sites, they're just able to translate that into so many units. Not that they can already translate it into a lot of units. And sure, even though Kil'jaed with the Abbasid dynasty pays less for his villagers, it still kind of doesn't make up for that. And there we go. First ram is coming in now.
Yeah, a misstep here, losing a couple. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't care. He's actually gonna heal them, okay. But he still needs these units ASAP for the push. And he's also distracting Kil'jaed from the second TC location. So there's a potential that he might hit successfully very soon. We'll see. But on the other hand, yeah, there's 10 archers against 8. And we've got 11 spears against 16 Ghazi riders. So that's a lot. But is it enough to break the TC? We'll see in a second.
I would personally really like for B to wait until he gets a second ram in. Just because I think like 1 ram takes too long to destroy a TC, let alone an outpost with the TC there. Kil'jaed is also getting in phalanx, which is very nice. It's gonna add a lot of DPS onto those spearmen during those fights. It looks like he knows what's coming. I think he was just watching the deer here, knowing that the deer getting pushed back from the units being there, and is indeed gonna be a second ram coming out from Kil'jaed. From B here.
Yep, interesting.
And Kil'jaed now finds the army, and it's looking like it's a lot.
Interesting that there's no horsemen at all for Kil'jaed. I've seen this trend also happen, but it feels like there's no tanking unit right now for him. The archers are just going to have a free reign all this on the spears, and also to some extent on the archers themselves as well. So this could be a little problematic, but we've seen how good the kiting is for Kil'jaed. So let's see, maybe he's gonna use the buildings to draw the aggro fire of the B's units, and he's just gonna kill as much as he can. But we'll see. Maybe yes, maybe not. It's still the army is pretty big.
One of the sacred sites has been neutralized, but it feels like B at this point in time doesn't really care about that anymore. Just by a single spearman, he's now just fully set on this push, on this one big push. He still has 2 sacred sites, so he's still getting a lot of resource in from that. Rams are now going to be moving forward. Some villagers do find their place inside of the outpost. Archers now, they're a little bit exposed at the front side, are managing to take down a lot of these spearmen though. Kiljadi has a lot of archers, but the archers themselves aren't going to be able to do that well against the mixed composition here from B. He was also missing a couple of other upgrades from the blacksmith. He's got them in now. He also has 6 scholars, so he could just send a couple of them either forward, like to go for the really big all-in, or just recap the sacred sites once more.
And yeah, the fact that the decap, there was the decap site, I think that's quite huge, because right now it means that B has to kill Kiljadi before who could kill him, but now this push kind of has to work, because otherwise this is going to, the eco of Kiljadi is going to grow out of control very soon.
I agree. Kiljadi also has a massive amount of archers right now, 33. Not as many spearmen as I would like here against this many Ghazi Raiders. But now, B looks like it's going to be pedal to the metal. Oh, the Bluetooth spear connection there gets a couple of these Ghazi Raiders out. Archers are firing onto the spearmen here. Now the Ghazis are diving in onto the archers. Most of the spearmen have gone down already, and now the Ghazi Raiders, they got free reign to fight against the archers. No villagers inside the main TC. That means there's not a lot of damage coming in from that. TC did go down. And Kiljadi, he doesn't have any military remaining. It's 16 units compared to 50 on the side from B. Sure, there's a couple of scholars counting in towards that. But at this point in time, it just doesn't matter. And it looks like B might be able to just completely overrun Kiljadi here. Villagers going down as well. 11 villagers have gone down. More falling now in the wood line. Archers are just microing away, kiting against the Ghazi Raiders. But it's heavy eco losses. Now the economy is even. Well, even I want to say, but there's still 3 sacred sites ticking behind all of this.
Yeah, I think he's done it. He's done it. There is almost no army left for Kiljadi. He actually has quite a lot of resources in the bank, but it's just the fact that there was no tanking unit against the archers. So just the B archers, they just dealt so much damage and eventually cleaned the spears, and then Ghazi Riders are cleaning the archers.
Yeah, and without any more military remaining, I feel like, yeah, Kiljadi, he just can't defend against this. The archers are pushing in, the spearmen are all gone. And with that, I think it's safe to call B is going to be able to make it to our playoffs.
Nice.
That was a close one, though.
Yeah, yeah. Kiljadi is always on the edge of making it, and then he is not making it, you know, so... I'm secretly still big fan of him, you know, like this aggression is relentless that he pulls off. Yeah, and also actually WAM says that there's a tie-break situation here, so we're going to have to figure out it all, and in a second we will do some announcements about who wins or not.
Whew. All right. In that case, let's take a look at that situation then. What kind of tiebreak situation are we looking at?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. It seems, yeah, it doesn't show the scores for some reason.
What's going on, guys? Nope.
Oh, Kiljadi beat WAM 2-1.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. In that case, isn't it because Kiljadi beat the player that beat B? He should advance, right?
It's first is the map score. The map score.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Right. So then it's head to head, but the map score is most important, right?
Okay, head to head and map score, but then it must be like against the players that they won, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't report too many scores. I'm not exactly sure what's the situation here.
True, but then B beat the guy that beat WAM.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Yeah, so it's the map score that's most important. So, yeah. Yeah, aha, they just didn't report the games because the games closed. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. I guess we don't have to do it on stream, so we will figure it out later. And yeah, we can wrap it up slowly. or do we have anything to? Yeah. So guys, tomorrow, 14 GMT, right? We are going to have top 8, so that's gonna be pretty interesting. So for now, confirmed players who advanced is going to be, let me see, Papi and Vortex. That's pretty solid squad from Group 1. Then from Group 2, we've got Louis and Zerton, I think. Yes, Louis and Zerton. That's pretty solid squad too. So Group C is still being decided, and Group 4, we've got Annotant and Marine Lord.
Nice.
Yes. So Group C is still not decided. We're gonna figure out the tiebreaker soon, guys, and everything else is pretty much like that. Yep. So tune in tomorrow. And anything else to add?
Yeah, I mean, as everybody, I appreciate everybody that tuned in to the Energy Slapfest. Crackety and Matisse and Cal do an amazing job at casting this thing and making sure you guys are in the loop. So we appreciate everybody in here, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Energy, for helping us organize it and sponsoring and stuff. And also, maybe one more shout out. We've got, let me see. Thank you for Joshua Foy, who also contributed quite a lot of money towards this. So yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys, don't forget, tomorrow, 14 GMT. Be here, be there, as we are going to be heading into the playoffs of the Energy Slapfest number 2. Don't forget, we do have a challenge running in the background. So if we make it to 200 subs by the end of tomorrow, I'm going to be playing Knights only until we hit top 10 on the ladder.
Wow. We can make that happen.
I had to make a statement to Matisse because Knights are broken, and he says Knights aren't broken.
No, Knights are not broken.
I don't know, man. I think you two should go at it. That'd be fun.
Crossbow spear. I copy Wham and Papi for playstyle. Just spears and crossbows.
Nah, man. Knights are broken. I'll just play at times when those two don't play. Then I'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Cool,
Thank
guys.
you guys so much for watching. We're going to be closing it out here for the day. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys all enjoyed the stream. That being said, we'll see you all tomorrow once again. See you there.
See ya, guys.